Hello? Hello? We need the space news today. We must space news. We must talk about the Slim Sama. And I've basically been collecting space news for the whole week. Yeah, we've been collecting space news for the entire week. I got stuff exploding. I got Saturn V views. I got Osiris Rex stuff. We have Slim stuff. Grab Shark eating sandwiches. Hello, I'm here for my regularly scheduled time when you're mean to me when I crap post. I'm not mean to you because you crap post. I'm mean to you because you're an idiot. No, it's because crap posting. Yeah. Grab Shot, Back to the Future? Who the hell is John F. Kennedy? He's an idiot. Comes from upbringing. Parents are probably idiots too. That, not with you, but that rings true in my head a lot lately. Is that bad? Is that bad? Oh, God. I'm becoming a get off my lawn guy. No, make it stop. Make it stop. Yeah, man. All good. Make it stop. EJ woke up and chose violence. Yeah. Did you already go over the Sierra Space full-scale burst test? That's in my queue of news. You always were. Shut up. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Don't let NIMBY... No, NIMBY is never going to be a problem. It's because I grew up around NIMBYs. I know to never be like that. It's a great movie. Who the hell is John F. Kennedy? So, yeah. How are you guys doing? Yeah, here. I want to show you this, but we'll talk more about it in detail later. This is one from one of the LEVs, right? Buy property near Laguna Seca to stop the Karens. Ugh. Speaking of NIMBYs, people want Laguna Seca gone. I'm just going to echo pretty much what everybody else is saying. We'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to echo pretty much what everybody else is saying in that regard. Don't move next to a racetrack if you're worried about noise. Don't do that. And if you do, well, you're an idiot. Comes from upbringing. Parents are probably idiots too. I would not mind living next to a racetrack. Yep. No, Grab Shark, I know. Yeah, they aren't complaining about the shooting range nearby. It's because the racetrack just invites people that I just don't feel safe around. I went to New York once in 1982 and I just did not feel safe. Anyway. What's that, Bendito? Whoa! What is this? November 154 TS. Oh. Yeah, that's the plane that I own. I mean, geek, my house is on the glide path for Logan. Did it bother you when you were here? No, if anything, I love it. I love seeing the planes go by every day. It doesn't bother me at all. Then again, I'm not like near the runways, but planes fly over all the freaking time. Doesn't bother me. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
What are you doing here?
I was just calling.
No girls allowed. You're allowed here. You're not a girl. You're my wife.
Yeah, what the hell?
What's up, baby?
I was just coming to say hi because I just grunted at you this morning.
She did. Bree's here.
Hi, Chet. How are you?
Yeah, right? Hosenoffen? Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about people that move in next to a racetrack and then complain about noise. What do you think about that?
Why did you move into next to a racetrack?
See?
Yeah,
This is normal, well-adjusted behavior. What those people are doing is not.
Yeah, I've got a Space Force shirt on.
She does.
I do.
Hey, her eyes are up there. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Reading the shirt. Bull crap you are.
Chet, did you know that if somebody assigns PT to you and you go and you do your exercises, maybe one day you'll be able to shave your armpit too? Does that take a big trip?
What?
Is that TMI, Chet? No, don't bookmark that. Why would you bookmark that?
You remember, like, that one time where I was, like, well-adjusted? Remember that one time? Yeah.
No, what? Why is all systems saying it's you? It has nothing to do with you. Chat. What the hell? Chat, please.
Yeah, no, see? No hair under there. You know why? It makes me aerodynamic when I fight.
Chat, please.
Hey, get it?
The point is, I can lift my arms like a regular human being again.
November 154 TS was bought by What?
What's that?
Wait. For real? SpaceX bought a plane with 154 in the number.
Oh! Ooh, that's a message. Or it's just a coincidence. Also, I saw somebody in chat ask if I was high. I'm not high, chat. I had to be up at 4 a.m., and then I went back to sleep at 8, and then I had to be up at 10.
She's not high. She's just a software developer.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not a max. That's a... It's either a -3, 4, 5, or 6. I don't know enough about 737s to know. I know it's not a -100 or a -200, and I know it's not a max. It doesn't have winglets.
This is a software dev in its natural state. Not
Yep.
wrong. I do normally work normal hours, drummer.
It's a -800. Yep. Nice, dude. Nice.
Nope. Nobody uses the internet during those times, and so I must use the internet during those times.
Do I have to use the internet during those times?
No.
Why
I don't
not?
think so.
But I used to stream until 4 in the morning, and you won't let me.
'Cause it wasn't good for you. Just see how it's not good for me?
Yeah, but I wasn't waking up at 4. I was going to bed at 4.
Yeah, but it still wasn't good for you.
I think it wasn't good for you.
Well, don't wink at them.
I'm not winking at them.
Don't
I'm
act
blinking.
like I'm not in on this.
I have something in my eye. Ah. I got something in my eye, man. Damn. Now I want to know what software you contributed to. Good software. Boom.
Meh. We're gonna be honest. Eh. It works. I see the code, exactly.
I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is part, strut, blonde, brunette, redhead.
Alex, yes. Yes, all of those. Anyway, I should get back to work. Somebody wants me to review their PR, so...
I don't want to do that anymore.
The slippers are great, Tessa.
What language is the code?
Yes.
It's yes. Yes plus sharp script.
Yes.
Haha,
What the
Thon.
hell is... Okay.
Yes plus. C, B. Nah, I got Gamecast.
Put some games on it.
Whatever, Alex, shut up. I can't afford it. Jeez.
Yes plus plus, exactly. It's actually assembly? No.
Assemblethon plus basic minus square root of shut up. Why don't you got Dream Station?
I was well, I don't know. I keep thinking about ordering subs, and then I'm like, well, I could just make a frozen sandwich that's in the freezer.
Jersey Mike's, Jersey Mike's, Jersey Mike's,
I guess-
Jersey Mike's, Jersey Mike's.
I guess that's my answer. I think they deliver.
What?
Huh?
Just go and get it.
No.
No. Is this, Chad, is this a Midwestern thing? Do you guys just get delivery for everything? Because over here, you just go and get it. All right? That's not a thing. Okay? Is this a Midwestern thing? Signing with Brimo here? What kind of lazy trash
Yeah,
people?
you go and get it.
All right.
You want to?
Clearly, I need to take the initiative here. You can get it delivered. I don't care. I want to work.
See?
I'm
Fight
working.
me.
I'm on
Did
a
we
ship.
not just go over how I was up at 4 a.m. and now you're like, oh, you don't want to go get it? No! Because I want to go lay down on my couch and code my little programs and have the sandwich come to me.
You need to
because
go outside. You need to go outside and touch grass.
I've already done that today.
No. You need to touch grass, lady.
I already did it.
You touch more grass. Actually, you don't want to touch the grass today. It is a soggy mess.
Yeah. My car didn't smell when I got in it the second time, by the way, so I don't know what was up with that.
I think you might just be high, actually.
No. Cody code, my little code programs, exactly.
Typers. Just order. Just go.
Well, you want steak and cheese, right?
Steak and cheese, onions, and peppers. Peppers, get the big one.
Get the big one.
I like to put the big hoagie in my mouth. No shrooms? Nah. And bacon. Gotta have bacon.
Here, 1 second.
You can't have a sandwich with no bacon on it. By the way, I texted you. Get back to me later.
Oh, do you know what you're doing in Florida? And what time do I have to drop you off tomorrow? We should talk about this later.
I know what I'm doing in Florida. We got it under control.
Okay.
I took person A and person B, and then I said, you guys should talk to each other. And then they did, and then the plans got solved. That's
What?
weird. Get a haggis hoagie. It burns. No.
I don't want lettuce, onions, or tomatoes.
Vegetables are what my food eats.
Right?
You know, I said that to my mom the other day, and I got a chuckle out of it. So,
A chocolate chip cookie.
what?
I'm getting a chocolate chip cookie.
You flying out of PVD? No. Logan. Logan. What is it you say you do here? Grass is a vegetable. No, you're supposed to touch grass, not eat it.
Is it this one? I never remember if it's that one.
Hmm?
Nice thick phone. It's my wallet too, that's why.
It's a follett.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get that. I'll eat it. Whatever. I don't
Okay.
care if there's mushrooms on it. It doesn't bother me.
Well, I can take them off.
But, see, it... Guys, I don't know what it is. In the last couple of years, and this is what I mean... This is what I mean about me getting to the get off my lawn phase. I used to be a lot more picky with food than I am now. Now I just eat stuff. Like...
Why?
Go back to like when we're in an apartment. If I'm gonna get a steak and cheese, it's gonna be steak and cheese with bacon on it. Now, peppers, onions, throw mushrooms on it. I don't care. It's tasty. I just want it.
I don't think there's mushrooms on it.
Oh, all right. Well, that's cool.
Also free delivery. So we're saving money by ordering delivery. That's how it works.
Hey, NX, what's going on? Yeah, and yeah, no, I know what I mean. I think I may have gotten to the point where I killed my taste buds. My dad talked about this often. Mushrooms are healthy. I'm just saying. Yeah, right. Right. Buh. You want a wicked good steak and cheese? Go to K's in Woonsocket. All right. Wicked good. Yeah. Sweet.
Hayes and Woonsocket doesn't deliver, but
It's in another state. I'm fairly confident that...
Yes, drummer.
You're getting a connecting flight there? What? Why would you get a connecting flight there, drummer?
Probably because Dublin's the main...
Why did you say the location?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't... No, it's fine! Are you just trying to kick me off stream before I talk too much?
Nope, we already got to that point. I love you.
That's like telling somebody you're flying out of Logan or Providence. It doesn't really matter.
I'm flying out of Logadence.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's why. You gotta do that.
Right.
When we go the opposite way, that's the same airport. That's why I said that.
Right. I did that in Reykjavik.
Did you tell Chad about that, by the way?
What?
About the other thing?
Which thing? The first thing or the second thing?
The thing we're doing in April.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
No, I mean, hold on. If I tell them, we have to do it right. Give me 1 second.
Oh.
Here we go. Guess where we're going in April?
Yeah, we're going to Italy.
The eclipse ain't happening there. Ooh. Let's go! Romania? Edmana, you need to... Does this music make you think Romania? Egypt? The North End in Boston. Yeah, I appreciate it. I like you. You're all right. Well, you're in Italy. Can you and Bree do me a favor and kick Carthage's Carthage is not in Italy.
We'd have to go to Africa.
We'd have to go to Africa. Olive Garden. Jim, I know where you live. You like No Hat EJ?
I like No Hat EJ.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like EJ.
Hello, is this Polka 101? Yes. Monza is in September, not April. Oh. You want to go to Monza?
Can we do April 1st?
Can we go to Monza in April?
I don't think so.
Tu sei un pazzo, vel via da qui.
Here's the thing.
Che cosa?
Here's the thing.
Che cosa?
Here's the thing.
You're not, don't do that. You're not Italian. No italiano.
It's our first...
Io sono italiano. No ti.
Whatever.
You're the one that's been practicing this stupid language.
I know.
And you don't even know.
I know that! So this is my first trip abroad, chat. And it's... So I considered doing a whole thing where we, like, go from one place to another for a couple of weeks. And then I was like, then I have to know how the train works in another language and figure that out and, like, do the time zones and everything. And I was like, you know what, no. Not doing that the first time. We're just going one place and we're staying there. So that's the plan.
El plan.
El plan.
El plan. That is plan A? Question? Everyone speaks English and there's one time zone, basically. Oh, that's good.
Okay. Not Italian time zones, chat. Trying to figure out how one goes from 5 o'clock Eastern in Boston and what time that means in Italy.
11.
And making sure I don't hate myself because I scheduled something wrong. I hate you, chat. I hate you, chat. Chat!
Yeah, that's right. She hates you. And yes, Enroy, I did.
Chat, go plan a multiple stop Italian trip with planes and hotels and not speaking that much Italian, and then come talk to me about how I should have done all these things. No. No. We're going to Rome, we're doing touristy things, and we're going to Pompeii. And that's it. Nowhere else. It's just easier.
There's a Ferrari store in Rome. Oh, that is very nice. I will go there. Cosmo, you give me your number? Oh, well, I mean, if we need a translator on a certain day, that would be very good. Grazie. Grazie.
So yes. And yeah, I'm fully aware that most of Rome speaks English, but you should still try to learn the language when you go somewhere new, because it's very nice. Yes. Alright.
Aren't the subs going to be delivered soon?
I don't know. I'm going to get yelled at because I'm not working. My DoorDasher hasn't picked up my order. 12, it's like 10
Learning Latin, Endo? Et tu, Endo. Liberate te ex inferis. What do you call an Italian with 2 broken arms? Mute. Hey, you are being a racist towards Italians. Don't you dare mock me again. How dare you? How I dare you? I will find you and bash your head in with a rock. Figuratively, though. Figuratively.
I'm Italian and I feel offended.
Look at Jigsy's link. Almost died. Just holy shitballs. What happened? Excuse me. You alright, dude?
Alright, I gotta get back. You want me to let you know when your sandwich is here?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, can you go get my phone? It is on the toolbox.
Yes.
Perfecto. Andiamo.
I'm going. Andiamo is let us go.
Yes, let's go, but figuratively, I mean you. Gorlami. Sono affamato! Teste di cazzo!
Which toolbox?
The one with the monitors on it. I will flip the camera on so they can see you.
Oh, God.
Oh, I love planes, Tara. I'm kind of getting afraid to fly on them, though. Margaretti. Margaretti. Andiamo's, it's more like, come on. Come on. Pronto. Cosmo, I really think I only need to learn how to say one thing. How do you say I'm hungry?
Yo ho farmer.
Pharma?
Farmer. Ho farmer. Yeah, because you don't say yo.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Johnny Thompson. Okay. Sono affamato.
Alright, I go.
Ho fame.
Ho farmer.
Grazie. Bye.
Bye, I love you.
Love you.
When your sandwich is here, I'll text you.
Thank you. Okay. We have derailed. What were we talking about? Italian hens. That is right. See, these are hens built the Colosseum, genetically speaking. JAXA and Slim. All right, cool. SpaceX 737. Yeah, anybody else want to just bask in its glory that SpaceX's 737 has November 154? November 154, Tango Sierra. Yep. That's pretty good. Nah, we engineered it. Sorry, language barrier, Ando. What's the sandwich? I got a Philly cheesesteak with bacon, onions, peppers, possibly shrooms. Okay, anybody else a little just peeved that the stripe is not centered on the windows? Sounds pretty good? Yeah, man. You see. Yeah. Fake photo, it has all of its doors. Well, fun fact. That's a Dash 800 from what chat was telling me. And, it's a Dash 800. So that was when, Boeing actually knew how to make airplanes. It's centered on the cockpit windows. No, it is not. No, it's not. I do like the Air Force gray, though. That's pretty rad. Why does SpaceX need a plane? I don't know. Let's look into it, shall we? It's registered to Falcon Aviation Holdings Limited Liability Company, not Falcon Landing LLC like the other jets, but it is registered at SpaceX HQ. Ex-China Air? Or no, Air China. That's Air China all day. You can tell because of the way it is. Maybe they like the tail number. Yeah, what? 154. That's a little weird, don't you think? That's a little strange. I mean, it's a coincidence. Coming from someone who flies airplanes for a living and almost died in a car wreck, I would advocate heavily for flying. Yep. Jigsy, what happened? Sorry if I missed it. What happened? That looks like somebody running a red light, if I had to guess. Like, am I in the ballpark here? From the thing that you linked. You got to hit enter once, buddy. Precisely? Yep, okay. Confirmed EJ owns SpaceX. Huh? Wouldn't that be the most, like, baller thing if I just revealed that this entire time I'm like a cowboy astronaut billionaire that's been investing in SpaceX, like, this entire time? And, like, I got Elon on speed dial. You know? He calls me money for short. He helps me with my tax support. You're checking in for your flight. You can't take radioactive material or poison in your bag. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Now you're probably on a list. Yep. That would be funny. Yeah. Nice. Interesting here. Jigsy, perhaps I would like for you to examine the engineering behind my vehicle in that wreck. All right, dude. Link it up. Link it up, dog. Link it up again. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to show that on stream, but also SpaceX painted that airplane, and that's what it looks like now. I don't know. I think it would have looked better with white, better in white with a black stripe, but the Air Force gray does look good. It looks like a KC-46. All right, so Jigsy, somebody ran a red light. This was you. The plane looks old. It's 22 years old, Ando. All right. Let's get rid of that crap over there. And all right, so Florida. Somebody ran a red light in Florida. All right. Yep. Also, crunchy grass. Yep. Definitely Florida. Okay. His car. And you got T-boned by a Bimmer driver. Yep. Okay. You know, fellas, stereotypes exist. Stereotypes exist for a reason. Okay? Not even a good BMW. Okay? Not even a good BMW. Just saying. So, all right. You want me to look at the engineering here, dude? So here's the thing. Cars have... I'm not so sure as to the specifics for a GLE, because I'm pretty sure that's a Mercedes GLE, right? But, so right where the A-pillar connects down into the set, like the chassis of the car, there is a chunk. Steel, aluminum, there's a big chunk right here. The reason why is this is a major structural component. The firewall. So there's basically a bulkhead right here on most cars. Well, not most, all cars. Heck, even Teslas have them. That separates the mechanical components, electric, internal combustion, whatever, that separates you from the stuff that can explode. Okay? So this part tends to be very, very structural here. So just because it's like it connects the whole front subassembly of the car to the unibody, right? So let's go assembly line. Let's see if we can see a picture of one without. We can see if we can find a picture of one naked. Yeah, there we go. This'll work. Look, see that chonk right there? Look at how thick that thing is. The reason why is that because structurally that connects the roof, the front of the car, and the passenger cabin all together. Look at the chonk right there, and right here is an even more hardcore stiffener brace. See what I'm talking about? This basically protects you inside of basically a cage, right? That's what the passenger compartment is. The crash investigator said another foot to the right of the impact and you'd be a vegetable. Yeah. Yeah. If he'd hit the door, you would have eaten some BMW bumper. Yeah. You were turning. Yeah? You were taking a left through the intersection? Am I looking at this right? You were going straight. He made a left into you. One of you was turning. Yeah. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, not paying attention. If I had to guess, that's distracted driving. Guy ran a red, right? Unless there was flashing yellow, green at that intersection. He had 3 dogs in the car with him. Jeez. Yeah, distracted. Solid green light. Okay, so if he's taking a left, obviously he's crossing through traffic. That's his fault. It's if you have a green arrow. Wait, why would he have a green arrow when you have a green? That doesn't make any sense. Would my Corvette have that behind you instead since it's mid-engine? Yes. Yep. He didn't have a green arrow. He had a solid green. Okay. Solid green. So yeah, it's up. Yeah, that's totally that dude's fault. It's up to him to be able to see through traffic if it's green both ways and you're taking a left. Yeah, he left without yielding. That tells me he didn't even look down the road. Rules of the road. Let me just pick an intersection. I'll just pick an intersection in Florida. I don't need to know exactly where this happened. The rules of the road is that if you're crossing the opposing lane traffic, you yield to that traffic if you both have green, right? I'll just pick a random intersection that I know about. Let's go Aloma and Cimarron right here. So if you're going, this is Cimarron Boulevard, that's Aloma right there. This is where I used to live a long time ago. Injured, better call Saul. All right, so if you're crossing through traffic like this, if you both have greens and you do not yield to oncoming traffic, totally your fault. That's how I knew one of you guys was turning, because look, the side of his car is all screwed up. The front is fine. If it was like a straight T-bone like this, right? The whole front of his car would be smashed in. But the left front of his car is smashed in, which means he hit like this, right? So as Jigsy was coming through the intersection like this, the guy was 45 degrees through turning and hit the front of his car. I was a fighter in North Carolina for 15 years. This is how a lot of motorcyclists die. Someone takes an unprotected left in front of a rider. In the moment, when you're looking down the road, some drivers don't see the blinker in this exact instance. Yeah, homing, right? He's got to, but you got to yield. If I'm taking a left, dude, I ain't looking right here. I'm looking over there. Because you never know when someone's going to come flying through the intersection because they have a freaking green light, right? I made an approximately 2-degree deviation in the millisecond I had him coming at me that avoided a head-on. Yep, okay. Yeah, so you turned this way and he ended up hitting you kind of like this. Got it. So, yeah, not blinker. Most don't see the rider. Homing, I'm going to sound like the biggest Karen right now. But imagine not paying attention to the 2-ton metal box that you're driving down the road. And maybe it's because I learned to drive in the Northeast. Dude, you got to have your head on a swivel at all times. You never know when someone's going to do something stupid. I very, 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 like when I'm driving on the road, dude, I don't do anything stupid. Somebody's tail getting up your butt, get out of the lane. Get out of the lane, let them go. Just signal, get out of their way, just let the idiots go do idiot things so they can go get into a car accident. You know what I mean? Like, food is here. Okay, Brie. Right? Like, no, this isn't even eating your Snickers. This is just not paying attention. Not paying attention. For like 2 seconds, you can die. You can die. Like, hello? Your car's total. Oh, that's junk, Jigsy. That pillar that I'm telling you about. See that thing right there? Yeah. If that pillar absorbed most of the impact. If you look behind the dude right here, there's an indent right there. See the indent? Why is that there? That's there because it's designed to fracture and bend like this. If you notice, there's another one right there. They put those indents there. It's for structure, but if you get hit, it's going to fold. It's going to fold that metal. And look, if you look right at this, it pinched right on that fold. See, the pillar's right there going this way, and then it's going up that way. See what I'm talking about? That's smart. That's really good engineering. It's the Germans, man. It's the Germans. They know what to do when they are making the vehicle. They are very good at it. The problem with this, right, is that steel, cars are made out of steel and aluminum mostly, right? And that's definitely steel. But once you fold the steel, it fatigues, right? It's like, I know it's aluminum, right? But if you take the topper off this thing, right? And you do this a bunch of times, you're putting it through load cycles, right? And then it'll break. This works like a crush core on Falcon 9, dude. It works like a crush core. It's one and done. One and done. Once that pinch folds, that's it. Junk. Whole thing. Just send it to the junkyard. That metal's already been fatigued. Even if somebody, like a body guy, hammered it all back, put it on a chassis jig, hammered this all back into position, it is never going to be structurally the same. If you needed something low buck and salvage titles aren't a big deal, right? No big deal, but no. If you're driving around with kids or something, hell no. Absolutely not. The insurance adjuster said she didn't even have to pop the hood in order to determine it was totaled. It's junk. Junk. Total junk. Scrap it, part it out. Take the good parts off, take those rims off. Take the rims, take the engine, take everything out, use it for other cars. But yeah, the pinch, dude. See it right there? That's what that's there for. It's really, really good engineering. You could see reliefs like that all over the place. Now, the interesting thing to note here is, look, those pinches are lined up, right? Those pinches are lined up for where the bumper of another car is going to hit you, right? There's stuff like that built into this design all over the place. Now, check this out. This isn't where you got hit, but look at the bumper. There's a steel unibody that carries the structure through here, and then you have a flange right there. You have a flange with an aluminum crush core, just like Falcon 9, dude. See what I'm saying? See it right there? Aluminum crush core, baby. That's what that is. As long as you don't get to the metal, right? As long as you don't get to this part right here, from here that way, car is fixable. But once you start getting into the steel, you're going to fatigue the steel. Car won't go straight down the road because that pinch right there, the pinch is designed to absorb the kinetic energy of the car. It takes the kinetic energy of the car and disperses it throughout the rest of the car. So the chassis in your Mercedes is most likely twisted. It takes the linear kinetic energy of a car hitting you like this and disperses it into torsional energy on the car. Torsional kinetic energy, I guess. Those probably aren't the exact right terms, but basically twists the whole chassis on purpose. That's why your wheel is cambered out, because your whole chassis is junk. I mean, probably because you snapped the ball joint where you ate BMW right there, but the engine was knocked off the mounts and had major damage. See what I mean? It twists the whole chassis on purpose. Because basically what a car is designed to do is not have you... Okay, so a human is like a water balloon, okay? We're like water balloons. We're 70% water, mostly water balloons. You pop the water balloon, bad stuff happens, okay? That's the whole bleeding out thing, right? The car is designed to absorb as much energy as possible. Any other energy that gets absorbed is you hitting the airbag, like physically hitting the airbag, to make sure you don't get a concussion from eating the logo on your steering wheel. That's a problem that used to happen with old cars. Yeah, people would get into a head-on collision with an older car. The whole steering column assembly didn't have a crush core built into it, so the steering column shish kebabbed you. Yeah. Want to see? Not actually. Crash test. There's a thing from IAHS about this is a crash test between a new and an old car. Now, it pisses me off to see this It's a really kind of a waste of a good Bel Air, but it is good. It's good. It's good to show. Watch this. Boom! Look where the headlight is on that Bel Air. Just look where the headlight is. This is the difference between kinetic energy dispersion on a new car and an old car. Now, it absolutely sucks because that's a really, really, really nice car. That chassis is perfect. The panel gap is completely legit. Also, just on a quick side note, fellas, this is kind of an extreme example. You can always tell if a car has been hit. You can always tell. The reason why? Panel gap. Except if it's a Tesla, but the panel gap. Remember how I told you that torsional energy gets introduced into the chassis and it bends stuff, right? Stuff is designed to bend and flex. If a car has been repaired from an accident that did introduce some bend into the chassis, the panels will never line up right ever again. Ever. Ever. You're never going to get it exact from the factory. That's a dead giveaway to find a car to know of a car that's been in a crash. Even if like the Carfax is good, I mean, people can get into an accident and just pay for it out of pocket so their insurance doesn't go up, right? So see, like once again, Jigsy's car here is an extreme example. See what I'm talking about? See how that panel obviously isn't lined up with the bezel of the headlight? That kind of stuff, but on a much more subtle level. That kind of stuff is how you can tell if a car's been hit. The panel gaps are a dead giveaway. But see that Bel Air? Look, perfect. It's perfect. See the gap? It's the same distance at the bottom here all the way up to the A-pillar. Now, with that being said, that's really good advice. Yeah, no, Rivian, 95% of the time that's the case. If you see like a quarter panel that's slightly mismatched with the hood, someone's been monkeying around in there. If you're looking for just a cheap, reliable car, you go to look at a car that's fairly priced, you see something like that, just walk away. Just walk away unless you know what you're getting into. Watch. See, on an old car, the chassis is carrying most of the structural load, right? But see what I mean? See stuff like that? I mean, obviously, this car's been in an accident. I mean, I don't know if you can tell. But see right here? See the gaps? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Now, here's the thing. I mean, it sucks, dude. That car is in mint condition. Look at how pristine it is. It really hurts to see it, man. But it's an important thing to understand. Watch the guy's head. Oops. Eating the steering wheel logo is not an analogy. That's not hyperbole. Watch the dude's head. Yeah, T-Man, it sucks, but this is an important thing to understand. Watch. Yoink! Oh, yeah, that guy's dead. Oh, yeah, dead. Dead. The steering wheel became a potato masher for your internal organs. Scrunch! See, Jigsy, that's modern engineering. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't drive around old cars. What I am saying is that when you're driving around an old car, you really have to pay attention, and you shouldn't really be driving it fast unless you put proper safety in so this doesn't happen. Yoink! Right off the beak, dude. Right? Now, once again, this isn't you didn't get hit like this, right? This is a quarter head-on crash test. But see what I'm talking about? Now, watch the Malibu, okay? Now, the guy ate the steering wheel, and the left front headlights on this car are basically where the guy was sitting. Watch how this thing disperses the kinetic load. Yoink. All right, did you see it? See, this thing just straight absorbed it, and it crumpled like a beer can. See, also, once again, panel gap. It sheared the bolt right off the quarter panel. That is where that's supposed to attach, and it pulled it right out. See, look in the Malibu. Watch. Ready? Now, yeah, the airbag went off, but look, did you see the steering wheel change position? Nope, not really. Did you see the dash change position? Nope. Now, Here, watch it one more time. We'll watch it in slow motion. Check this out. Now, look. Watch the roof of the car. Watch the roof of the Malibu. Jigsy, this is what happened with your car. Watch the roof. Did you see it? Torsion. It's designed to twist the chassis. That's the whole point. Did you see it go down? Because the car got hit and the roof tried to cave in because it absorbed the load up there instead of your teeth absorbing the steering wheel. It's got to be, you have to dampen the kinetic energy somehow. This uses torsion. Modern cars use torsion and a couple of other things to make sure that you don't eat the steering wheel. It's really smart. Thanks for taking a look. Very much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. They dissipate the energy. They got to dampen the energy somehow. You got to dump that kinetic energy, and you don't want to dump it into the person inside the car. Now watch. Let's see if we can see the roof deform up here. Oh yeah. Look at it. Dude, see the kink right there? It's because the whole thing is twisting. See him up there? And now, in this particular case, it's twisting the car on the long axis. That's why you have a kink right there and right there. It's designed to do that. Modern crumple zones, man. And you know how they say, like, oh, old cars, they didn't make them like they used to. Yeah, that's true. I'm saying that as an old car aficionado. But modern cars don't have stuff like that. If you buy an old car, you're not going to be able to introduce a full crumple zone into it, but there's things that you can do, like disc brakes, collapsible steering columns, to make sure that doesn't happen. You can put, like, seat belts on an even old enough car. Like, my 59 didn't come with seat belts. They were put in. But yeah, that's on your, going back to it, on your Mercedes right here, that pinch right there is designed to transmit the kinetic energy up the A-pillar and into the firewall. Your firewall's probably crunched this way a little bit, but yeah, dude, see right there? See how this part of that pillar is going this way and the bottom part is going that way? Because it's designed to bend right on that pinch. It's cool, huh? It's a shock absorber. Your whole car structurally turns into a shock absorber. That's the right way to say it. But it's putting the entire chassis of the car through a kinetic load cycle, and that basically breaks it permanently. And once again, that's why insurance companies just say, nope, Yeah, Squall, this is Jigsy in chat. Jigsy wanted me to look at his car that got into not a head-on, but a 45-degree head-on from a BMW driver that wasn't paying attention. Yeah, see? And the door, so Jigs, the other thing is that the door has structure built into it on purpose too. They have what's called a crash bar in modern cars. There's a huge, thick piece of structural metal in the door to help absorb the impact. Yours is right there. You got hit so hard you can actually see the outline of it. It's on the accent line, but look, right there. Right there. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, if this guy... If the impact was right here, yeah, your legs would be not good, because there's only so much kinetic energy, there's only so much structure you can build into a door, right? You guys got to remember, modern cars they're taking into account weight. Fuel economy is a huge thing, but you also need to have safety, right? It has to be safe, it has to be reliable, it has to be about getting good fuel economy, because, my environment and stuff. But I understand that, like, I get it, but I'll take the inefficiency for something I know is just going to plow through somebody, you know what I mean? But yeah, Jigs, you can thank the Mercedes engineers for introducing that pinch weld right there. That probably saved you from a good amount of agony. And that's why you crash test cars, dude. That's why they do stuff like this. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's called destructive testing. That's why crash tests exist. Crash tests exist. I was sad when I found out I can't register a military Humvee in your state. NX, you can title. You can't register it in your state because it probably most likely doesn't have a title. You can go through other states to get titles, and then you can title it in your state. And it's totally legal. This isn't anything that's like sketchy. As an M3 driver for my daily, not all of us BMW drivers are idiots. Yeah, look into it, dude. Vermont. You can title cars in Vermont without being a resident, and that's a good way. It's not illegal. Like, I wouldn't give legal advice on stream. That's really stupid. Some people do that, which is kind of funny to me. But you can title it. You should be able to title it in Vermont. I'm not 100% sure about military vehicles, though. It might be, but I know you can title cars without a title and only a bill of sale in Vermont if you really need to go that way. In Massachusetts, in my state, when I bought the Coronet, it did not have a title. And what I had to do, I had to show the bill of sale, show the original, the original registration on the vehicle to prove that I had legally purchased it. So I had to have a police officer come to my house, and dude, the guy was super confused. He was like, wait, what am I doing? I'm like, and I had to explain it like 20 or 30 times before the guy was like, oh, okay. Because he was like, I'm not putting my signature on a car that could be stolen, right? I had to prove to him. I had to call the guy that I bought it from, and he had to prove that he bought it from another guy that the car was originally registered to. Like, yeah, it was a little bit of an ordeal, but yeah, that's the way to do it. You can skirt that by just getting a title in Vermont and then doing a title transfer to your state. Not skirted. That's not the right way to say it, but yeah, perfectly legal. You can do that. You didn't pay him enough. No, homing pigeon. What I ended up after that, the guy ended up asking me questions. He's like, "Oh, you bought this Coronet from?" I bought it from a guy that parts out Mopars, and he didn't want to part it out. Right? I told him the whole story, and we shot the crap for a little while. Like, I don't mind talking to law enforcement. I have no problem doing that. A lot of my family was law enforcement and firemen. Like, 2 of my cousins are firefighters. Like, I know the police. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't mind talking to them. But also, I don't do stupid stuff on the road either, so. Safer than the 737. Yeah, you still have your door. Yeah. Now, Jigsy, I have a question. How'd you get out? Did this door pop off when you got hit, or did they have to, like, sit there and jimmy the damn thing open? You look like a firefighter, and I mean that as a compliment. Source, my family's all workers, man. That's what we do. Like, you know, I bust out 50-hour shifts here. The sad part is, like, out of me and all my first cousins, I'm probably the one that works the least. Like, my cousins freaking, and it's Italian family, so my cousins are basically brothers and sisters, right? Like, I probably work the least out of, like, most of them. Yeah. That's what we do, dude. I give Mercs crap, but they make a damn safe car. Yep. Firefighters aren't allowed to have facial hair below the lip. Yeah, that's why firefighters have those mustaches. The reason why, yeah, homing pigeon, you're right. You can't have facial hair. You can have a mustache. You know why? Because when you're fighting a fire, fires like to take oxygen away from the environment because it's a fire. It needs oxidizer to burn. So a lot of the times, if you're near a fire, all the oxidizer is in a vacuum, like a Bunsen burner, getting pulled into the structure, right? Creates a vacuum, right? And it disperses heat out the top. When you're near that, there's no oxygen. So you need a gas mask and you need an O2 tank, right? Actually, it's not an O2 tank. It's nitrox. They use nitrox. It's actually not even nitrox. It's just atmosphere. They just stationeer style. You have a tank on your back, right? And you have to have a mask. You have to, or you will literally die. That's homing pigeon. You know this. I know you know this. But guys, fires. It's not the fire that usually gets people. It's suffocation. That's why, if you are in a fire, get down to the ground. Get lower to the ground because the smoke will go up. You don't want to just be traipsing around through the smoke. The second you start inhaling, that is really not good for you. Self-contained breathing apparatus. Yeah, homing. I was actually at my one of my cousin's stations a couple of weeks ago. Dude, the machine that they have to fill them. So first of all, they must have got a funding increase or something because they were using COPVs like what SpaceX uses for helium bottles. They have composite overwrap pressure vessels that are they're aerospace grade. They are aerospace grade. It's laminated composite overwrap pressure vessels. It's aerospace. The thing was super light. Yeah, those are the new ones. Yeah, Scott makes them. And my cousin was telling me, dude, like, the COPV is not mounted, like, up here, right? It's not mounted up here like the old ones, right? It's mounted closer to your center of mass, so when you're fighting a fire, you can move around faster. So on top of it being lighter, it's closer to your natural center of gravity with your vest, so you don't... it's firefighter ergonomics because you need to be able to move because you like plowing, kicking down doors and stuff, right? Like I did this by habit, right? But yeah, it's actually super cool. And then they had the machine that they had to fill it looked like something from Stationeers. It was really cool, actually. Like they have cartridges that they put the tanks in, and then you attach the lines and you close it like a dryer almost, and then. It's actually super cool. Yeah, that piece of equipment was awesome, dude. Yeah, here it is, guys. Here, check this out. Yeah, just on a side note, this is actually super neat. Look, it's a pressure vessel. That's a COPV. That's something from the aerospace industry right there, making firefighting safer. That's really cool. Now, the other thing is that this isn't just a steel tank, right? It's aluminum because it's aluminum with composite over it, it's super light, right? Yeah, see? This is why you can't have facial hair, because you need this to seal or else you will die. Enclosed just in case one of those COPVs. Oh, yeah, Aqualex. Yeah, it was like an armored box. It looked like a machine from Stationeers. And I was trying not to geek out, but I was like, oh, this thing's sick. You're loading apparatus there, yeah. Those are pretty much the same SCBAs we use. Nice, Rev. Yeah, this thing can also be heated up. That's what my cousin was telling me about, dude. Those things can go up to 800F, which is... That's like, what, 400? 400C? And, you know, I was just thinking about it, right? Like... You know, it's clear up to 800F, and the way I would do the engineering on that is I would need it to be able to clear 800F at the highest rated tank pressure, right? So if it's like at 1 MPa, right? So 1 megapascal, which is 1,000 kPa, that's like 10 bar, right? 10 bar at 800 for how long, right? Like, if that thing's able to take like 10 bar at 800 degrees for a prolonged period of time, that's insane. That is an insane piece of engineering. But, hey man, you don't want to lose your buddy because the freaking tank didn't work. It's an SCBA, yeah. Pretty cool. Firefighting is cool, man. It's actually super neat. Starting at the highest pressure will go up as it heats. And Aqualex, if I had to guess, dude, 800 at, like, my numbers are made up, right? 800F at 10 bar is probably not even close to like the final rating. I'll bet you it could probably take double that, right? For the same period of time, and they rated it there to make sure that it never breaks. Which, it's like the shuttle engines. Yes, I'm attributing firefighting equipment to shuttle engines. The shuttle engines have a base rating at 100% of rated performance, which is about 2,400 kilonewtons at 425 specific impulse. But if you notice on the later shuttle missions, if you go back and watch them, they get up to 109, 107, 104 rated, 104% of rated, 107. SLS goes up to 109. The reason why? Shuttle engines, you could squeeze more out of the shuttle engines. You just if you do, you're going to start damaging things, right? It can take 8 bar for 15. It can take 8 bar 1500 degrees for 4 hours. Yep. See, that's how you do engineering, man. That's cool. See, it all ties together, man. I think that's really neat. I love how all of this ties together. It's all engineering, man. That's what I love about this, dude. Engineering is like the foundation for our whole civilization, which is super freaking cool. This is the kind of stuff I love. I crave this stuff. I crave it. I crave it. It's so interesting. Damn it. Why is it so interesting? But anyway, Jigsy, yeah. Yeah. It's what plants crave. Yep. Crumple zones, dude. They thought about it. The crazy part is if you get hit up here, there's another component, like I said, to absorb it. But yeah, that pillar right there saved your bacon, dude. I mean, yeah, the firefighters are right, dude. If you got hit a little bit more to the right, you'd be feeling it. I'm not gonna say you'd be dead. You'd probably be okay. Your left leg probably wouldn't though. You'd be feeling it there. Aren't they pushing them to 113? Yeah, I think so, Rev. They're really squeezing the performance out of them because why not? One-time use. Why not? Push that thing till it frickin' breaks. And that's part of the reason why Stennis is testing those RS-25Es. Give me 1 second. Off-topic KSP today? Zymus, maybe. He said he broke ribs and some vertebrae are bulging. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, guys, I don't know. Jigsy, how fast were you going? Like, for a 40, 50 mile an hour hit, to have a bulging disc and a broken rib is like nothing compared. Like, if you think about all the energy that car has. Once again, I don't say this lightly. Like, you're driving around a 2-ton metal box, even at 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. That is a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy to disperse really, really quick. So, broken rib, bulging disc. I mean, that sucks because I have those. That's not fun. Yeah, that's nothing compared to the amount of energy. The amount of energy that we could calculate it. It's force. That's Newton. Force equals mass times acceleration. That's Newton's third law. You could figure out how much energy it has. That's not a big deal. How much does that BMW? What's the mass of that BMW? Taking into account the speed of the vehicle, right? You could figure out how much energy it has. It's not, right? I mean, that looked like a BMW X5 or X6. Energy equals 1/2 mv squared. Bingo. That's really simple to figure that one out. Not tons, but still TNT quality. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of energy, man. You got to be careful. You're driving around, like I said, driving around a 2-ton metal freaking box, man. Bulging discs is a term you say slowly and precisely when on live TV. Yep. 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 Cheers. Yeah, you got to be careful about that stuff, dude. Bulging discs. Bulging discs. Dude, you have no idea how many times I actually do stuff like that. I make sure to be very clear and concise about what I'm saying on purpose, so, that doesn't happen. When the discs are bulging. Unique, New York. Unique, New York. She sells seashells by the seashore. Yep. At least 5 more years of pain for Leclerc. He's staying with Ferrari. Get your sub and eat your lunch. I'll eat it later, dude. We're good. So, the Human Torch was denied a bank loan. How now, brown cat? I love scotch. Scotch, scotch, scotch. Down in my belly. You mean you don't want to outdo the Artemis launch coverage? That does happen from time to time. Ever since Starfield, it's like a brainworm, and I default Artemis. I default back to... Oh boy. Maybe Leclerc will be on the Ferrari racing yacht team. That's the only thing I have trouble with. Artemis guy. Yeah, not so loud. Yeah, not so loud. 66% of the time. It works every time. Yep. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, Artemis. Oh, speaking of that, you guys want to see something funny? There on X, there is the captain of one of the U.S.'s aircraft carriers posts frequently on Twitter, X, Twixer, and yeah, here this account's actually awesome, dude. That's the captain of the ship. Of the freaking Eisenhower. He crap posts on Twitter all the time, which is really funny. Here, listen to this. This is what he posted today. He's talking with a dog here. Listen to what he says here.
Demo. What do you have to say for us? What do you have for us?
What do you have for us?
Are you a good boy? Are you a good sailor?
Sailor? Oh, geez. I wonder where he's from. Chowder Hill says sailor instead of sailor? Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Yep. I know a masshole when I see one. Or hear one in this case. Yep. You a good sailor? Demo? Come here. What do you got for us? Yep, that's my native tongue. It's really funny. He just posts pictures of giving... So what he does is he just picks a random crewmate, particularly low ranking, and says, come to the bridge, please. Come to the bridge, please. Report to the captain's deck now. And they show up, and then he gives them a cookie and lets them sit in the captain's chair and then takes a picture. And then sends a message to their family. Yep. Really funny, actually. Yep. He gives them cookies. He gives them cookies. It's pretty rad. He just gives people cookies. Oh yeah, and then launches missiles that, kill things. But that's cool. Wait, was that a nuke? Yeah. John, he gets at, there's all kinds of stuff, dude. All kinds of crewmates. Like, see, there's a red shirt right there. No, it's not the same as Star Trek. Red shirts on aircraft carriers is ordnance. Yeah, Nader, he's cool skipper, man, for sure. Yeah, he gave the guy some breath mints. Oh, look, it's all connected. Prepping fire bottles for flight operations. Gee, we were just talking about that. So it's the same as Star Trek, first to blow up. No, they handle the ordnance. They're the least likely to they're the least likely to die because they handle explosives for a living. Yep. Kick all the red shirts off. We don't need them. Yeah, then you have no ammunition. I'm pretty sure you need that. I'm pretty sure the aircraft carrier is just a floating museum without the ordnance. When I was on the Enterprise, they only did this kind of thing for the Airedales, never actual ship's company. Yeah, that's cool, dude. The guy invites just random people up to the bridge. He said, say hi to your family for me, okay? And then gives them a cookie and leaves. I'm not even kidding. That's, like, not to reduce it to its base element. Hey, your mother says hi. What do you have to say to her? Oh, say hello to your mother for me, okay? Here's a cookie. Go back to what you were doing. Like, yep. That's my people. That's my people. Yeah, homing, yeah, jeez. Also, we get to see cool stuff like this, just on a side note. This might be loud. It might be a little bit loud. You know, not here or here so much, but like right here. Yeah, it was a little loud. Yeah, baby! Oh, that looks so fun. Oh, yeah! I do that every time. Every time I'd be pumped. Huh, that guy didn't have the burners on. Some of these guys are full reheat. Now, squids. Am I guessing they're on full reheat and that other guy wasn't because he's carrying lighter load? Yeah, not as much payload. The flames are very long, dude. Yeah, those are... I mean, those engines on full reheat, they chooch, man. That's a lot of power. It could be a growler. Yeah. Here, let's see. Let me take a look. No. Well, I don't know. He's got a fuel tank. He's carrying a fuel tank, so extended range. This is a plane that's loitering, I think. See, electronic, probably. I think that might be a growler. I'm not sure, though. I don't know the names. The one before this one? Yeah, that guy's... I know what that is. I know what that thing is. Growler, electronic warfare plane. It's an EA-18, EA-18G. So like there's the F-18, FA-18. This is an EA-18. Not that one. That one's not. Yeah, that guy's got the yeah, see that thing? That's a kinetic energy experiment. Let's say that. Yeah, he's delivering some happy stuff. Yeah, that guy's got some chooch there. See this one, he doesn't have the burners on. He's not on reheat, so that means it's a lighter load. That guy's got a fuel tank, and I don't know what that thing is. I have no idea. GBM, that looks like a rocket pod, but I don't know, dude. I know rockets. I don't know too much about that. I know much about the plane. I don't know what it carries, to be honest with you. I mean, it's really cool to see him shoot off the carrier though, and see the deflector you have over there. It's a GBU 38. Plays DCS and you'll learn. Yeah, right. Huh. Interesting. The catapult, it loads for a second. See how the nose of the plane goes down there? Oh, interesting. So this is the Eisenhower, so that means that's a steam catapult. They use compressed air, or well, compressed steam to shoot the plane off. I'm wondering why it does that. It basically pulls the landing gear down, and it looks like they have like a strut over there that loads up the aircraft, and then it lets go. It slips the latch. Oh, when it pulls down, it unhooks. Ah. I think I know why. That's so the catapult probably doesn't pull the front landing gear off, right? Probably has something to do with that. If the plane's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. Yoink, 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 yoink. Rev, if I had to guess, that's probably there to so you don't shock load the front landing gear. If I had to guess, because think about it, the catapult pulls the gear all the way down. It fully compresses the suspension on the plane. See what I'm talking about? See when the catapult starts to move, it pulls the plane down. So you're fully compressing your front landing gear there. It's that's probably there to make sure that the catapult just doesn't rip the front landing gear off. I don't do the Harrier in DCS because I nitpick all the stuff they got wrong. Yeah, I know what you mean. Makes sense. Yeah, shock loading, right? So, like, Rev, it's the same thing as like a sequenced ignition on a rocket. You don't want to fire all the rocket engine at once because you can just crumple the engine section, right? That's rocket. Every rocket does that. You don't want to just basically fire all the rockets and bump load the bottom of the vehicle. That's really bad for it. It breaks things. I want to get EJ doing DCS as the radar intercepting a Tomcat. Yeah, baby. Yeah, see? And look, when the link goes, Yeah. See, it decompresses for a second and the thing does a wheelie for a moment. And then by the time you're at this point, the landing gear has gone back to regular load. Interesting. Dude, like, see that right there? That's all done for a reason. The dragging the plane around like that, it's, like I said, it's probably so they don't rip the freaking front landing gear off. That's a Growler? Yep. That's cool, man. Really cool stuff. You would eat all the technical knowledge you needed to run the radar in the Tomcat. Oh, Nader, there's no doubt in my mind that I would love every second of that. Yeah. Uh-huh. I would eat that stuff up. Here's the info on it. Ooh. All right, cool. This turned into a EJ's plane and rocket review. I'm cool with that. Are you guys cool with that? Crafts that land on carriers have insane gears and braces. When I was flying your Hornet for the first few times, one of my first landings, I braked in the video game, Flykin', yeah. Way to get sidetracked. Hey, whatever. Holdback bars are used to hold the carrier plane at full thrust until the catapult pulls it for launch. Older bars, right, use a disposable shearable block between the bar and the plane. All right, let's take a look. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because if you just let the plane go at full burner, it could jump the catapult hook, which is it's not, the catapult hook isn't fastened by anything. It's just tugging the plane, right? Because when the plane goes off the end, the thing flips over and it lets the front gear go. If the burners overpower the catapult, the plane at full thrust, if it accelerates faster than the catapult accelerates, it'll slip the catapult and the plane won't get the right airspeed and it'll just crash into the water. Yeah, it's like a lag bolt almost. Not lag bolt like what you'd put in your deck. It's designed like wood, dick. It's designed to hold it for a second so it tensions the catapult so the plane doesn't out accelerate the catapult. Cool. I don't think it's a shearing bolt from what I just read there, though. It says older bars. Oh, it's a disposable shearing block between the bar and the plane. How does the reusable one work? The bar is placed between a tongue, two hooks, device on the aircraft, and when released, the body of the holdback bar envelops the hook. Note the disappearing red paint on the tips of the hooks, forming a collet. Dude. A collet. Yeah, that's smart. That's really smart. I get it. It's a locking collet, and when force exceeds the load on the collet, it just slips out. That's cool. Yep, there's your collet right there. Smart. That's really smart. A really elegant solution to a complicated problem. Let's do the Tomcat. We'll see. We'll see. I'd rather be Rio on an F4, because F4, but, yeah. When you showed the red Skittle before, fire bottles aren't SCBA. That's what we call fire extinguishers. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, John, yeah. The point was firefighting, I guess. It's all tied together. I mean, because, yeah, another fun fact, if you guys want, on a ship, holes in the hull, believe it or not the worst enemy. Fire is. Fire on ships, not good. Not good. I'd rather have a hole in the hull than the ship being on fire. Not even kidding. Because you close bulkheads, right? Close bulkheads, ship will still float. Fire, yeah, your ship's floating, but every system on board is now cooked, and now it's just a big floating hunk of metal. Yeah, not good. Have you talked about the H2O2 internal combustion for spacecraft? I'm not sure. Halsey, no, I'm not familiar. Hydrogen peroxide? What do you mean? In Hearts of Iron, fire management research is also important. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Fire on a ship is a Viking funeral pyre. Yep. I'd be down to do the F4 when it releases. We can revisit the idea when it comes out. Large ships are confined spaces. It's very easy to get trapped. Yep. Fire is death. I mean, yeah. Except if it's shooting out the back of the vehicle you're flying. Then it's good. Then we want that. Fire is bad and aluminum melts. Actually, aluminum fuels the fire. Havocs. Yeah. It melts and then it turns into fuel. Yeah. Aluminum is great solid rocket propellant if heated in the right conditions. Great solid rocket propellant. So is magnesium and titanium. Yeah. Yeah, this is why when what's a good example? That plane at Tokyo Haneda that collided with the Coast Guard plane, how it kind of skidded off the runway and everybody got off, and then when you came back to the next day, there was just a char mark on the ground. Aluminum is great fuel for fire. Yeah, that's why if a plane catches fire when it lands, and everybody gets off the plane, there's nothing left the next day. Because, yeah, aluminum is great solid rocket fuel. Yeah, great solid rocket fuel in the right conditions. Anyway, speaking of airplanes, SpaceX bought a plane. So let's actually talk about this. Thermite, which is a combination of a bunch of different fun stuff. Panta. We used aluminum in rocket warheads for that extra bit of oomph. Yep. Great stabilizer, too. All right, we'll check that in a moment. I did research at KNSU plus aluminum powder for Min-I rockets. It's great. Oh, yeah, it's a great stabilizer, Brito. Really makes a nice, stable combustion. Yeah, very good. Aluminum flakes in SRVs, guys, basically make the explosion nice and uniform inside of a solid rocket booster's combustion chamber, and it gets you really, really good flow rate. Well, mass flow rate, amongst other things, and a more Brito, what was it? It is your chamber pressure stays the same for a longer period of time, right? If I'm remembering that correct, it's a great stabilizer. It keeps the combustion chamber pressure up, and higher combustion chamber pressure in a rocket engine gives you better mass flow rate. Better mass flow rate equals better exhaust velocity, which makes it more efficient. You get better specific impulse that way. Why did they not put out the fire on the Japanese plane? Scared of the explosion? Katra, that's a good question, dude. One thing about firefighting is sometimes... So, okay, and Homing Pigeon corroborate me. Like, dude, I know this stuff, not because my cousins are firefighters. I took the fireman's exam, too, a long time ago. I passed the fireman's exam a long time ago when I didn't really know what I wanted to do. This was streaming. This is why I know this stuff. Sometimes the best thing to do is to contain the fire, not put it out. Okay? The reason why is because some fires you can't put out. Some fires, like, okay, take an oil fire, for instance. What are the firefighters going to do? Spray water on that? Not a good idea. Oil and water don't mix. You put water on an oil fire, you're actually oxidizing it. You've literally made a Carolox rocket engine. Very bad idea. Don't ever do that. If you're in the kitchen, and you have cooking oil and the oil gets on fire, take the pan, throw it out the frickin' window. Or just leave it there. Turn the fan on and just leave it. I mean, I wouldn't suggest doing that. Don't throw it out the window either. Just put it in your driveway. It'll burn out. Sometimes the best thing to do, or just call the fire department because they know how to do this, right? Sometimes you just let it burn. Just contain it. If no humans are under threat, just leave it. Let it do its thing. What's the point? The plane crashed. What are you trying to do? Save it? All the people are off of it. Who cares? Throw it out the window is a little bit of hyperbole on my part. Don't do that. If you throw it out the window and it lands in grass, well, you found another way to fuel the fire, right? Rules for firefighter command. Risk life only to save lives. Risk little to save property. Don't make an emergency worse, i.e. watch it burn if it's already gone. Yep. Sometimes the best thing to do is to just, if nobody's under threat, just leave it. Don't touch it. Just sit there and make sure the fire doesn't spread. That's it. Yeah, Dean, yeah. It was a little bit of a joke, but, on the internet, everybody takes things super literally, so, yeah. It's hard to convey sarcasm even now. But, yeah, like, certain fires, you just don't do anything. Just make sure it doesn't spread. Yeah, sarcasm is lost upon some people here. But it's okay. Yeah, just... So I have a theory. This is not EJ firefighter mode, okay? This is just a thing that I noticed. You guys know how and this is for EV people. If you like electric vehicles like Teslas and stuff, you guys notice that the media covers a lot of electric vehicle fires? Did you lie away last night thinking about your Soviet Republic? Oh, jeez. Right? You noticed that, homing pigeon. They cover a lot of electric vehicle fires. Well, homing, think about it for a second. Think about it. Why? Maybe it's because with a lithium fire, you don't put it out, you let it burn. Putting water on it is like a lithium. There's another one. You put water on it, you're adding hydrogen and oxygen to a lithium fire. Now, if anybody here knows anything about chemistry, you know that's a really bad idea. So, if you think about it, the news covers a lot of EV fires because the firefighting protocol for a lithium-based fire is to do nothing. Just let it burn. Don't just make that. That's what I mean. You just let it do its thing. Compare that to a gasoline fire where you can douse the vehicle in water and the fire could go out, right? The reason why is because, like I said, lithium, when combined with oxygen in the right conditions, solid rocket fuel. Not good solid rocket fuel, but it is. The gasoline isn't flammable. The fumes are after they've atomized, right? Gasoline itself is not flammable. Yes, I said that. It's only flammable when it has fumes that come off of it that combine with the atmosphere. That's flammable. That's super flammable. Don't go throwing matches in a gas tank. Bad idea. Don't do that. You'll get the fumes before anything else, right? But like in the movies when people are smoking cigarettes and they're like, you just played yourself, and they flick the cigarette at the gasoline. That doesn't work in real life. You'd have to hold the cigarette over the gas for a second. That doesn't work like that. We have dry chemical agents that we use on electric fires. It's the powder fire extinguishers. Yeah, homing pigeon, but Okay, so my stupid theory is that because it's harder to fight a lithium fire than it is to fight a gasoline fire. Well, one, firefighters fight a lot more gasoline fires than they do lithium fires. They know how to put it out before the news comes. Think about it for a second. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, dude. You know. So Deadpool laying on top of a bunch of barrels and throwing a cig on the top to blow himself up was bullcrap? It depends. Joe, it depends on the conditions. You need stoichiometric conditions between the gasoline fumes and oxygen. They need to atomize. Fuel, air, and spark. That's what you need. Fuel with no air and a spark doesn't get you the full equation, right? Saw some throwing Zippos. Does that work? I don't know. I'm sure there's a YouTube video testing this stuff somewhere, but you guys don't go and test this theory. That's not a smart idea, right? The Zippo will probably work because the flame will stay on the Zippo, and it'll probably eventually get the fumes. So yeah, that'll probably do it, because if you have a Zippo lighter, the Zippo lighter doesn't shut off until you close it, taking oxygen away from the flame. You're supposed to use the lid or a damp tea towel to suffocate an oil pan fire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Keen, you could deprive it of oxygen. That's a good way to get rid of a fire. In fact, sometimes firefighters don't even spray water at a fire. They spray it away from a fire to cause a vacuum to pull the oxidizer away from it. It's actually super smart stuff. There are other ways, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, anyway, I'm not the biggest expert on firefighting. I know that. I passed a fireman's exam once 10 years ago, okay? And then decided to stream instead, so... You know, I'm not a total expert on this, but I do know chemistry pretty well. Well, basic chemistry pretty well. I'm no Walter White, you know what I mean? Class B foam is how you suppress combustible hydrocarbons. There you go. So, Homing Pigeon, that Class B foam, is that like a halon system? Like, it's the same kind of stuff, right? Like the stuff that's at like a gas station? Streaming does involve the occasional dumpster fire, though. Yeah. I mean, the best way to fight an oil fire on your stove is to not have one. Pay attention to cooking. Good idea. Nope, different stuff. Yeah. Soap. Cool. Anyway. Back to space news. Little detour into firefighting and stuff. The carcinogenic foam is the best foam. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Back to work. So, SpaceX bought a 737. I'm not 100% sure why they would buy a 737, but they did. Oh yeah, the IFT2 mishap stuff. Yes, thank you. I had that teed up. I have all the links that you guys have been linking me from the entire week. That one's cool. Moon to Mars PDF, I have that. We have the KSP UI update. I think it's for flying. Yeah, but that's not important right now. Insight on how to make doors fail. Spicy. Nathan, we might need to put some baking soda on that fire. It's a little spicy. It was converted for cargo in 2023. Around the middle of last year, it was converted to a freighter. Unknown if it was reverted to passenger. I feel like if I had the money to buy a 737, I'd do it. That's the best answer that I've seen. I'm guessing they fly enough people around that they thought it would be a good idea, maybe moving smaller parts too. I think so, Rev. I think it's there to support SpaceX's supply chains and personnel. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you're not going to be... I mean, frick, I could be wrong, but you're not going to be moving... You're not going to be moving like rocket engines around in this, even though you could. But you guys said it was converted for cargo. That was a bit heated. Yeah. I think it was cargo converted as part of the purchasing agreement. Yeah, because this is an older picture of 154 Tango Sierra. That's the same plane. as this, right? It's the same plane. And in this picture, it does not look like it's been converted to cargo. There are cargo conversions for a 737. They usually involve a big freaking door right here. The tweet about the plane. Okay, cool. This is from... Oh. That guy. It was taken out of regular service in 2016. As much as they iterate, having your own overnight service would be very useful. I mean, yeah. Rev, I agree. SpaceX is like some 11,000 strong at this point. Having your own shuttle service around is probably a good idea. On 523, it was converted to a freighter. The question is, was it converted back to passenger? That's what I'm reading the thread. Yeah, it's a 737-800 from 2002. You don't have to worry. When Boeing making this plane 20 years ago, knew to tighten down all the stupid bolts. And from some of the SpaceX guys I've talked to, they travel plenty. Yeah. I think it's for moving personnel around. If you're going to be moving equipment around via air, you're going to need you'd want to get something bigger, right? Like data engineers, not finance guys. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Homing, I agree with you. It sucks about the 737 that it has the reputation that it has now, because the 737 is quite literally one of the safest planes ever devised. Up until now. It's really, really freaking annoying, actually. Wouldn't they need to carry people all the time to make it economically worthwhile? Yeah. Does the government lease C-5s? I'm sure you could contract their services, Electron. They do it all the time. The C-17s move around payloads for customers all the time. Oh, yeah. That's what happens when your company is too cheap to design a new airframe and it's just tweaking a 1960 design. Yeah, Gary, that's what I tell people. At some point, dude, you just make a new freaking airframe or iterate on the 757 or something. Here, check this out. Right? On the wiki page, there's a really good picture of what I'm talking about. Last minute airline tickets are expensive, though. That's my guess, Rev. It's probably to shuttle people around for launch operations, but who knows? The 97 is supposed to be a 37 replacement. This is just a rumor mill thing. Yeah. So the interesting thing, guys, is if you look at a 73-100, see this thing over here? So the Dash 100 version of the 737 first flew in 66, I think. Here, let's just keep that open there. So that's a 200. That's actually too small. That's too big. There we go. There's a Dash 100. The Dash 100 was basically designed, 737-100 was designed by Boeing to be a regional plane. So the interesting thing about a 737 is that it's a 707 fuselage that's been shortened with a different wing and 2 engines instead of 4, right? If you look at a 707, right? You start looking at stuff, the cockpit and the aft end are exactly the same. So in the 60s, when Boeing first released this plane, right, they made a medium range plane. It can go pretty far. But there was a need for a short range plane. So they made the 100, which, once again, it's a 737 that's shortened with 2 engines and a different wing and a slightly different tail. Fun fact, if you really want to know, the 727, there's the 720. A 727 is the same fuselage with 3 engines in the back. Yep. When I'm in the middle of an explanation, it's really difficult to see chat. I think if he wanted a passenger plane, he'd have bought one. Elon already owns a fleet of aircraft, man. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, identical. So, 727 is a shortened 707 with the 3 engines in the back. This was designed for shorter range. And then, right after that, Boeing rolled out with a different design, right? But the fuselage has more or less, was during the 60s, it's more or less stayed the same. That's a 720. That's the Mark II version of a 707. But if you go and look at a 737, it's the same thing. It's just shorter, right? So why am I telling you this? At the time, that was a good idea. But here's what I mean about stretching a design over the course of the plane's lifetime. So a 737-100 is it's a stubby 707 with 2 engines instead of 4, different wing design, slightly different tail, right? Over the years, Boeing stretched the design as regional air travel got more popular, right? There's intercontinental stuff, so like 747s, 777s, A350s, A380s, A340s if you really want to rope that in. And then there's regional travel. Regional travel is king. That much more people fly across their, a shorter distance with a plane than they do long distances. I mean, that point's kind of changing with ETOPS and stuff, but whatever. So the point is that they stretched the design, they stretched it again, and if you get all the way up 800 right there, and if you get, actually, that can't be an 800. It has winglets. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If you get all the way up to the 900 and the max, the super interesting thing is that it's back to a 707, right? It's back to a 707 design. It's the same length as a 707, but with 2 engines. Here's the thing, all right? Here's one of the reasons why eventually it's reached its logical conclusion. By the time the 737 was basically getting back to the size of a 707, that probably should have been, and once again, I have the benefit of hindsight, that probably is a good indicator that you should probably start over, because it's basically getting back to its original design. Couple of things here. I mean, just one off the top of my head. I'm no plane expert here, right? I know what I'm talking about, but not fully. And once again, I do have the benefit of hindsight here. Look where the engines are mounted on this plane relative to this plane. See, when the 707 was first designed, the engines are low profile. The reason why they're low profile is because they're a non-bypass bypass engine. That's just a turbojet. It's just a jet engine. As air travel evolved over the years, they switched to high bypass turbofans, much more efficient. But a bypass turbofan requires a much bigger inlet. You got to mount the engines lower because the engine is literally wider, or actually wider. Like if you look where that engine's mounted and where this engine's mounted, right? Even on the 707, the center of thrust is a lot higher on a plane that's basically the same thing and the same size than those 2 gigantic bypass turbofan engines. They had to mount them lower, right? Comparatively, because they had to mount them lower because they're a bigger engine. So that actually, for just an example here, and this is why I have the benefit of hindsight, the 737 MAX, when they designed it, the engines are too powerful during takeoff. It can cause the plane to just keep nosing up. It basically causes a loss of control in the positive pitch axis. So basically, the center of thrust is too low over the center of gravity, and the plane can basically do this and then fall out of the sky. Boeing put in a detent system in there, right, to make sure that doesn't happen. If it detects too much movement on the pitch axis, it'll try to bring the nose of the plane down by throttling the engines down. A detent that automatically throttles the engines down because the center of thrust is too low for the airframe, causing it to nose up in certain scenarios. And if you're not a really well-trained pilot, you're not going to see that. happening because you're not looking out the windows when you're taking off. It's just sky, right? I mean, you can, right? But you're flying IFR, right? So it's really hard to see it happening. And then your plane gets to here and it shuts the engines off. Not shut the engines off, but it throttles them down and pff, bye-bye, right? Yeah, they forgot to tell people that that happens. And then the sensor malfunctioned. That's what I mean, and that's what, you know, people mean when they say, dude, just design another airplane. How much money are you actually saving by putting in all this stuff to basically Band-Aid fix a design that at this point is 50 plus years old, right? Just design another frickin' plane. No, it was the pitch trim, not engine throttling. It's, okay, Gary, yeah, there you go. Thank you. One sensor, single fault redundant, yep. It's the regulatory stuff they're trying to avoid, recertification. I understand that. So, old man, that tells me two things, all right? And it's one or the other. The first thing, once again, Occam's razor. They're probably trying to penny pinch their design so they don't have to go through recertification, etc., because it's a costly thing, right? Which is most likely what's going on, because I don't see other planes having this problem. Or the aviation industry is overregulated, which, no, I don't think that's what's going on either. Because, other planes don't have this problem. Have we already talked about the lost emergency door in flight? Yeah, I mean, notwithstanding to that, Barracuda, problems with the Max started to show when two of them basically took off and did this and then fell out of the sky, right? Yeah, why are they trying to penny pinch in the first place? Even if they don't penny pinch, it's too big to feel 100%. Yeah, Signer, that's a good point. That's why I think it's them just trying to maximize profit, you know. But you see, like, that's always been my thing. You can maximize profit by making a good design. You're Boeing. You have a reputation to trade on. If the plane, if the plane's a little bit late, right? Like, or if you redesign something, pretty sure people, they thrash their reputation, so that doesn't matter anymore. But all right, homie. Fuel efficiency is what all of Boeing's customers are demanding. Yep. The certification process is expensive and time-consuming. It's a little bit of a nightmare at times, but it isn't a real excuse for trying to get a new airframe certified. Yeah, Dead Crew, it's one or the other. It's either regulation for a plane is too much, right? Or they're penny pinching. Like, my gut's telling me penny pinching, right? But also at the same time, there's been a major consolidation in the amount of people that make passenger airlines. So, like, it's just Airbus and Boeing. Like, you go back once upon a time, Lockheed makes passenger planes, McDonnell Douglas makes passenger planes, Boeing makes passenger planes, right? Airbus, and before Airbus, there's Snecma, right? And de Havilland, like, the consolidation of the industry, right, I think speaks volumes at the same time, you know? Wayne Hale just said yesterday they should start by moving their headquarters back to Seattle. The business and engineering got too disconnected. Yeah, very clear. It's not only certification for an airplane. The big point of the MAX was that it would not require retraining of crew, so buying airlines gets it cheaper. See, and once again, I'm not trying to say that the 737 MAX is junk. I mean, when the door plug flies out because you didn't tighten the bolts down because you contracted it out to somebody else, right? Like, hey, you're still accountable to vet your contractors, man. You're putting your name on it. Just saying, right? Now, Smile, my question in regards to that, dude, right? Like, let's think about this for a second. And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I think the MAX is a fiasco. It's a fiasco, and it's just, now, if the 737 MAX didn't have any problems, Good Smile, would we even be making a big deal out of that in the first place? Like, would we make a big deal? If the 737 MAX worked just fine, right? Would we make a big deal out of like, oh, it doesn't, you don't have to retrain the crew? Like, that's a selling point if you don't frick it up, right? With the MAX, they were trying to compete with Airbus and get the plane out quickly. They made changes small enough, they claimed pilots wouldn't need sim time to qualify on the MAX. That allowed them to sell the MAX to airlines, with the airline not needing to pay for additional sim time. Yeah, Nader, exactly. Now, here's my question. Once again, if the engineering was sound and the MAX worked correctly, this would be that would just be a smart thing to do, right? So, the reason why I bring this up, because the FAA, would agree that that is a smart thing to do. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. I get it. I understand that. But see, right there tells me that it's not overregulation in the airline industry. Right? That suggests penny pinching, right? That's what that suggests. Oh, well, if you don't have to retrain the crew, it's not a big deal, right? Yeah, exactly, Hellfish. That's what I mean. Is it overregulation or is it the company? I think it's the company. Straight up reason, I don't see these problems on an A320. Just saying. And that kills me to say that. I'm a huge Boeing fanboy. I grew up with the Boeing of yesteryear. 747 Boeing. Joe Sutter Boeing. 777s. 757. Just, platinum record after platinum record after platinum record. That's the Boeing that I grew up with. And it kills me to say it. Well, why doesn't the A320 have these problems? Right? Yeah, Tessa, the Comet. Yeah, I know. De Havilland croaked their. But see, like with the Comet though, Tessa, dude, how the heck if the De Havilland Comet wasn't doing it, somebody else would have done it, right? That's not necessarily a reflection of De Havilland, right? I don't necessarily think so, because of, that was at the dawn of the pre-dawn of the jet age, right? You have that problem when jets are a new design, that's you don't have you don't have the historical knowledge. They didn't have the historical knowledge. They didn't have 60 years of jet engine manufacturing and jet plane manufacturing to go off of. Boeing does, and they still fricked up. You're having the same problems, not the same exact problems, but you're having crazy teething problems with the design, right? Like that. Once again, that suggests the company. That's a logical way of looking at it. I don't know what to tell you. Certain ones, Drummer. It depends on who you fly. Yeah, and single fault redundancy, yeah. They sort of did the same thing with the 57 and the 67. They have the same cockpit in an attempt to have only one type rating for two airframes. Exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing. Boeing at one point, 707, 27, 37, 57, 67, 77, 47, all have very similar cockpits. Now, see, that's what I mean. That's a smart idea. So everything here suggests, right? Everything here with the MAX suggests that it's not overregulation in the aviation industry. No, absolutely not. That tells me that Boeing is trading on a reputation that they can't back up for whatever reason, right? It's definitely a company internal problem. If you just look at it straight logically here, right? Remember how I said NASA was doing that the other day? And it shows. At least, NASA catches it, right? Because they can't be seen killing a freaking astronaut, right? I would never want that to happen. 4GT with a focus key, yeah, right. That's what I mean. In any other scenario, conducting the business here, right? Like, that's just a good business decision. And, everybody says it's the penny pinchers at Boeing. It's the penny pinchers at Boeing. I don't think it is, because that's just a smart business decision. But, somebody already said it, and I was kind of going, this is the point I was kind of getting at here. That's a good business decision, I mean, I still think at some point after 50 years, you should probably be like, okay, maybe we should redesign this to make like a complete A320 killer instead of a stopgap, right? But also at the same time, that's a smart thing to do. That's a smart business decision. I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is that there's a huge disconnect between business, middle management, and the people that are actually building the planes, right? And the engineers too. And, like I said, somebody said it in chat already, but Wayne Hale suggested moving the headquarters of Boeing, which is in Chicago for some stupid reason. That's dumb. Back to Seattle, so you have a more vertically integrated company. I agree with that. I think that shows, if you just kind of look at it, it's a smart business decision to do what they did with the MAX, but then they didn't follow through with it, which suggests there's a very big disconnect between what the heads of the company are thinking and what people that are actually building the planes and engineering the planes are thinking. Very big disconnect there. That's what that shows. Boeing's headquarters is now in D.C. Really? When did that happen? Typical. When did this happen? It was Chicago last time I checked, but... Check this. This is what spurred that whole conversation, Forge. It was last year. Ugh. That's a lot of red. Where's Boeing Commercial out of? Their headquarters
Discovery,
is in Renton.
go at throttle up.
Hey, Doto, Tier 2 98. Thanks, buddy. It's because Rule 8 is in D.C. Yeah, I know, Hellfish. I know, they're in Arlington, Virginia. I know exactly where they are. That stretch of road between 495 and Dulles Airport, there's every aerospace contractor's headquarters is there. Or at least has some operations there. Not engineering operations. Headquarters. Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed, Northrop. They're all there. I bet you SpaceX has an office there too. Yuck. I bet they have swanky offices right next to the Pentagon. I bet you they have offices in the Pentagon, dude. Yeah. That's disgusting. Anyway, moving on. Even Sierra Nevada asks employees to donate to help with lobbying. Yikes. Wait, Elon bought a Chinese jet instead of an American or a European jet? What? What are you talking about? That's not a Chinese jet. That's a Boeing. It's a 737 it's a 737 came from the time where Boeing knew to tighten all the bolts on their stupid airplanes. There's a reason the joke with McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a merger. McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing and then kept their name because they had a better reputation than McDonnell Douglas. Turns out McDonnell Douglas made an airplane, a trijet, that when it failed in certain conditions, if the motor failed in certain conditions, it cut the hydraulic lines. Yeah. Huh. That's correct, Hellfish, yeah. Oh, I read it wrong. I thought it was a Chinese knockoff. It's an old China airplane. Yep. Wait a minute. Hold on. Can I... You guys humor me for a second? Yeah, see? If the jet engine fails and you get FOD flying down here, it cuts the hydraulic lines to your control surfaces. At least I think that's what's going on. Let me see. Hold on. You know, everybody says like it's always... Everybody says it's, you know... Hang on. I just want to read something here for a second. Keep in mind, this is off Wikipedia, so just bear with me. The MD-11 had problems with the flight control systems that have resulted in multiple accidents and incidents since the aircraft's introduction. The initial design of the slat flap lever in the cockpit left it prone to being accidentally dislodged by a crew in flight. The defect has been corrected since 1992. In the early 2000s, Boeing improved the flight control software at the urging of the FAA to reduce the possibility of violent unintentional pitch movements. Holy freaking shitballs. I will time myself out. That's what... I'm taking my time out. There's some filthy, nasty rumors going around. Word on the street say that you were born with only one nose. One. Care to comment and clear your name? One nose. I don't knows. See, I knew about the hydraulic lines, but I remember reading about that somewhere. Guys, alright. It's just a coincidence, but can't make this stuff up. That's violent unintentional pitch movement is what happened with the Max. I'm not kidding. Like, I talked about it a little bit earlier if you guys weren't here, but that... Bro, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make that up! What the frick, McDonald? What are you doing? Oh my god. Yeah, UA-232 in Sioux City lost, yeah. Any Kerbal today? Maybe, I don't know. I kind of want to play workers and resources, man. To improve the fuel efficiency, McDonnell Douglas designed the MD-11 center of gravity to be much further aft than that of other commercial aircraft. There was also a fuel ballast tank in the MD-11's horizontal stabilizer since its tailplane was much smaller than the DC-10s to improve fuel efficiency. Oh boy. But this was found to inhibit the MD-11's crosswind performance. These design features, coupled with standard landing speeds 20 to 30 knots faster than those of comparable aircraft, significantly reduced the MD-11's margin for error during takeoff and landing phases, making it more difficult to handle than the smaller DC-10. Several operators have introduced special training to assist crews in safety handling of the MD-11's critical phases of flight. Mother... Now, the reason why I'm a little like, is because the pitch oscillation thing that I'm telling you about is just a coincidence, but these are the exact same types of problems. A huge disconnect between who, like, the top of the company and the people making the like. The MD-11 has the same problems that the 737 MAX does. Like, not the exact same problems, but they're the same type of managerial issues. It's the same thing. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. McDonnell Douglas is wearing Boeing as a skin suit. It's the same nonsense. Ugh. Like I said, man, trading on institutional knowledge we do not have. With that said, all my buddies that fly the MD-11 all love it. Well, yeah, it's been flying for a long time at this point, right? Oh, boy. That's very interesting. Also, it said that the DC-10 was smaller. How big is an MD-11? I mean, I know it's a big airplane. Like, it is a monster. That is not a small thing. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah. The tailplane is smaller. Oh, okay, Bright. Yeah, because I thought they were very similar. I mean, I'll be honest. Tri-jet, if we're talking tri-jets, that's my guy. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Tessa. Yep. Tri-jets need to come back. It's some stupid regulation that made this be a thing. Hey, that's a sweet airline there. I got the Rocket Lab link, dude. The 717 is an improved MD-11. It's an MD-90, I thought. Gaw. Halsey, what is that? Oh. The ULA Straight 6. Why is that back in the news? Halsey, is there anything particular that brought up that? Because that's old news. I don't think they're doing that. I know exactly what you're talking about. The inline 6, the H202 inline 6 that Roush was working on. Those plans were scrapped years ago, dude. Shame. The 717 is a DC-9 MD-80, MD-90. Take your pick. Yeah. L-1011s are where it's at, man. Lockheed can make good airplane. They make a good airplane. Very nice. There's wires coming off the dash. Okay. Interesting. Oh, nice Lincoln. Did you see this? Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. All right. So, yeah, good little. I was gonna say nosedive into planes, but you know, let's not use that. Good dive into plane. Nope. Yep, the little plane tangent there. Let's go with that one. Let's go with that one. So SpaceX bought a 737. I think it's just to move personnel around. Still cool though. Now, let's get to this picture. What's the most sophisticated commercial plane as far as technology goes today? I would say an A350 or a 787. Huzzah. Yeah. You know, there's something ironic talking about all this when you have a flight. It's on an A320, man. So, fun fact, like the 747, the L-1011 can also carry an extra engine under its wing. So, in theory, it could launch Launcher 1 from there. Cool. So, Japan's Slim lander was a lunar lander that, well, soft landed on the moon. It did soft land, and it did deploy a little rover out the side. And that's, guys, that's an actual picture. That's a picture of the lander face down, basically. That's the bottom of it. It's basically face down, and the solar panels are over here facing that way. And I don't know if you could tell by the shadow, the sun is not where the solar panels need to be. So this is from the LEV, Lunar Exploration Vehicle, that it deployed right before it tried to do a soft land. Now, SLIM, right? This is the bottom of it. That's the front. That's where the solar panels are. The reason why the solar panels are on the side is because if you look, those right there are landing stops. How this thing was supposed to come down is like this, and then it was supposed to tip over and plop itself down. It was basically supposed to stop right above the surface. And now, we did watch the telemetry. I went back on a Space News that I did at the beginning of this week, or was it the end of next week? I forget. I'm getting to that, Laserman. And I looked at the telemetry, and I saw that when it basically tried to stop right before the ground, it basically did this. It's supposed to just pitch over like that, but they showed us the telemetry that showed the pitch and yaw and roll rates, also engine firings as well. And right when it went to land, it basically did this. It was coming down, right? And then it started to pitch over, and it went like that. It started to yaw and roll. So it rolled, and then it looks like it plopped down and kind of bounced forward and then stopped with its nose into the ground. Now, I saw it wasn't supposed to yaw and it wasn't supposed to roll during its soft landing, right? Now, we saw that a bunch of thrusters indicated loss of control. Thruster throttles on the telemetry for something that was trying to steer the thing to get it to land correctly, they went off the charts for a split second, right? Now, when you're using differential thrust, if you notice, there is a main engine component right here, and then there's a bunch of small thrusters on SLIM, right? When there's no gimbal, there's no thrust vectoring on any of these. They have a control system that modulates RCS to get the thing on an even keel. There's no gyroscopes or anything on this. It doesn't have SAS, right? It uses the thrusters for a heading hold. Now, we saw those thrusters, which are used for attitude control, basically max out, meaning a gigantic loss of control. It was supposed to pitch, and it did pitch over, but it also yawed and it rolled. And basically, like I said, it basically did this. It came down and kind of rolled over and nosed into the ground right there. Now, I thought it hit the ground, to be honest with you. I thought it hit the ground. That's what I thought happened. It very much seemed like it booped the ground, and that's what caused it to flip over. Turns out, that's not what happened. We did get some updates from them. Well, yesterday for them, early this morning, right? Well, if we look at a picture here, I'll just show you. There's a pretty interesting thing here. This is a render of SLIM right here from a computer graphic of it landing. You can see that there's 3 control thrusters there. There's a block of 3 there. There's a block of 3 there. There's a block of 3 there. And you could see 2 nozzles. 2 main orbiter maneuvering nozzles, right? There's 2 of them. Now, what can you tell me about that picture? So I only see one of those. right? There's only one nozzle there. Now, I know the skeptics are immediately going to say, EJ, well, the other nozzle could be like just behind it, right? But it looks like that nozzle is kind of angling out this way, right? It's definitely pointed in that direction, right? So that tells me that that nozzle is this one right here. So that tells me that there should be another one pointing in this direction, or at least like this direction, basically right here, or right next to it, right? If that's the far one, if we're looking at it from this way, that nozzle is the one that we see. There's no nozzle there. Now, I haven't gone into the whole thing. I'd have to go look at what they posted. There was a whole thing, but I can tell just by the picture that you're missing an engine. Now, the reason why I didn't go in and look, right, didn't read the article, is because I wanted to learn with you guys, right? I had an opportunity to read it this morning, but I decided not to. Now, I think I said it hit the ground. I'm wondering if that nozzle is missing because it hit the ground. I'm wondering here. So let me get the nozzle back up and we'll see. Let me get that paper back up, excuse me. I wish we could get the nozzle back. That would be really useful. This is the website for this. The never change. Japan, never change. Oh. Yeah, see, that's what it was supposed to do. All right, I don't think that's the right thing. As announced in the press conference, Slim landed approximately 55 meters east of its target, or its original target location. We estimate the positioning accuracy at around 50-meter altitude to be around 3 to 4 meter, and believe that we have successfully demonstrated pinpoint landing technology within 100-meter accuracy. It's 330 feet for America, people. In the future, we will work to continue the work towards recovery with the aim of acquiring further technical and scientific data. From the spacecraft, we were able to acquire all technical data related to navigation guidance leading up to landing, which will be necessary for future pinpoint landing technology, as well as navigation camera angle during descent on the lunar surface. Additionally, just before touchdown, small probes LEV 1 and 2 were successfully released. In addition, the multiband spectroscopic camera MBC mounted on Slim was able to operate on a trial basis and capture images before the power was turned off. On the other hand, an analysis of the acquired technical data reveals how the solar cells came to rest on the lunar surface in an attitude that did not generate power. And it was found that the two main solar cells on board, it was determined that one of the engines had likely lost thrust. Under these circumstances, Slim's onboard software autonomously determined the abnormality and continued its descent using the other engine, while controlling the horizontal position of Slim, which was gradually moving eastward, to remain as consistent as possible. The descent speed upon touchdown was approximately 1.4 meters a second, which was slower than within the specification range. But as the ground contact conditions... But when it hit the ground, the lateral speed and attitude exceeded the specification range. It lost control, like I said. We ended up settling on a different attitude than planned. I believe that... Okay, that's what we believe happened. Sorry, the translation, the Google Translate right from Japanese is a little strange. I'm having to change the sentences around for it to make sense. Regarding the cause of the main engine's loss of functionality, we believe that it is highly likely that some external factor other than the main engine itself affected it. The cause of this event is currently under investigation, and we will update the information once more details are known. In the future, we will further analyze the technical and scientific data we have obtained and investigate the cause of the abnormality. At the same time, it has been analyzed that Slim's solar cells are currently facing west, so if sunlight hits the moon from the west in the future, we believe it has the potential to generate electricity. Although Slim's activities on the lunar surface were originally expected to last for more than a few days, we will continue to make the necessary preparations for recovery with the aim of acquiring further technical and science data. We'll keep you updated. Ingenuity news from Bill. What's Ingenuity? NASA's historic Ingenuity helicopter has taken its last flight on Mars. After 72 incredible flights, the remarkable helicopter flew further and higher than we ever thought possible. They're not doing helicopter on Mars anymore. Oh well. Send another one. Jim, I'm not entirely sure in regards to Slim Jim. I don't know if something's getting lost in translation there, but I'll get more into Ingenuity in a second. I want to finish up this thought here. Like, the... Interesting. Let me read this one more time. And it was found that two of the main solar cells on board, it was determined that one of the engines likely lost thrust. Under these circumstances, Slim's onboard software autonomously determined the abnormality and continued its descent using the other engine while controlling the horizontal position of Slim, which was gradually moving eastward to remain as consistent as possible. Like I said, that's the gimbal lock that we saw in the telemetry. Do they have one that's not translated? All right. Regarding the circumstances of how Slim became stationary on the lunar surface at an altitude that cannot generate power from the solar cells, the acquired technical data revealed that at an altitude of 50 meters, just prior to the start of the obstacle avoidance maneuver, thrust from one of the main engines was most likely lost. Under these circumstances, Slim onboard software autonomously identifies the anomaly, and while controlling the horizontal position as much as possible, Slim continued the descent with the other engine and moved gradually towards the east. The descent velocity at the time of contact with the ground was approximately 1.4 meters a second or less, which was below the design range. But conditions such as the lateral velocity and attitude were outside the design range. That's what I mean about the duty cycle on those thrusters. They had a loss of control. right during landing, which once again, that's what telemetry said. The telemetry looks right. And this is thought to have resulted in a different attitude than planned. The cause of the loss of the main engine functionality is now being investigated, including consideration of external factors aside from the engine itself. With the plan to determine the detailed cause, we will provide further investigation. At an altitude of 50 meters. Let's check. Let me look at something. Here we go. Right here. Let's see if we can spot the moment of engine failure. So, a fellow enjoyer of Beyond the Press. Yeah, Chupon. Those Lowry and Annie sometimes stream on Twitch. I haven't seen them lately, though. Alright, let's take a look.
Now you see the engine is on now, 100%, and now...
It worked better than expected. Something caused them to lose an engine. They're not ruling out something from the environment as the cause. They're sure they didn't hit the ground. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Well, yeah, the translation saying losing an engine at 50 meters, yeah. I don't think they hit that hitting the ground didn't break the engine. Now what I'm trying to see is, you know, right here. So they said at 50 meters they lost an engine. Here's your main engine throttle right here. These are the thruster blocks. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These thrusters basically change the attitude of the vehicle. And any change in the attitude of the vehicle you're going to see here. Movement of the vehicle, so translation, up, down, left, right, you're going to see from the inertial measuring unit. I'm not exactly sure what model is. I'm not sure what that means. But this one basically means it's going up or down. It's translating, right? And then the WY, WZ, and WX, pitch, yaw, and roll. That's yaw, that's roll, that's pitch. Here, and this is an animation of what's happening. They had an amicable divorce, but the YouTube channels are still going strong. Oh. That sucks. Yeah, what are you going to do? All right. So they said approaching 50 meters, they lost one of the motors. So let's see if we can see. Oh. Okay. Let's see if we see any differential thrust showing up here. These things shouldn't fire one or the other. Like if we see these numbers not matched completely, we could basically pinpoint the exact point where this happened.
This is the second hovering. Now it's looking for the safe place to land.
Oh, whoa, there it was. Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Some of you saw it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that. Yep. That's right where it broke. I found the problem with this landing. If this is the Kerbal picture. Yep, okay. Yeah. That's okay, chillin'. That's fine. It's not one-to-one sometimes with the hypergulls that they're probably using. That's okay having a slight difference there. So, from this frame of the telemetry here, look. These thrusters are past 100%. Those ones aren't. That, yeah. Okay. It's compensating. But we do have an induced roll here, 0.16 degrees a second radian. So that means it's started to turn. And that's right at around 50 meters. Let's just keep that one in mind. 15, 19, 23. Look at the animation. Slim's coming down sideways, indicating the left thruster. This one is croaked. No, Soler, it broke and the system compensated for it. That's what they said. And that's the exact spot. 15, 19, 23. The tick rate on this is not exactly right. See that right there? There's a tick rate on basically the rate at which we're getting telemetry from this thing. Oh. See how it's coming down crooked now? I can't believe I missed that.
Around the 2 meters, it will release.
Or not. Does the engine and thruster share a tank? Most likely. See the induced yaw rate right there? They're getting yaw and roll because because it has to compensate on the MX engine because the PX1 croaked. It's coming down kind of sideways. And because of that, you're starting to see crazy differential thrust on the yaw axis.
The left, and it will land.
Discovery, go
Two-step
at throttle up.
landing is expected.
That explains the lock here. This is the frame that I was like, something is very wrong right here. I thought, from what I see here, that they hit the ground. See, because they had to land on one engine, when it came down, instead of just pitching over and landing, it came down and kind of rolled over. And that shows right there, 2747 degrees a second radian, 1520 degrees a second on the yaw, and 1520 again on pitch.
Now you see on the left-hand side,
They had a rate lock.
MLM.
Oh
That
boy.
means it has.
Yeah. Hey Sethron, 69-month resub. Nice. So, check this out, dudes. 1529.23. Here's the thing. This would have been really hard for us to... If I had noticed it. I didn't notice that the vehicle started yawing. I didn't see it.
Oh, it's looking for the safe place.
But you could very much tell at 15:19:21, you get a blip on the telemetry where the thrusters are overperforming. See? 440%. That's precisely when the PX engine exploded. Or something bad happened. The interesting thing here is that it's not showing in your telemetry. That's strange to me. But here's the thing. You don't have sensors on the nozzle of an engine. I mean, unless you do. I didn't see any sensors from any animations or even the picture. If it blew the nozzle off, right? It wouldn't show in your telemetry except indicative as a rate, right? Because the engine is still throttling. It's just throttling without any nozzle, right? throttling without any nozzle in the vacuum is going to get you an engine that underperforms. It's not going to make any thrust. You need the nozzle to basically tell physics where to shoot that gas out, right? I saw something earlier that the nozzle fell off around 50 meters. Yeah, Super Freak. Well, take a look at the telemetry. We're 50 meters off the deck right here. And we have a frame here in the telemetry that's indicating a 440% load on your orbiter maneuvering engines and differential thrust on your yaw. See what I'm talking about? This right here, in the see how the thruster 12 is at 125 and thruster 9 is at 135, 83, 83, 73, 73, 73. These not being, so if both of these engines were firing and every thruster was at 100%, it'll increase the IMU. Or well, you'll get a decrease in your IMU meters a second per second, right? If these things are firing and you're getting differential thrust, reciprocal thrust, I guess if you want to call it that, this right here won't change the IMU. That changes your rates. Why? Because you're rotating, because of offset thrust, you're rotating instead of translating. This shows your translation. Right? The IMU is indicating up, down, left, right, forward, and back. That's translational movement. That's what the IMU detects. The IMUs don't necessarily detect angular momentum. Like, they don't really detect rotation. I mean, it could if your center of mass is asymmetric, then it'll detect a rate here. But I'm interested to see what happens here. Now, if we're going to look at this right, okay, you want to look at this right, what's going to happen here? And I like, once again, I'm doing this, I've decided to do this on stream instead of just kind of looking at it and, you know, instead of looking at it and then telling you guys what happened, because I'm not 100% sure, right? Did some pressure valve blow out? I don't know. So the back fell off. So that's wrong. They're supposed to throw the front away. Well, the front is actually in the ground. So, all right. If I'm understanding what the vehicle is doing right, it's going to compensate. If it's compensating, we should see a slight induced yaw rate and maybe a tiny little bit of roll. What we shouldn't see is any pitch rate change here. Unless it had to move just a little bit. If anything, we'd see some pitch rate there at minus 2 degrees a second. So that's negative pitch, which means it's nosing over like this. And these rates that are induced here are probably the rover switching to the other engine and trying to land down on that. It's trying to land on the MX engine because the PX1 took a dump. But here's the interesting thing about telemetry. This doesn't show you that this engine failed. If the nozzle fell off, there's no way to tell. The back fell off. Was the back supposed to fall off? Well, obviously not. I just want to tell you that this rover is engineered with the utmost amount of safety. Space maritime safety standards. It's very safe. Why did the front fell off? Well, it's been removed from the environment. So, what we should see okay, jokes aside, what we should see here is slight rate induced on the vehicle. And then when the rates go to 0, the IMU should start acting up. The reason why is because, once again, if you're landing sideways, now you're maneuvering thrusters, right? Your thrusters, these guys, right? Remember I said if they're different, right? If you get differences here, you're going to induce roll. If you get a differential thrust that's like all thrust on this side and no thrust on that side, right? That's compensation, right? So that's not necessarily going to induce a rate if the vehicle is slewed slightly off tangent to the force of gravity on the moon, right? So what we should see here is the rates acting up for a second, and then the IMU should start going berserk. Because that means the thing's coming down, and then it's kind of moving to the side because the way it's compensating is going to induce a translation here. Yeah, yep. Oh, look. Their model IMU went berserk here. Yeah. See? See what I'm talking about? So we saw the rates go bananas for a second, and then the rates started to dampen out, and then the IMU went bananas. See what I'm talking about? Because right here, right up until this point when the thing is straight down, you're seeing a constant rate of deceleration. Right? The rates of deceleration are correlative with the modulating throttle, right? See, engines go up to 100, you're going to get more deceleration, right? The reason why the IMU is going up and down here is because they're you modulate the thrust on these engines to make sure they don't overheat. There's only so much heat that the nozzle can flux through on the IR spectrum through black body radiation. And if the throttle, the duty cycle on the engine, exceeds the total amount of thrust that it can, it exceeds the engine firing will introduce heat into the nozzle. The problem is that's really hard to get that heat off of the nozzle. They make the nozzles glow. They basically shed the heat through light, through what's called black body radiation, right? And if you fire the engine too much too fast, it'll break. You'll introduce too much heat into it and it'll melt. This is why RCS, on like spacecraft, they modulate to make sure that they don't introduce too much heat. Now, if some of the avionics were configured to fire this engine to the point where the engine couldn't handle the flux, right? The amount of heat being introduced versus the amount of heat being let out, it's going to break. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened at 15, 19, 23 with a 440% load, right? So the IMU is detecting the engine's throttle here. So the engine's throttling out the IMU. You're showing deceleration because you don't want to hit the ground. Right? And now, yeah, see the yaw rate went bananas for a second. Now it should dampen out. Right? And now what we should see slight differential thrust here. And the IMU should start going up. Clear compensation. Absolutely. Yep. To dispel the overpressure valve stuck open thoughts, this is commanded throttle positions, not recorded thrust. Exactly, Oculex. That's what I mean when I said there's no sensors on the nozzle. This doesn't have oh, your nozzle blew off sensor because here's a little thing about engineering. You don't want a nozzle blew off sensor because that means you're taking into account that the nozzle could potentially pop. That's really not what you want there. So if you're agreeing with me, why are you telling me? I'm confused. Yeah. Yeah, differential thrust, increase on the IMU, no rates. Yeah. Yeah, it's there. It's all in the telemetry, even though it's not going to tell you that the engine popped. Look, see the rates going on the IMU? So, yeah, you're getting up to 2.3. Yeah, definitely seeing increased rates on the IMU. And differential thrust on the yaw axis, indicating that the PX engine is gone. It's broken. What's this mean? Flykin, it's a little bit complicated. Essentially, they use light because light is something that exists in a vacuum and you can use it to cool it. The ISS does the same thing. Space Shuttle does the same thing. Dragon does the same thing. You can't use convection. There's no air. Can't use conduction. You're not touching anything because you're floating around in space. So what does that leave? Radiation. This is why the nozzles glow. Like Falcon 9, its second stage nozzle, the Merlin vacuum, it glows. It is radiating heat using light. Black body radiation. It's pretty cool. How the hell? NASA's smart, dude. Right? NASA's smart. They're wicked smart. Yeah, we'll get to that, Sevi. Yep. Yeah, see what I mean? There's your thrust compensation because the PX engine's gone and you're seeing an increased IMU rate with no pitch on roll rates. So the thing is doing this, it's going sideways. Now, as to cause, dude, I don't know. I don't know. My guess is that they exceeded the duty cycle on the engine. Their avionics here. No, not there. Right here. Let me just take a... Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if it was failing, Tessa. It's hard to say because this is what I was trying to say before. You don't have a sensor on the damn nozzle. This is just what the computer's telling the thing to do, right? It's not going to tell you that the nozzle blew off. Why would you not have a sensor to tell you that the nozzle blew off? Well, you're not expecting the stupid thing to blow off, right? Why would you have a sensor to do that? Unless you're taking into account the thing blowing off, you probably don't need that. Well, the thing is, if you're going to think about it that way, you really need to make sure that it won't. Well, the front fell off, right? Hey, Rocket Guy. Rocket Guy, here. Check this out. We're reading about Slim. I noticed something that that's particularly poignant. When the clock says 15:19:23, I want you to look at something. When it's about 50 meters off the ground. Not that frame. That one. Ready? Not that one. That one. Oh, it was only for a second. Yeah. I don't think it's the tanks or anything, dudes. I mean, you guys are saying about pressure in the system or whatever. Like, it could be something like what happened to Astrobotic, right? And the Peregrine mission was amazing considering they had a fuel leak. Like, I don't know how... I can't say how difficult it was. They actually got the mission to go a lot further than they thought, even with the freaking fuel tank exploding. Like, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good on Astrobotic, if I do say so myself. However, now, I don't necessarily think that this is anything with the pressurization systems, guys. Because if it was, the first time it commanded the engines, it would have just blown up. You don't really... Rocket Guy, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here. If it was some type of pressurization problem or a valve or whatever, you'd usually encounter that somewhere towards the beginning of flight operations, not necessarily towards the end. Most likely cycle induced. That's what I'm thinking. So, once again, guys, I'm guessing, but this telemetry tells me, yeah, the red line monitor is not... The red line monitor ain't doing their job. This is why you have a red line monitor, to make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. And if it does, they'll say something. But they most likely do, for what it's worth. Now, Rocky Guy, my theory is that they exceeded duty cycle on the engine, and the engine couldn't take the heat. For whatever reason, they had 440% of rated load on the thruster, and whatever caused that to happen blew the nozzle off. Because once again, Rocky, what I was telling them, what I was telling these folks, and this is important to understand, they modulate they modulate RCS. RCS fires in ticks, like they do that because constantly firing RCS, unless you, it's supposed to do that, right? Will overheat the nozzle. You don't want to overheat the nozzle. Could the 440% point be actually blue, and that was effectively backfire? 440% isn't likely physically possible to reach on the valve. It looks like a PID loop pushed it outside its tested difference. Though this is it's compensating for whatever happened. That's what we're seeing here. PX and MX are the main engines, Rocket Guy. Those are the two landing engines. It's the two landing engines. So, Rocket Guy, basically from here, I'll bring you up to speed. What happens from here is the telemetry is reading the same throttle for most of these things, but the vehicle has a slight yaw rate induced, and then the rates go down, and the IMU starts going up. Even through thrust modulation, it starts going up and down, which tells me that it's doing this. It's kind of moving to the side a little bit, which once again, that's what Jax has said. That's what they said. The Slim press release said that. You're seeing a rate induced right when the engine fails on the yaw and the roll axis, and then the rates dampen out, and then the IMU starts going up. So, sideways, right? If I had IMUs are, the IMU has no reference frame, so it's just going to pick up an acceleration. It's not going to necessarily pick up the direction that you're going. That's the thing about it. I mean, it's not necessarily going to pick up sideways translation, which is why it's hard to see. I'm looking at the numbers on the IMU pre and post failure here. So these numbers they're like maybe 2.5 up until this point, and then you start seeing 3.2, 0. Basically, you're not just going straight down, you're going this way. There's another horizontal velocity component here. But like I said, what caused this? I don't know. Whatever it is, the avionics couldn't compensate, and the computer commanded 440%, which, once again, I think it's duty cycle on the engine. I think the avionics wasn't necessary on the vehicle. The software controlling it wasn't what's the right word? It was asking, this flight trajectory was asking too much of the engines, basically. I think that's what's going on. It was already going a little sideways before the 440, though. It just went violently over at one point, hence why I think the failing engine before fully gone. How about an external event? Roscoe, Tessa, I don't think so. I mean, it's hard. There's not enough information here because, once again, there's no sensor on the nozzle that says that the nozzle exploded. They're explicitly not ruling out an external event. Did I see this? Solar, I've seen that. It's in a paper that I haven't gotten to that bit of information yet. Yeah, I mean, after 15, 19, 23, dude, the thrust stays very, very linear. There's slight modifications here, or slight differential thrust, not modifications, right? But for the most part, it's all the same. And then after that, you start really seeing some differential thrust here. Like, see what I'm talking about? Look at those. They stay that way too. We did this 60 years ago. Why is it not easy now? Sell it. First of all, Japan, this is a Japanese rover. Japan has never done this before. Second of all, we haven't done it in 50 years. Nobody has in 50 years. So you got to relearn how to do it, and that's going to take some time. Is this a planet? I don't... What am I looking at? I don't know. Cool picture, though. Also created a lot of rows. I mean, dude, Sella, even when NASA was like in the early parts of the space race, the Ranger program and the Surveyor program, they had a lot of failures. They did. I mean, Surveyor 1, I think it was 2. One of them crashed. The Ranger program, Ranger was an impactor, but you get the idea. The point is, it's tough then, and it was tough then. We failed a lot. But by the time people came around to land, it made it look easy, right? Now we're just getting back to that, dude. We're trying to get back to the moon, right? And it's, yeah, because we haven't done it in a little while, we're going to run into the same problems again, you know? I was asking why they haven't done it. Oh, dude, I could say a bunch of different reasons. Money, this, national priority, that. We've had our head up our tail basically since. Yeah. There's no need to. Like, we haven't seen a perceived need to, which I think is bullcrap, but whatever. Yeah. Because for the last 50 years, you had your head up your culo. The little purple, they're green, actually, Shogun. But it's fine. Is the craft light enough on the moon for one of its payloads to tip it over? I mean, Bro Handy, that's what I would try. Serious. I'd take... You have 2 of the LEVs, the Lunar Exploration Vehicles, Lev 1 and 2. You have 2 of them. Use one to try and tip the stupid thing. Serious. Yeah, Warduck's probably. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, here, the whole thing that kind of started this whole discussion is right here. This is a picture from one of the lunar exploration rovers, and you can clearly see that Slim has 1 nozzle and not 2. So something happened. Once again, I think they exceeded duty cycle on this. With a good telescope, could you see this thing? No. No, but the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter can. LRO can absolutely see it. And that's that other thing that was linked here. Check it out. This is from the NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And even then, it's still really difficult to see. In which way does it need to tip? The engines need to be parallel to the ground, so it needs to go this way. Yeah, Tessa, for first attempt, yeah, it's pretty good. Nudge it. Yeah. I mean, why not? You have two of them. Use one to rover around and get the science, right? And then use the other one to try and tip this thing. JAXA did say that eventually the solar panel will get some sunlight even though it's tipped over. Yeah, the memes were quite funny for this, I must say. People made it look like KSP, which is hilarious. Here, I have the link over here. Are you sure these rovers are powerful enough to tilt it? I have no idea. Jeb could, though. This side is supposed to be on the ground. This one. See these things? Those are landing pads. Like, it's supposed to... The rover is like this. Well, the rover's like this, and it needs to be like that. So it needs to rotate that way. Yeah, Jeb could flip it over. Yeah, the fact that it's the exact same angle. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Life imitates art, right? Hold on. It's just it really does look like it. Hilarious response. Let me see, Aiden. What did they say? What did Kerbal Ah, nice. Amazing. Dude, it's like right down to the angle, man. I mean, it's the opposite direction, but it's still funny, man. Yeah, Rocket Guy. That was the first thing I noticed from this picture. There should be two engines up there, and there's only one. Yeah, the rover is supposed to, or the lander is supposed to look like that. And now, I suppose one could make the argument, right, that you might not see the other nozzle because one is behind the other, but we'd see the light reflecting off of one because we're not perfectly perpendicular to this thing. This thing is kind of offset this way, so the nozzles wouldn't be eclipsing each other, right? Yeah, it's definitely only one nozzle. Wonder where that ended up. Give me one moment. I gotta send out a message. You like the clicky noises, don't lie. You're a clicky noise. I thought I'd just leave this on the screen while you guys are doing that. Is the near side middle RCS thruster missing? No, it's there. 1, 2, 3. You can only see 2 of the top ones. There's 3 there, and we can't see the ones on the other side. Rally going on in the French Alps. Neat. That's cool. Cool, man. All right, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be 1,000 things with the nozzle popping off. It seems like they exceeded duty cycle, but that's my theory, you know. We'll figure out more as we get information from that. Now, what's the next thing here? All right, so this was linked the other day. Here, check this out. All right, so SpaceX has submitted the IFT2 mishap investigation and a request to modify Flight 3's license. I'm wondering where this guy got this information. Yeah. Okay, they submitted the mishap investigation. That doesn't necessarily mean that the FAA is going to agree with it. They have to agree with it. That would be the big one that we're looking for, but it's still good progress towards the OFT3 mission. Interesting. Okay. All right, so I still think that at this point in time, keep in mind this always changes, so don't take this as gospel, but I'm thinking sometime in February. I'd say later February at this point. But we do, on a quick subject change, we got an update here from Rocket Lab. A big week of concrete pouring and civil works at Launch Complex 3. Foundations for our water tower, LOX tank, and launch mount are taking shape in Virginia ahead of Neutron's first flight. This is the Neutron's launch complex at Wallops Island. There's Electron's pad right there. There's Intari's launch pad. So that's pad 0. And then they're working on 3 right here. Yeah, started grading, started driving piles. These are forms for concrete here. This is... where is this relative to everything else? Hold on. Yeah, right there. Cool. Neat. So you have steel, most likely steel reinforced concrete here. These are forms, so basically you pour it, you make a wood form, right, of the concrete that you're pouring. You pour the concrete in, and if there's like a lattice structure inside of it, it's reinforced. So like you put steel, in case steel and concrete, that's what's called reinforced concrete. It's super freaking strong. Now you have 4 points that have threaded rod coming out of them. Rod. And then you have something in the center, and then it looks like you have forms that connect everything there. I'm not exactly sure what parts of Neutron's pad we're looking at exactly. That's a concrete pumper truck up there, by the way. My guess is north, John, but I don't know. Water tower base? Yeah, Phil, that's probably it. The plans for the pad are around here somewhere. They have prints for it. I just forget where they are. Site plans in case you want to compare. Thank you. I was looking for that post. Water tower. Absolutely. Yeah, those are the forms for the water tower. For the pad deluge. Or sound suppression. Okay, so we have LNG over here. It's interesting. Launch Complex 3 at Wallops is the only launch complex I know of that has a service road going right through it. That's really weird. Like, that's very peculiar. But I mean, that is the service road to the Minuteman launch complex over there. Or not Minuteman, Minotaur, excuse me. See, that's another launch pad. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 launch pads for orbital rockets at Wallops, which is actually super cool. You can see they already started digging out for the retention ponds right there. That's for drainage, because you don't need standing water on your launch pad at any time. That's really bad for it. Yeah, see, they put a big jetty here to combat erosion because you don't want to lose the launch pads. That's what those are there for, too. LC0D for Neutron. LP0. Yeah, why is every pad out there 0? The sounding pads are over here. They're this way, John. They're over there. Like, you can see one of them right here. And then there's another there, and then there's another there, and then there's 2 more down there. Yeah, it has a service road going right through it. In fact, this picture was taken from Minotaur's launch complex. See the fence? The reason why this thing is super heavily guarded, despite nobody going out there, is because Minotaur 3 and 4 which you don't see launches of very often, but Minotaur 3 and 4 are ICBMs with, instead of a nuke on it, on top you have a payload and it flies on a slightly different trajectory. You know, i.e. one that's not suborbital. What flight profile is Wallops used for? Vandenberg is used for polar orbits. Why use Wallops instead of KSC? So, this is going to sound strange, Nader, but Wallops is a spaceport that is just NASA. That is wholly just NASA. That's why. It is an independent spaceport that's not that where like the Space Force doesn't have say what you launch. It is a whole NASA spaceport in itself. Now, why use it? I don't know. Different so here's the thing. Different use case. So up until this point, Wallops, not this point, basically up until about, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe, Wallops was only, when Antares started flying, Wallops was only used for suborbital sounding rockets. So where it was really didn't matter. But Virginia, I'm sure, told Northrop Grumman, or at the time it was Orbital Sciences, and then it was OATK, and then it was Northrop Grumman, right? They probably gave them a huge discount on taxes or something to launch from there. And since they're going to the ISS, because the ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined to orbit, launching from like 30 degrees north latitude is not that big of a deal. It's not that much of a performance difference. So, compared, like on a global scale compared to like KSC. In fact, I would argue that it's probably easier to get to the ISS from Wallops than it is from Kennedy, because of its weirdly inclined orbit. Because think about it, right? ISS is 51.6 degrees inclined, meaning you have to launch northeast, right? Meaning that basically any intermediate latitude between like 30 degrees north and 50 degrees north would probably be the ideal place to launch it from. The reason why is because when you launch, you have to take into account the Earth's spinning, right? So because the Earth is not a perfect sphere, it's an oblate spheroid and bulges at the center, you're actually traveling faster relative to like the center of the Earth, right? Because think of Earth like if you took a soccer ball and you push down on it, right? It would bulge at the sides first before it bulged at the top or the bottom, right? Earth does the same thing. So to get to something like the ISS, an intermediate latitude like 30 to 50 is just fine, because the reason why is because less of that velocity imparted on the vehicle from launching at a lower latitude is induced in the direction that you need for the proper flight azimuth. That's the right way to say that. Sorry, it took me a second. Basically, you're not spinning as fast up there, and it would be easier to get to the ISS, because when you launch out of the Cape, right, you have to combat that spinning, because the ISS is this way and the Earth is spinning that way. So you have to kind of dogleg it a little bit. You can't just launch from KSC with a 51.6 degree into a 51.6 degree inclination, like directly. Your flight azimuth can't be 23 degrees. That doesn't, or not 23. It would be 29.4. You can't launch with a 29.4 degree azimuth out of KSC and get into a 51.6 degree inclined orbit, because part of that is going to, part of when you launch, because the Earth is spinning faster there, is going to push you sideways a little bit, so you won't get into the exact inclination. You kind of have to do a little trajectory optimization. You have less of a trajectory optimization out of Wallops to get to the ISS, because you're not spinning as fast. That's the right way to say it. I know, and I know Peter Beck was talking about this eventually launching crew from Neutron, so they eventually could launch crew from Wallops, which is cool. Yeah. Yeah, you could also get to the moon from there too. You could with a big enough rocket. It's not that much of a change. I mean, even then, Nader, like, the imparted velocity at the equator. So let's take Ariane Space's. Let's take Kourou, right? French Guiana. That's much closer to the equator. Kennedy is 27 degrees inclined, or 27 and a half, depending on like the Cape, depending on which launch site, because the Cape is so big, it's between 20 and 27 and a half, right? Even the imparted velocity is not as bad as you think. It's not that big of a deal. Like, Kerbal kind of teaches you got to launch from the equator, but launching from the equator is good for getting at things that are at the equator, right? Does that mean you can't launch something into a polar orbit out of the Cape? Well, no. SpaceX does that with Starlink all the time. You need a little more delta V, but not as much as you might think. The imparted velocity from taking off at something close, like at Kourou, right, is probably about 500 meters a second, maybe. Maybe? Now, that's not an insignificant amount of delta V, but 500 meters a second delta V is what you would need. Like, that is a small component out of the 9,600, or like the 9,000 meters a second that you need to get into orbit anyway. Like, you can take it into account, but like I said, if you engineer a big enough rocket from the start, it's not going to make that big of a deal. Yeah, lady, I saw that thing. I saw it fly by my house, Thomas, which was really cool. If I'm not mistaken, the ISS's weird trajectory for the Cape is to allow Russia to also get to the ISS more easily. The inclination, it's not just Russia. Erudite, the inclination of the ISS was chosen because you can get anything to it from all the international partners' launch sites. It's not just Russia. It's so the US can get to it. It's so the Russians can get to it, the Japanese, and the Europeans. Any one of those launch sites you can get to the ISS from. The Russians are the highest latitude launch site. Baikonur is at a very, very, very high north latitude. It's actually... Baikonur is more than 50 degrees north. It's like 55 or something. Actually, no, it might actually be a little less. It's one or the other. Long story short, yeah, it's so everybody can get to it, and the countries that are International Space Station partners launch sites that are the highest latitudes are Russia's. But there's a thing with that. Russia actually, when they launched east out of Baikonur, they have to go around Chinese territory, believe it or not. So the flight corridor that Soyuz takes actually goes slightly north and then doglegs, because they don't want rockets going over Chinese territory. But yeah, it's not that much of a big deal, like difference launching from Vandenberg or launching from the Cape or launching from even a polar launch site, right? Like, polar launch sites or launch sites with high latitudes favor polar orbits, like Kodiak, for instance. But an intermediate launch site, you're not going to see that much of a difference. Like, it depends on where you're going. But like, if we're talking about getting to the ISS, like, you would really have some problems getting to it from Kodiak, but you could. It's not that much more of a delta V difference, if you know a little bit about orbital mechanics. And let's be real, the people that are engineering the trajectories for these vehicles definitely know what they're doing. So, yeah. Why did they choose it? It's not that big of a difference, and it's a wholly owned NASA launch site. There's no Air Force or military presence there. And it was mostly used for sounding rockets. But yeah. Cool. But yeah, they did break ground here on the water tower, which is sweet. Yep, that's the tower. It's interesting that they're using concrete as struts basically to hold this thing together. There's probably steel wire that holds all these together, and then they cast that steel wire in concrete. Literally a reinforced concrete strut, which is funny to me, to make sure that the water tower doesn't spread. Because, yeah, you want these things to all stay basically square to each other. Because when you fill it up, there's going to be a lot of load exerted on these things, and it's going to want to move the legs of the water tower out. Like when an overweight person sits on a chair, the legs go out to the sides, right? Like, same idea. The water tower gets thick, right? That's why you have all these struts and braces to make sure that the four legs that hold it up stay square to each other. I'll exert some load on you. All right. So that's that. Anything else here? Let's see what's on the manifest here for launches. Now, keep in mind, guys, today is my last stream. I'm going to be back next Wednesday because I'm going to the Rolex 24. So, probably a good time to announce that. I'm going to the Rolex 24 in Daytona because one of my buddies is driving in it. So, yeah, Pace, yeah. I got a paddock pass, dude. Yeah, I'm staying with the team. I can stream from there, so you might see some intermittent streams over the weekend from me. Yeah. Yeah, Pace. Yeah, I can basically go wherever. So, yeah, I probably will fire up the phone and we'll, get some stuff there. Yeah, the Rolex 24 is an amazing race. So here, I know with Bill, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Fun note, the internal schedule from SpaceX shows IFT-3 targeting 12th of February. Okay. The Galactic 6 mission, yeah. And then there's 4 of a kind at 1:15. I'll be awake for that, so we'll see. I was a corner worker for the race 10 years ago. I had one of those passes. Nice, Brandy. That's cool, man. All right. So we have the Galactic 06 mission, which is tomorrow at 10. Like I said, I'm not going to be here for that. 120. The car number 120 Pace. Right Motorsports. And then there's Electron 4 of a kind. That's from Mahia. And then Starlink 638. Oh. That's from Vandenberg. Wow, looks like there's some launches that are basically right after the race. And then there's one on Monday. The one on Monday, NG20, is an Antares that's being launched on Falcon 9. Yeah, I'm going to be there for that. Did you see the modified Starlink flight permit? I have not. Nope. Nope. Falcon 9. Falcon 9's everywhere. Yep. So that's good. Also, this is kind of older news at this point, and I've been showing it intermittently this entire week, but I'll cover it for the space news. Blue Origin showed pictures of New Glenn components. These are flight components, but they're being used as test articles right now because they're not finished. Daytona! Rolling Star! All right. What else do we got here? Let's take a look. New Glenn's. It's the best name ever. SpaceX intends to demonstrate communications at orbital altitudes and velocities between its satellites and the Starlink satellite terminal mounted on a Falcon 9 second stage. They finally did it. SpaceX is looking to put some Starlink antennas on their second stage. Cool. SpaceX also tested the Strongback at 39A recently, almost certainly part of the CH-4 LOX load for the IM-1 lander. Cool. They're looking to test Starlink on stage 2 for Polaris, Dawn, and IFT-3. Cool. Very good. Cool. That's awesome. Pretty sweet. So yeah, once again, when I'm down in Florida, you'll get some streams from me. They're not going to be like long streams, but intermittent ones definitely. So, this was actually news when we were talking about Slim like an hour ago, but here. Well, I'll just let Mr. Pudding explain it for everyone here.
It is bittersweet that I must announce that Ingenuity, the little helicopter that could, and it kept saying, I think I can, I think I can. Well, it has now taken its last flight on Mars. As it was coming down for a landing, at least one of its carbon fiber rotor blades was damaged. We're investigating the possibility that the blade struck the ground. This is what the blade looks like. It's a special fiber with a special contour. That little helicopter could fly in a 1% atmosphere, not 100% atmosphere like we have on Earth. It cut through a 1% atmosphere and was able to fly. And what
so
Ingenuity accomplished far exceeds what we thought possible. Almost 3 years ago, the helicopter made its first flight on the planet Mars.
Altimeter data confirms that Ingenuity has performed its first flight.
That's awesome.
Living up to its name, Ingenuity made history as the first aircraft to make a powered controlled flight on another planet.
It looks so goofy.
But
I love it.
It flew farther and higher than we ever thought possible. And what started as a technology demonstration with plans for only up to 5 flights has now completed a remarkable 72 flights on Mars. And the innovation doesn't stop here. It acted as a scout for the Perseverance rover. It would go and check out sites. Ingenuity demonstrated how flight can enhance operational missions. And it's helping us in the search for life on Mars. And like the Wright brothers, what they did back here on Earth at the early part of the last century, Ingenuity has paved the way for future flight in our solar system. And it's leading the way for smarter, safer human missions to Mars and beyond. I think President Biden said it best after Ingenuity's first flight. He said, NASA proved once again that with relentless determination and the power of America's best minds, anything is possible. That's what we try to do at NASA. Make the impossible possible.
Into late. What? Oh,
And
sorry,
so,
that's SpaceX.
Thank you, Ingenuity.
It's not they don't do helicopter on Mars anymore, guys. It is still they did helicopter on Mars. They did helicopter on Mars. That's cool, man. You know what's bananas about those pictures to me? Like, okay, you link this, Thomas. You link this high-res picture. First of all, what is this? What is this picture of? I mean, obviously it's Mars, but what are we looking at here? I saw somewhere on the dead a lot of Perseverance engineers tried to fight not have it. I mean, it's the shadow of the broken blade. Oh, I see. Yeah. I got you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I wonder if it impacted or if it just broke from shearing or something. Like, I mean, clearly the thing's still upright, but there's a big hole in the ground right there. Any theories on what caused it to break? Probably contacted the ground if I had to guess. Yeah, Mars has nothing, Hand. There's 1%. It's 1% and it's CO2 mostly. Black cheese. All right, so what I was saying is, you know what's bananas about this? Like, here, and it's really interesting with all these Mars pictures, right? Like, or, video. That doesn't look that far-fetched to me. This is the thing. That is footage of something flying around on another planet. Right? All right. Oftentimes in spaceflight, you see things that are a little weird, right? Like, stuff really doesn't look right. Stuff doesn't really look right. Like, like if you watch Perseverance landing, everybody thinks like, helicopters should be kicking up crazy amounts of dust. I mean, it is, but it's not like you get a little uncanny valley because our brains aren't used to like how stuff moves around in space, for instance. That just looks like a drone flying around. But what's really cool is that's a drone flying around on another friggin' planet. It's pretty damn cool. Like, that looks normal to me. And that's really cool, Because where my mind goes there is like, if that looks normal, maybe living on Mars is not, is something that we might see. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah, it could be fatigue after 72 flights. Why is it not kicking up dust? Because the thing is super freaking light. It's not going to kick up much. I mean, it does. You can see it kick up some dust over there. It's not a lot, though. Like I said, the dust moving around on Mars doesn't look like what we think it looks like because of the lack of atmosphere. But look at that thing. That's really cool. That's really cool, man. When we send in another one. What's the gravity on Mars? It's about 1/3 of Earth times. I don't know, Oculus. I forget. Crazy. We should send 2 of them next time. We should send a swarm of them. Clearly that wasn't that big of a deal, right? Like, how did it get damaged? Was it the Martians? Oh, yeah. One-third the gravity with 0.01 bar. Yep. Just make the next one the size of Percy. It's funny you mentioned that. Funny you mentioned that, Hellfish. That's NASA's Dragonfly mission. It's basically what that is. Yep. Here's Ingenuity kicking up some dust. Yeah, it definitely is, dude. Is it solar or RTG? Look at the back. What do you think? I'm telling you, that is a Perseverance or Curiosity style rover with propellers instead of wheels. Oh, nice, Core. Pretty cool, huh? So, yeah. I mean, I personally like the deploying the helicopters, right? Making the whole thing the rover, I suppose. The whole thing fly could be cool, too, but, yeah. But, yeah, that's a shame for Ingenuity, but, hey, 72 flights when it was supposed to do, like, 4. I think we're good. Like, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, and it sucks that it's gone, but alright. Send another one. Serious. You think the Genie team's basically gonna... The Ingenuity team is going to mainly transfer to Dragonfly? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Aircraft break without maintenance. Yep. I don't. Yeah. I mean, now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't think it hit anything. I think it just stress fracture. Helicopters need the rotors changed every once in a while, dudes. Just parts get old. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Did you see the picture? Santic, you were here when I had the picture of the shadow of the blade snapped off. Like you were posting in chat. That was like 5 minutes ago. What do you mean, did I see the picture? Of course I saw the picture. You were here when I saw the picture. You were here when I saw the picture. I forgot to look. Right. I had to step away. What were you saying about going to a launch? I'm going to be gone until next Wednesday, John, because I'm going down to the Rolex 24 race, and there are launches that happen after the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and I don't know if I'm going to stream them, but yeah, we'll, I'm definitely not, I have permission to stream in the paddock and stuff, around Daytona during the race, so I probably will. So I'm going to be gone, but we're probably going to still get streams. Bring warm clothes just in case. Yeah. I'll bring a hoodie. Driving or flying? I'm going to be flying. It hit 1400% its rated flight time. Nice. Do you have a favorite team for Daytona? Beastie, I guess... I mean, I'm usually a Ford guy or a Ferrari guy in that order. But one of my buddies is racing in it, and yeah, I'm a Porsche guy now, I guess, for a little while. We're Porsche fans now. This is now a Porsche stream for now. Neat, Thomas. Yeah, I've seen the mission profile before. That's cool. Are you going to try to catch a total eclipse in April? Probably not, Giano. I might not be here. Weather forecast for this weekend is rain and lows in the 40s. Oh, great. It's the same weather I got here. Nice. Embrace the Porsche. Yeah, I'm undercover. Let's say that, Chrome. Now, I'm rooting for my buddy that's racing, so... You know, for now, we're Porsche guys. Just for now. I don't mind Porsche. Porsches don't really do anything for me, but I'm not going to sit here and use that as some kind of coping mechanism to say that they're not nice cars. I hate people that do that. Well, I don't like it, so it's a piece of junk. No, it can be nice, and you can also not like it. It's funny, I you know, like people come up with their rationalizations for not liking something. Porsches just really don't do anything for me. But then again, I've never driven one, so who knows? But I don't know. It's just, well, it doesn't light a fire under my tail like a good Ford pickup truck. Oh boy, look at that thing. That damn sure nice, boy. I tell you what, you know. Heading up to northern Vermont to try and see it. It's the last total eclipse in the continental U.S. until 2099. Cool. You gotta say, Cletus fell in love with his 911 Turbo S. Like, Pace, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's not a nice car. They're obviously cool, and people vehemently defend Porsche and Porsches. So, and Steve McQueen, if I'm remembering right, drove Porsches too. So, I don't hate by any means. It just doesn't do anything for me. But this weekend, we're the #1 fanboy. You know, I was laughing at my desk for that one. Well, I tell you what, boy, there's water in the exhaust. Anyway, good old Power Stroke and Power Stroke products. I'm gonna have a Boxster in the garage by March. Pace, that's kind of what I'm afraid of. That's kind of what I'm afraid of. I mean, Boxsters are not expensive; they're obtainable. See Adam's link; it's so accurate. Adam with the 67 months. When you have a kid. What is this? It's an Instagram post.
22? Okay, good. The Airbus you're going to be flying is coming in from Jacksonville. Should have just gotten there. You're going to board in about 39 minutes. I have you in the air for 4 hours and 52 minutes. Get you there at 11:39 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, Sharon, they're about to take off. And...
Oh, boy. Oh boy. Dad's tracking your flight. Yep. 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 Yep.
Airbus you're going to be flying is coming in from Jacksonville. Should have just gotten there. You're going to board in about 39 minutes. I have you in the air for 4 hours and 52 minutes. Get you there at 11:39 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, Sharon, they're about to take off. And she's in Arkansas. Sweet mother of gosh! You're about to go through a system. Expect some turbulence. A cruising altitude of 34,000 feet, going 511 miles an hour. They've kicked it into high gear, Sharon. Looks like they did a little diversion. She's gonna be delayed 3 minutes. Damn it. What is going on up there? Oh, looks like she's right over the Grand Canyon. Look out of your window. She must be napping. Close to the San Gabriel Mountains. I'll tell her they're about to start their initial descent. Hey, saw you landed 7 seconds ago. How was the flight? Good. I got you guys coming into Terminal 3, Gate 20. Your bag's going to be on Carousel 8. It's partly cloudy there with a high of 50. I hope you brought your jacket.
I got nothing to say. Damn it, Adam. Damn it, man. Think you got you figured out? I'm not saying I went to dinner in Boston the other day and the restaurant we were at, me and my buddies were at, had a view of Logan, and I'm not saying I was doing that exact thing with Flight Radar, but I was doing that exact thing with Flight Radar. Yep. What flight are you on? The one that's on an airplane. Actually, fun story. I kind of said it the other day, but I ran out of steam because I didn't feel good. But me and my buddies were at this restaurant. We had, like I said, we had a view of Logan, and we could see the planes coming in. And I was just looking at the planes in the pattern, right? And one of them was a plane that I've actually flown on, which is cool because I do stuff like that video, right? So I always get the number, serial number on the plane. Well, the tail number and the serial number too. The serial number is on the top of the door when you walk in to the plane. You can see it every time. For the extra plane nerds here, I look at them because I just think it's cool. So I know the tail numbers of the planes that I've flown on. And yeah, I saw a plane land that I've flown on before, which is really cool. ADSB all day. I use ADSB. I just say flight radar because if I say ADSB, people say, what the heck does that mean? Yeah. I have ADSB up all the time. I have it up over here. Sometimes when I just look over here randomly, that's me looking at ADSB Exchange. I just like looking at the planes flying around. Yep. There is a JetBlue plane that's near us. Just took off out of Logan, 19,000 feet at 359 knots. Nice. It's an Embraer 190. Okay, so thoughts on yes amounts of boosts. Oh. Just put a jet engine on it at that point, Flykin', jeez. ADSB, oh my god, is it curable? No. See? See? ADSB is even worse because not only you could see like when the plane was made, where it's going, you can see its signal, you can see like all the information is right there. It's annoying, but it's awesome. It's even worse than Ligma. What's going on over here? Caravan? Yep. C208. There's two of them. The hell? Huh. Neat. Where are the Globe Masters at? No. No. Which one is it, fellas? I forget what you have to do. It's the U button. There we go. There's one. Actually, that one's close to me. Neat. There's another one. And another one. That's not a C-17. That's, oh. Ooh. Cool. It's KC... Oh, no, P-8. Not a KC-46. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, there's another one. They're all over the place, man. A couple of C-130s flying around, and by a couple, I mean a lot. There's a KC-135. Yeah, see, that's a loitering pattern for refueling. Cool. Any cool stuff flying around? What's this? What do we got up there? 135. That's an RC-135. There's another C-17. This is why I like ADSB. You could do stuff like this. And I'm fairly confident you could probably do this stuff on flight radar as well. There's another C-17 up there. CFC 4045. That's yeah, that's Canadian, bud. Check Lakehurst, New Jersey. There's that, and then there's that, and then there's that. Any AC-130s? I don't know. Did they forget to shut off the damn transponder? No. There is an A400 that's over flying around. Well, it was flying around Cardiff right there. Where did it come out of? Caterton. Any F-22s? Probably not. Anything over here? Nope. Oh, what do we got down here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ugh. Anything going down here? Cessna 172. You can follow Air Force cadets learning to fly. Yeah, you can see them down here with T-38s. They fly out of Eglin. And then you can see Op-4s flying around Eglin too, which is cool. If you see T-38, yep, there you go. Flight training. Right there. That's touch and goes. They're doing touch and goes in T-38s. See? Pretty cool, huh? Is this legal to view? Yeah, of course. Guys, okay, here's the thing. These are military planes with transponders on, meaning they're not doing a mission. The planes, this isn't like a one-to-one of every single plane that the Air Force or the Army or the Navy are flying around. You know why? Those planes don't have the civilian transponders on. They're on they're encrypted, or they're on a different frequency or something. I don't know enough about it to be able to say. Long story short, the planes that are actually out flying around, like combat missions, transponders off. Yeah, there's a C-130 that took off from Trenton. Did you know that the A400 is fly-by-wire? So, C-130 can have guns mounted on the side. A lot of activity in Hawaii. Yeah, it's because Hawaii is a very strategic area. What's flying around out there? So, there's a KC-135 that's supporting something. It was refueling something out there, or just training. And then there's a Coast Guard C-130. What's going on over here? Another KC-135. That's an AEWC, electronic warfare. Aerial electronic warfare. And then there's a couple of stuff flying around Wheeler. There's a Black Hawk up there. Nothing out here. Nothing going on around the Marine Corps Air Base. But there's also a Janet flight over the Nevada test range. Is the Janet flight going? Yeah, see, this is cool, man. Like, I love seeing this stuff. You can see what's going on. It's not just that. You flip that on, that's just every plane with a transponder on. It's cool. My favorite part about this is that you can see the highways. See the highway? Planes fly on highways, just like cars do. They're just imaginary highways. That one sees a lot of traffic. That one right there. And the cool thing is that there's high and low altitude airways because we're in 3 dimensions. So think elevated road for planes. You could track your package on this if you knew enough. I mean, I guess. Boop. Yeah, see, this is all planes that are operating with the transponders on. Like if you're training, like those guys are, there's more of them training. The ones we saw over there, they were training over there. There's more guys training with T-38s over here. See? They're doing something. Those guys are just flying in formation out there. Like, that always blows my mind, that out there there's just some military pilots that are being trained. That, like, you know, oh yeah, I'm going to wake up today and I have T-38 training. Like, do you think those guys wake up, like, in the morning, it's like, oh, I got to fly around today. Right? I don't think so. I would enjoy every day of that. Cucumber, 8 months. Thanks, buddy. There's reason why, despite having multiple air bases in Japan and Korea, yeah, everybody has the transponders off. Yep. Flying really low with what looks like a dead engine. Ongoing video of a Turkish C-160 making an emergency landing. No reports of injuries. Okay. What do we got there? Oh boy. Wow. That's a little sus. Forge, what did they say? This was an engine failure? Yeah. Well, first thing to note, the engines are moving at different RPM. See how one of them is moving faster than the other? Oh boy. Oh, that's sketch. Yeah, the contrails coming off one prop indicates that this one is spinning way faster than that one. Or it could be the pitch angle, which means differential pitch on the engine, which, uh-oh. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Hey, not bad, dude. Where was this? Turkey, I think? Yeah, Kayseri. Why is the landing gear not down? Don't know. I mean, yeah, I have no idea. Could be a bunch of things. Cool. Preserving airspeed? Yeah, most likely. Yeah, probably. Ground footage. Not bad, man. Not bad considering. I mean, if that was an engine failure, yeah, that's pretty damn good, dude. Enid, Oklahoma is one of the biggest USAF training bases in the United States. They fly all sorts of planes out of there, and we saw a bunch of T-38s taking off and T-6s flying around. Some Gulfstreams carrying generals in and coming out of the base. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of put two and two together there. I kind of put two and two together there, considering Bandit. Yeah, nice. Something that threw me off, you grew up in Nebraska, and at any given time you could look up and see 5 to 15 planes flying over. Now in Vermont, there's only ever maybe 2 or 4. Definitely a flyover state. Random divert to Vulcan, but it seems like the course shut down about 1.2 seconds early due to CH4 temps going slightly out of bounds at the bottom of the fuel line. Interesting. Someone said there's more footage in the plane in the comments. I don't know if you wanted to see them or not. Yeah, I didn't. That's why I didn't do it. Yeah, good space news, though. I think I covered everything. I think we got all of it. All good, Flykin. Don't worry about it. Check the patch on the general. Dude, too many links. Too many links, man. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. In a propeller airplane, the propeller would not spin if the engine is failed because they would feather the propeller, I think. Not sure. I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe. What's the patch? Let's see. Oh, hey. B2? Yeah, it's B2. What am I looking at here? What did you want me to see? The patch? Other one on the right. Oh, nice, super. Cool. That actually reminded me of something. That 509th patch. That's a B-21 pilot, by the way. Oh, yeah? What gave that away? I don't know. I don't think that lady over there believes you. You tell because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. Is that a B-21 pilot? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, King. Yep. Yep. New Century is Steam update. Cool. Cool beans. Excuse me. Those Porsche Boxsters, though. I wonder how much they go for. Shopping. Why don't you show my buttery landing? You want to show that? I haven't watched it yet, Adam. I was a little busy this morning. Don't do it? Alright. I'd rather buy more trucks anyway. This account uses ADSB to track recon flights over Europe. Cool. Here's what I was remembering. Yeah, I know about that Oculus ship. Yep. You suck. Of course you can show it. What do you mean? I saw the bread that you linked, and you believe it or not, that made me hungry, and I went and got food. All right, Adam. Let's see. Let's see this buttery landing. All right. Let's see. What do you got here?
Minimums.
50.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
It don't get smoother than that. Yeah, I heard it. That noise. Yeah, that's cool.
Minimums.
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 It don't get smoother than that, dude. The sound you hear at touchdown is the speed brake lever extending automatically upon touchdown.
100.
Usually the noise is covered by sound and vibrations of the gear
50,
touching down, but not
40,
today. That's what that
30,
noise is.
20, 10.
Wow. Yeah, don't get smoother than that, dude. Very nice. Very nice. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It's one of those landings that leaves the passengers confused. Yeah, something like that, right? Something like that. Alright, I gotta turn off ADSB or I'm never gonna stop watching it. I could watch that all day. Good landing, man. This landing was butter, but the takeoff was hell. I don't know what that link is. Alright, dudes. I think we've discussed everything space. Oh, actually, no, there is one more thing. There is one more. Hold on. There's one thing that I haven't shown that you guys might like, if you like confetti. Do you like confetti? I don't know, you tell me. Do you like confetti? Oh, that tail strike on an A350. Yikes. You don't like cleaning confetti? All right, cool. Well, you don't have to clean this one up. Check this out. Confetti! Destructive testing. So, this is Sierra Space's, one of their inflatable modules on its test stand here, where they popped it like a balloon. No, not Bigelow. Sierra. Bigelow doesn't exist anymore. I love that the depressurization, even the depressurization back to 1 bar, is making the gases inside of that module condense. That's pretty insane, actually. That's a pretty good indicator of extremely high pressure inside of that thing. I wonder what it failed at. Play this one instead. It's in real time. Oh, okay. Well, gone, reduced to ashes. The tweet said 77 psi. 6 bar, give or take. Yeah. Headphone users warning would have been nice. No, all good. So, I'm pretty sure I know what they were testing here. Sierra Space is looking at making inflatable modules just like Bigelow was at one point. Now, what they're actually working on, guys, is actually something pretty insane. when you think about it. When you think about this, if you know a little bit about how, like, balloons pressurize and whatnot, right? So what they're working on is building flange plates into the outside of their inflatables. You can see they have all types of sensors and stuff on either side of this thing. What they're trying to do with their expandable modules is this flange plate, you can put whatever you want on it. So they could put a docking port over here on an inflatable module. That's what they're trying to test here. Wow. That was pretty damn quick. Video of the test. No, there's video right here. Video of the test. Okay. All right.
We were just here at Marshall Space Flight Center just about 100 days ago doing our most recent subscale burst test. That one had a blanking plate integrated into it, and on this one now we have 2 blanking plates integrated.
See?
Our team has
The blanking plates. Yeah. Awesome. They want to put docking ports and all kinds of stuff, like a robotic arm mount on the outside of their expandable modules, inflatables. That's a big deal in space station design, guys, because in the past with an inflatable module, it's only the solid part where you really could put a docking port. Them working on this kind of tech is actually super freaking cool. Mrs. Victory says it looks like a giant marshmallow. Don't eat this one.
It's moved incredibly quickly to iterate on this design, make improvements, and build a full-scale article. This work is really important because we're changing how we're able to put habitats in space. For example, Life will achieve 1/3 of the volume of the ISS in one launch, where that previously took 10.
Oh, also Windows. Yeah, Windows. It's Windows!
To 15 launches to achieve that same volume.
And we believe that having the ability to build space stations together with our space transportation systems and bring those together into an ecosystem allows us to find things that we can't discover on Earth. We think about creating an end-to-end solution that will enable the orbital age. We think about every industrial revolution that's come before us has really positioned us for now, for this new age.
Soft goods have a previous track record in low Earth orbit, actually. They had put up a inflatable airlock. Following that, there was 2 prototype modules called Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Shortly after that, the Bigelow Expandable Activities module. So we're trying to continue that trend with Sierra Space.
The ability
in
for
Nebraska.
Sierra Space and ILC Dover to place a blanking plate inside this soft goods shell is the next generation technology.
How do you get up
Those
there?
blanking plates aren't just for windows. We can place on there antennas. We can put another airlock on there. We can have radiators, solar arrays, robotics. We are going to demonstrate to the world that Sierra Space is the leader in soft goods habitation.
The full-scale unit behind me here is really comprised of 2 main components. We have our metallic ground support equipment and then the soft goods. The core is 18 foot tall and the diameter is 27 feet. And we do what we refer to as sleeving, and that sleeving is where you basically drop the soft goods over the top of the core. Today feels a lot like the culmination of all the subscale tests that we've done, really leading to this full-scale test.
So our ultimate
Sleeve
burst
the
pressure
soft
test
goods.
day is really
Copy.
about 2 things. One, it's about verifying the success that we had on our subscale test efforts. So we far exceeded the NASA safety and certification requirements with those subscale tests. And so now it's really about extrapolating those to this full-scale test and verifying that those results are repeatable.
We have learned a lot in terms of how to architect the material, how to weave the material, how to build the material, at the different layers of the material, how
Potato.
to think about all of
Actually, I wanted to see this. So, the inner wall, a restraint layer, rear wall, micrometeorite, debris layer, another one, thermals, and then the outer cover atomic oxygen.
of that, so that
What does that say? Hold on.
we have learned a lot in terms of how to architect the material,
It's
how
a
to weave the
freaking
material,
onion.
how to build the material.
Outer cover atomic oxygen. Interesting. It's an ogre. I mean, I think onion, but all right. Rust prevented. Yeah. What's the plan for the ISS when not viable anymore? However far away that was. The ISS is funded out to 2030, B. Dean. Personally, honest opinion, NASA should sell it. What? When the military is using a truck and they don't need it anymore, they sell it. Anything. Let me just be clear. Anything's better than deorbiting the stupid thing. Okay. Heck, pay SpaceX to go and get the modules with Starship or something. Or use the Lofted experiments to deorbit one with an inflatable heat shield. Anything but letting it burn up, for the love of Jeb. Ugh.
The different layers of the material, how to think about all of that, so that when we actually get it in space, it's harder than steel, has much more in terms of durability, and the greatest invention.
What the hell is that? They keep showing that. What the hell is that?
Is
highly, it has wings. Never mind.
Windows in soft construction.
It's Windows from Microsoft, except in Nebraska.
The teams have worked extremely closely, not just to engineer something as unique as what you see behind us.
Make it in KSP? Doom, I did. 5 years ago. I'm serious, I designed a crew vehicle that looks exactly like that.
But we continually learn how to mass produce so that as this becomes more and more of a viable technology, we can be first to market and make sure that we can deploy this type of technology across multiple applications.
It's the technology that's represented behind us that's going to allow us for the first time not just to think about what to put in space. We can now think about what we're going to produce in space to benefit life on Earth.
Between Blue Origin and Sierra Space, we have got some of the best people in the industry. So I'm excited to see the life habitat make it to space, make it to orbital reef, and just the capability of having such a large habitat in space.
Nice.
Enables living in space in a way that we've never been able to before.
The whole idea is that we're gonna grab our inflatable life and just take it to the max, see what kind of PSI we're gonna get to. We're hoping that it is somewhere in the 60 PSI.
Bursting is so important because the data we achieve from this burst test and subsequent burst tests will allow us to refine our design for life 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and beyond.
Okay, you guys clear? All right, 45 PSI. 50 PSI, 50 PSI, 55 PSI, 55
That's
PSI.
true, Italics, yeah.
61 PSI. On the way to burst, go Sierra Space, go NASA. Starting to go down in pressure. So maybe it's a leak on the test article and it's trying to overcome it. We're dropping just as fast as we were filling it.
We didn't burst. There was a little bit of an issue that we're taking a look at. There's some type of leak rate or leak that's happening in the article. We're gonna go out there and do a post-mortem review.
It looks like there was a valve failure on our 6-inch vent valve.
So good news, the article could still be tested, and we're gonna go down and close those valves, fix it. Beth and the team, along with NASA, will come up with a mitigation process, and we'll move forward.
Damn valves.
We had a really successful test. Although we did not burst our article, we did surpass the factor of safety threshold recommended by NASA. Today we're going to be back in the control room for part 2 of the test. While we did surpass our threshold yesterday, we still want to burst our test article to really see how much margin we have.
Destructive testing.
Go Sierra Space, go Austin, go NASA. 55 PSI, 55 PSI.
63 PSI, 63 PSI. 70 PSI, 70 PSI.
Comes my number.
75 PSI, 75 PSI. So for the people that don't know pounds per square inch, or if you use bar or kPa, 1 atmosphere is 14.7 pounds per square inch. So we are way above 1 bar here. Like way above 1 bar. 4 bar would be 60. So we're at 5 pretty much. This is 5 bar, or about 505 kilopascals, give or take. It's, yeah. So why are they testing it so crazy? Why push it to that point? Is that what the pressure is going to be inside? No. Once again, 1 atmosphere is about 15 psi. You know, people often think that the spacecraft is going to have some explosive decompression or something. Well, that is something that could happen. It's very unlikely, because the pressure, the change in pressure, the delta P between the inside and the outside of a spacecraft is actually not that much. We're talking about a 15 psi differential, 101 kilopascals. That's not a lot of pressure. It's not like a submarine, right? A submarine under the ocean, or not under the ocean, a submarine in the water with a 200 bar pressure differential between the inside and the outside. I mean, under the water, it's reversed than what it is to the spacecraft. You have higher pressure inside the spacecraft. On a submarine, you have lower pressure inside of the hull of the submarine, right? You think it's going to pop or something nuts, right? Spacecraft are much more likely to leak, if anything, not just pop. And that's part of the reason why they're doing their testing here. They are 5 bar. They're 5 times the pressure of what this thing would see in up in space, which is cool. That's how you do this type of testing. Nice, Mason. Yeah, see. Let me take a look here. Oh. That's interesting to me that they didn't get delamination around these things, around the their attachments, like their flange plate right there. That's interesting to me that they didn't get any type of delamination there. It's actually happening somewhere else, which tells me that that's overbuilt. That is insanely strong. Because once again, I told you spacecraft leak. Where do they leak? It's most likely to leak in a place where there's high traffic, like a docking port or something, or a window, right? Yeah, that tells me that, I mean, this was a test for those plates there, and it popped the module before it popped the plate at 70 psi, or 77 psi. So yeah, you're good. It's an inflatable space station module, Hando. That's right, Twitching, yep. Yeah, see, it didn't fail at the plates. That's cool. Woo! Yeet! Yeah.
We're not a company that's trying to escape Earth. We're not a company that thinks that we ought to leave the planet. We're a company that's committed to this home and making it better. Ultimately, our focus is to benefit 8 billion people. We believe we will help find cures to the world's hardest problem, find cures to leukemia and other kinds of cancers. Think about longevity in ways we could never have thought about. Next generation of energy, next generation of computing power. It will change everything.
That's pretty neat. So if anybody's wondering where they're doing their testing, they showed it right at the beginning. That's at Marshall Space Flight. So it's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville. They showed exactly where they're doing their testing. It's right up at the front here. Yeah, I guess they want to do good things, Huzzah. Want to do some crazy stuff in space, like curing cancer. There it is. That is the former Saturn I first stage test stand. You can see the stages mount right there, and there's a flame deflector on either side. It's a 2-cell test stand. The test article was with it until about last year, and then they scrapped it because some bozo left it outside for 50 years. Yep. That was where we test fired the Saturn I first stage. One of the first things that NASA was working on in the Apollo program. Yeah, test stand seen better days. How far is Marshall from the Space Camp campus? It's a little ways south, Tigris, if I'm remembering right. Laws of thermodynamics. PV equals nRT. Panta is the formula you want. When it pops, you're going through explosive decompression. Something that, but it's 5 times what you'd encounter like up at the space station or anywhere in space. We only need 1 bar. They're at like 5.5, maybe 6 bar when it popped. So the gases inside are at high pressure. You have 6 bar inside of the module and you have 1 bar ambient, right? So when it pops, you get decompression. So the gas decompresses, and when gases decompress, they get really cold and condense. Yeah, 5 bar would not be pleasant, Gil, that's for sure. What about space junks and strikes on that? I've seen pictures of space junk strikes on the ISS, and they can be very damaging. I'm pretty sure that's part of their testing campaign, Rhino. And let me put it to you like this: there is no way that they didn't take that into account with this. I mean, fun way to test that, I suppose, would be to shoot a bullet at it. But see, then again, shooting a rifle at this, it'll probably bounce right off. I'm serious. I mean, those things are made out of Kevlar. It's basically the module. It's a little more complicated than that, but the gist of it is that it has layers of Kevlar, like a bulletproof vest. But here's the thing: shooting a rifle at it actually is not good testing for that. Not because of the imprecision of a rifle. Bullets aren't going fast enough. Shoot an AK-50 at it. I'm sure Mr. Herrera would love to do that, Yuri, but even then, 50 BMG, not fast enough. Not fast enough. Rifles, spacecraft fly way faster than a rifle cartridge. Like, way faster. Like, way faster. Laps in A10. No. Even 30 millimeter depleted uranium rounds are not going fast enough to be sufficient testing. You're probably testing about 1/5 the velocity that's needed to do the destructive testing that you're trying to achieve. Basically what I'm trying to tell you, micrometeorites go way faster than that. Not 1 to 2,000 miles an hour, which is like supersonic ammunition is somewhere in there, right? Depending on what it is. I'm talking 17,000 miles an hour. Yeah, might be even more depending on where the piece of debris came from.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. All right. Wet dress rehearsal on the horizon for Starship. Ryan wrote this, okay. Do we have new pictures? Hello. Mr. Bayer took this picture. Oh, what? Whoa, that's, we'll flip over to Starship here, and then we'll switch to workers and resources. Look at that, man. Scott, 27 months. Appreciate it, man. Wish we had a shuttle to bring back a test article for long duration. Yeah, I know. It'd be really nice, Iger, don't you think? How many tanks do you need? Tanks, I think I have enough. They started repainting the legs of the OLM for the next round of testing. Cool. So Mr. Yak took this picture. Yak, see? Boyer, I think is his name. No Beavers Update 5 is out. I'll save Timberborn for next week, Katra. Yeah. And the Yak is down at Starbase. Yes. So let's take a look. That's the sound water systems over here. Sound suppressor and the pad deluge is over here. There's the retention pond for it. SpaceX actually started removing some of these tanks that were broken, and they have started putting a lot more regular tanks over here. Holy crap. They also took the main boom of the Lever 11K over the last week. They took the main boom off. Yeah, interesting. Let's take a look. Let's peep in here and see what we got. Yeah, they're disassembling the crane. I see it. The boom is over there. Look at this, guys. Cranes helping cranes, okay? No, you need a crane. You need a smaller crane to put the bigger crane together. We know about that. There's some SPMTs right there. There's an even smaller crane. Thomas, I'm wondering what's going on over here. What's that about? What about Railroader? I swear I'll make some time for it, T-Man. Okay? I'll make some time for it, buddy. Restroom? Well, there's your damn restroom, boy. Yep. Yeah, I started repainting it. I'm wondering what's going on over here. It seems like they're grading some things. The only reason why I ask is because we know that SpaceX is looking to build another pad down here. The components for the pad started being delivered over at Starbase on the other side of things. This article will probably talk about it a little bit later, but any red Jeeps down there? No. Well, maybe that. Yeah, looks like it. They're building a walking path for the mobile transport system. I don't know. It also, this might just be from a lot of people parking their cars here and stuff, but it looks like they've graded out here a little bit, or at least started moving up terrain. I think that's just from a lot of people parking there, though. Yeah, dude, look at this. Man, this thing's built out, man. What a great picture from Jack. Fantastic. Hoppy's over there just doing its thing. I wonder what that is. Yeah. I wonder what this is over here for. Oh, nice truck. Hell yeah. Nice truck. They have finally installed the protective metal plates on the base of the tower after all the concrete erosion. Yep. That was likely done when they were putting down the power lines and such. Yeah. Yeah, this is all... There's your... So, these guys right here, those stack tanks right there, those are gas, those hold nitrogen. And then these are the water tanks here. It's a little more complicated than this, but basically how they get the water to shoot out here like crazy is they shoot nitrogen into these water tanks, and it squirts the water out into these pipes right here. The reason why the pipes kink up like that, air bleed. Yeah, it's a bleeding system to make sure that the pipe is full of water and not air. When you fill this thing up, you can get hydraulic hammering, right? If you... Well, that's not hydraulic hammering. You could get geysering, right? So they have little relief valves up here when they're pumping water through this thing to get all the air out of the system, because the bubbles, the water will displace all the air, and a high point right here in the system is where you bleed the air out. Cool. Neat. Yeah, those are all the nitrogen tanks. I'm not sure what that is, though. I don't think that's hooked up to anything. All right, what else? What other pictures are here? I like looking at the pictures. Oh, nice. Another angle. Hell yeah. Yeah, electrical and power systems are right there. There's the heat exchangers there. Those are for cooling propellants. Any ideas what's going on with suborbital pad A? I don't know. Does Mr. Yak have picture? Let's see. Yak, do you have a picture? Yeah, here they are. This is where they're building the tower. That's at the Sanchez site. They started building out a... Do they recover the water after use? No. I mean, you might get some in that retention pond, dude, but yeah. Wonder what that's about. Yeah, see over there, that's irrigation and drainage stuff. That's what... All right, little thing on construction here again. See these trenches? That's for drainage. That's what those are. It's the... I say irrigation, that's not the right word. Jeepers creepers. Man, it's been a while since I've checked this, Thomas. This is really built up compared to the last time I saw it. My guy is doing God's work. Is this the tile picture? Starship Gazer took these pictures. Look, yeah. Still a little bit of hoobity-doobity. That's just a transport stand being made. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since we've just gone into a dive here on this channel of what this stuff looks like. But yeah, this is, once again, super built up compared to the last time I saw it. This was a dirt field, basically, when we kind of stopped doing Starship coverage every day a little while back. But yeah, the posts right there, see them? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is a concrete jig, basically. They'll mount pieces onto those, and that creates a jig that they can build the towers on, the tower segments. And if I'm looking at this right, there's some tower segments right there for the second launch pad. Right there, right there, right there. This is the staging area for all the components. Actually, now that I'm really looking, there's the jig pieces right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. See, those 4 posts go on 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there. And then they'll get them square, basically. With metal bars, they'll get it square. And that gives you a nice, perfectly square thing to build your tower segments on. And from there, those pieces right there with those huge gussets on them, they'll put 4 of those in place, and then they'll start bolting it all together. It's a big erector set, guys. Yeah, gigantic erector set. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, gigantic freaking erector set. Actually, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's another one right there, but yeah. Oh, there's more of them. Those are more of those posts. They're just tipped over. Huh. Man, all this drainage and everything suggests a more permanent facility here. And you can see that there's squares. See the squares that are dug out? The reason why they have those dug out is because you're going to need a bigger subgrade here. You need a bigger subgrade and you need thicker reinforced concrete. Why? The sections that these posts, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, the sections that they stand on, the jig that they build the thing on, I mean, the tower segments are heavy. So you need some reinforced structure there to hold it up, or else it'll just sink into the ground. I said you couldn't build a space center on a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into the swamp, so I built a second one. That fell into the swamp, so I built a third one, lad. That burnt down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, that stayed up. All right. And then, yeah, last time we looked at this was all tents. There's no more tents. They're building out a more permanent facility. And just like the tower segments, guys, look, where the posts for the building are, they cast thicker concrete with a bigger subgrade. They do those first and then fill in everything else with concrete. See what I'm saying? Yep. Now, here's the thing. Something to note. Did they really need that thick of concrete to hold up this building? No. No, not at all. Not at all. This structure in itself is not that big of a deal. What they do need to hold up is the gantry crane that's going in this building. How do I know there's a gantry crane going into this building? Well, the rails for it are right there. See, there's the track. This one right here. The one that's offset from the main roof post. See how this goes up and then it goes over and then down and then there's two posts? It's a gantry crane. I love cranes. I love picking things up and then putting them down right after that. So, yep, there you go. This is going to have a gantry crane in it. The gantry crane obviously is for moving Starship ring segments around. Like those. Those are old test articles. But it's making all the sub-assemblies for Starship. And then it'll pop out here and then they'll assemble the entire thing in the high bays. Well, that's... There's High Bay 1 and then there's Mega Bay 1 and 2. There used to be the original high bay for building starships used to be right here, but they yeah, that's gone. That's been gone for a while. Good view of a complete segment. Who took this picture? Jared took this picture. Jared Frankel. Yep, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. See, they build them on those posts. See the thing that says 1A01? It's basically just a square. It's 4 pieces of metal that's square, so when they go to put the tower together, it doesn't get built like with the posts this way or this way or this way. The posts are perfectly parallel to each other. It's just a building jig. And then from there, the rest of it just bolts together like a big freaking erector set. In fact, that's exactly what it is. It's a big erector set. Real OGs remember when the windbreak was going up. Real OGs remember when the Starhopper concrete was poured for the jig to make it. Yeah. 2018, dude. That was 6 years. That was 6 years ago. What happened? What happened? What happened to us? Holy sh! Buddy, it only goes faster as you get older. No, I know. You like, here's the thing. When I make comments like that, I'm not like, oh my god, I'm getting so old. Yeah, whatever. That happens to everybody. It's just, you know, I guess when I was younger, you know, you always hear your parents say, or you hear somebody say, oh, I've been doing that for like 27 years. I've been doing that. I've been a machinist for 10 years. I've been a plumber for 25 years. I've been a plumber for 30. I've been an electrician. Like, you hear those numbers get tossed around and you really don't have a concept of what the hell that means, right? But as you get older, you understand, because you've seen it first person, how long that actually is. That's where I'm like, damn, dude. Because, you know, like, at one point, like, when you're 20 years old, think about it like this. When you're 20 years old, 5 years is a quarter of your lifespan, right? But when you're 40 years old, a quarter of your lifespan is 10 years, right? Your perception changes over time. What I can't believe is just that, like, we've been doing this for this long. That's like, wow. I'm not, like, I don't care that I'm getting old. Yeah, everyone's getting old. So, that happens to everybody, right? Like, it's the perception of time that always screws with me. It's like, wow, that's what 6 years is. That, you know, that's 5 years. Oh, okay. I've been doing this for 10 years. That's weird. Man, it doesn't feel like I've been doing it for 10 years, right? But we have. Remember the first Raptor wiggle on Starhopper? I do. Yeah. That's weird, man. That's weird. That wasn't that long ago. You know? It doesn't seem like that was that long ago, I guess. Just goes faster and faster. Yeah, because over time, half your lifespan or a quarter of your lifespan gets to be a longer thing, so it's weird that your perception changes, but it also doesn't. That's very bizarre to me. Remember when the nose cone fell over? I do. And yeah, they started making prototypes, right? And they were welding in the wind, and the wind was blowing away the gases for the weld and making very crappy welds. It went through the COVID wormhole. Yeah. All right, what else do we got from our buddies over at Nether? So this is the Massey's gun range. Former Massey's gun range. It was a gun range at one point. SpaceX bought it, and now it's for testing all their vehicles. They do pressure tests and stuff here at Massey's. See, they have pressurization systems everywhere. And then test stands right there and right there. And that's not even, look at all the crap that they're building. Static fire test area being constructed on the back right. So, you guys want to know how close we are to the border here? Like, we know that Boca Chica is in the very southern tip of Texas. You see that? See across the river? That's Mexico. Crazy, right? That's the Rio Grande right there. That's freaking Mexico. That's how close we are to the freaking border. Dude, the flames from the static fire are going to go into Mexico. Yeah, isn't that nuts? That's weird. Been doing ICT user support for 40 freaking years. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? That's crazy, man. You boys like Mexico? Woo-hoo! That's awesome. Another poignant thing to notice is that they've regraded this road. They added see guys, it looks like the road is kind of lifted up off the ground. It looks like they added more dirt. Well, I know this might seem strange, but they added more dirt. Yeah. No, they changed the subgrade of the road. You know why? Heavy things get moved out here. So, Wallahan, interesting question. Would a wall come through there? No. Maybe, not really. So the Rio Grande is an estuary, dude. It's a natural barrier. The Rio Grande Valley, you ain't crossing that. There are other points where you'd want some type of border protection if you're going to get it. No, I'm not trying to turn this into some kind of political discussion. I get it. We're just talking about if a wall was made. So there's Boca Chica right here. Right there. So the build site is right there. The launch site is right there. And then Massey's is right there. See what I'm talking about? This is when it was still a gun range. This is actually right when SpaceX bought it. It used to be a nice big range. SpaceX just bought it because they started changing the terrain and stuff. And like I said, see all the dirt that they put in? They widened this road, and then they added a thick freaking subgrade to it. Because they're going to be moving Falcon, or not Falcon, Starship components on it. Now, the thing is, dude, I wouldn't try to pass through this. Like, see where it says La Borita right there? I would not try to pass through that. This is swamp, dude. It's all swamp. Natural barrier. And look at it. It's not just, the Rio Grande estuary is gigantic. It's going the wetlands go all the way down here. Like, you're not going to need a border wall over here. The swamp is a good one. No one's getting through that. And it's not like, oh, could you take like a truck or something? Yeah, maybe. But even if you get that far, you still have to cross the Rio Grande. That's not a shallow river. Now, here's the thing. There are spots over here where you don't have that, right? There's spots over here where you don't have the entire estuary between you, like El Longreño right there. And if you go and look, the spots where it's easier to cross, there already is border protection there. See what I'm saying? Interesting question, guys. And once again, I ain't trying to make this about, like, let's be real. I'm going to be very candid here for a second. I'm not trying to make this about some type of political discussion or whatever. We're just talking about if you were going to build one. You're not going to build one there because it's swampy. There's no one's going to try to cross that. And if they do, like, you're going to die. Not from us, but look, we don't need any more political discourse than what we're going to get force-fed this year. And I mean force-fed. It's going to get bad. So, toughen up now. If me talking about how you'd go and build something is going to piss you off, you ain't ready for this year. It's going to get nutty. But it ain't going to get nutty here. Okay? Well, it's because I shut it off. Like, thanks for answering. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Size of the trenches here. It'll be pointed north and not towards Mexico. I was going to say, that's kind of nuts, dude. Yeah, okay. It's roughly 200 feet long, 60 feet wide, 60 feet deep. What? But I love nuts. Well, eat it then. Eat them or something. Mods are going to be busy this year. I would ask people to not bring that baggage in here. Like, please don't. Like, you're not going to get force-fed political stuff from me because, let's be real, we are going to get force-fed political stuff for the next 8 months. Actually, it's more than that. It's the next 11. So, and it's only going to get worse as the closer we get to November. So, tough it up. We're in for a pretty crappy ride. Dude, I'm already over it. Yeah, Drummer, I'm with you, man. I was just trying to watch a football game. Every single ad spot in between plays is, this person's an idiot, don't trust them. And then the next one, right after that, like, the first one is like, I'm person A. Person B is an idiot. Don't trust them. And then right after that, you get another ad. I'm person B. I think that A is an idiot. Vote for me. Like, it's like, oh my God. Dude, it's not even November yet. Ah! God, no! Stop! At least wait till the summer, damn it! They can't, I understand, yeah, because of delegates and stuff. I get it. I know how the process works, but holy crap, dude, I'm not even ready for it, man. Not ready for it. Oh my God. Not even ready. Is New Hampshire a part of your media market? Well, yeah, John, of course. I am person D. I am an idiot. Vote for me. Oh my God. So yeah, don't bring that in here. That just consider that a blanket message for the rest of this year. Just I don't want to talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it in 2020, and I definitely didn't want to talk about it in 2016. And before that, like, I don't... Nah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good, bros. I'm good. This is why I do not watch TV. It's gotten incessantly bad, Redstone. Like, and it's only gonna, like, yeah, it made me want to shut the TV off. I'm like, dude, I'll just go do something else. I'll catch the highlights for the football game later. Rule 8's been in place for a long time. Yeah. And for good reason. Bam, you know what the funny thing is, dude? Like, I remember, like, the World of Warship days, like 2015. Like, I know you played World of Warships with us and stuff, if I'm remembering correctly, right? Back then, I was afraid to talk about politics, right? Anything on the stream. I was afraid to talk about it because, you know, you're going to get mad. Like, you're going to piss somebody off, no matter what you say. You could say, I want to be left alone, and that's, you know, in this day and age, you're probably going to piss someone off. Now, nowadays, I don't want to I don't want to talk about it, not because I'm afraid of it, because I'm freaking tired of it. Like, I've gotten a little bit fatigued there. That's the reason why. I'm like, because I don't, just, you can think whatever you want. I'll think whatever I want. Piss off. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Go away. Like, I told you, I'm becoming the get off my lawn. I'm becoming that guy. It's slow, but I've noticed it happening. It's spreading. Ah! I don't care. Go away. I mean, I do, but also... Oh. Anyway, let's go back to looking at Massey's. I came in when Das was flipping out on his stream when you hit partner. That's a bit before your time. No, dude, you played World of Warships with us, didn't you? I remember playing. I remember you shooting at me in World of Warships. Unless that was another BAM. I don't think it was. Need more people like you in that regard. You don't need to hear my crappy opinions about things, Genesis, and I don't want to hear yours, right? Like, together, we can both wallow in the cesspool. We could just not want to listen to each other together. It'll be great, you know? There you go, Thunderbolt. Yep. Oh, boy. EJ, when will we be sending people to Mars? 20 years from now. I would say, Charles, a conservative estimate would be 20 years from now, and that's if everything goes right. So, barring no moron defunding NASA or you know, SpaceX having a stupid mishap investigation or some fish investigation every freaking time they blow up a starship or whatever. No need to wallow in the sediment. The sediment of the Rio Grande, Mason. See the sediment? It's right there. They put it on the road. You can tell because of the way it is. I think someone is going in 20 regardless of NASA. Yeah, I think that would be fair, James. I mean, with the trajectory that we're currently moving at, with like the rate of iteration that SpaceX is going at, like, it's possible. But that's what I mean. It's contingent. You can't predict the future. All right? Obviously. So what I'd like to say when people say, when do you think we're going to go back to the moon? When do you think we're going to do this? I mean, well, we know when we're not going to go back to the freaking moon because of safety standards, right? Like, oh, we care about safety. To prove that to you, we delayed because, the life support systems don't work. If we cared about safety, the life support systems probably would have worked the first time. But safety is our concern, so it's our number one priority. Well, okay. Sure. Anyway, I always say, like, that's if we're going at our current trajectory. I'd say at least 20 years, at the very least. That would be like SpaceX, keep going. Like, if we just keep going at the rate that we're going at, and, NASA continues to flat fund NASA, which is basically like flatlining it. Flat funding for NASA is basically keeping it in its vegetative state that it's in. And that's why stuff takes so long, if you really want to know. But also, if we keep going at the trajectory, I'd say about 20 years. If they let the chains off with SpaceX, could be sooner. But that's a complicated thing to do. Once again, I've talked about Mars mission architecture on here before. So guys, let's think about a Mars mission. So, okay. You are going to need some type of vehicle, and this is just the getting there part, okay? You're going to need some type of vehicle that can free fly by itself, no cargo replenishment, no crew resupply, no nothing, that can free fly for 3 to 5 months. No issues. Completely closed loop life support systems. 3 to 5 months. Okay? Let's just say it's a high energy transfer vehicle. So like something like Starship. Let's say it's a 3-month transfer. Well, okay. I don't think that that would be that big of a deal. The ISS goes 3 to 5 months without being resupplied. But here's where this gets complicated. Like I said, this is just outbound. From there, your vehicle has to either land on Mars or go on orbit, and then you need to use some type of ascent and descent vehicle from there. And that architecture is really complicated. The reason why it's really complicated is because if you're doing something like that, right? So say you have a descent vehicle, right? And you have a transfer vehicle that gets you there in 3 months. And then your transfer vehicle circularizes around Mars, and then you use the ascent vehicle to go down and then come back up. So first of all, you're only going to have enough fuel to go down once and up once, unless we have some type of in situ resource utilization, in which case you need to deploy that, and now that complicates the mission even more. I just ripped my jeans by accident. It was already ripped. Oh no, I ripped them even more. Doesn't matter. So now you need that. It got caught on the bottom of the desk. So now you need ISRU. ISRU is something we don't know how to do. In theory, we know how a saboteur reaction works, so we could do it, right? Them swole knees. Oh yeah, baby. At least it wasn't a blowout. Yeah, not like when I ripped it right down the crotch freaking couple of months ago. That was embarrassing. But hey, whatever. Whatever. It's an ablative leg panel. Yeah, these jeans were already ripped, so it's because the camouflage pants ripped. That's why I've been wearing jeans lately, because I broke my camo pants, which sucks. Anyway, but I digest. So now you need ISRU, or it's one way up, one way down to the surface, right? That's doable, but now your vehicle needs to be able to loiter on orbit with life support systems intact, power functions intact, everything intact, taking into account micrometeorite debris, also no resupply, and nobody on board for a year. A year at the very least. You're not going to be in the correct phasing with Earth. You're not going to be in the correct phasing with Earth for about a year and a half. Give or take. 1 Martian year. Right? So that vehicle needs to sit there for a year and a half, either A, with a skeleton crew on board, or B, with nobody on board. Needs to be completely 100% autonomous. No problems, nothing. No leaks, no nothing like that. Any one of those things happens, you're screwed. Right? That's a lot of engineering hurdles to overcome. Right? And now, you're crewed down on the surface. Okay, you have a lander. Where's their HAB module? What do? They just stay in the lander? Okay, that's a lander that needs to either A, have storable propellants for easily over a year. I don't know of another rocket that we could just leave somewhere for a year and it's not a big deal. Right? Think about like if you just left a Falcon 9 outside for a year and then SpaceX picked it up and tried to put it back on a test stand. That's a really difficult problem to solve in itself. So you need some type of storable propellants, or you need ISRU to prevent, to make more propellants to change like boil off and stuff. Right? And then on top of all that, you need a place for them to stay. You need a HAB module. So, I don't know, maybe they have inflatable modules on their lander and they deploy them and they're inflatable. So now that system needs to be able to be self-sufficient for the most part, for the better part of a year. Right? Now, this is where this really comes into question. Like, how do you do that? Do you deploy maybe you deploy inflatables off of your Mars descent vehicle, right? Maybe you don't. Maybe they're already there, in which case you need to time it with another mission that went 26 months prior. Because the transfer window for Mars comes every 26 months. I think the next transfer window for Mars is late this year, if I'm remembering right. So, okay, say you solved everything that I've said, and you're down there for a year, and now you have an ascent vehicle, and the ascent vehicle goes back up to your big transfer vehicle, right? And now you have to go back. So once again, you have to go back, you have to turn on the life support systems and repower on a rocket or a transfer vehicle that's been sitting in Mars orbit by itself, nobody on board for a year and a half, basically. After that, Whatever propellants it's using, those need to be there as well, and you need to perform a transfer burn back to Earth another 3 to 5 months, and then how are you stopping? So you need the Delta V. You could aerobrake Earth. You could aerobrake Mars too. It's not going to work as well, but you could aerobrake. Now, you get back to Earth, you're on trans-Earth injection. What do you do to stop? Do you just retro burn? Do you use the aerobrake? Now, something like Starship would have a thermal protection system, so you could aerobrake, but that's aerobraking a tile-based thermal protection system from a velocity that's 25,000 miles an hour plus. We've never done anything like that. The space shuttle couldn't re-enter from trans-Earth injection from the moon. They would rip the thermal protection systems apart. The plasma would get too close to the tiles, and the tiles wouldn't be able to flex the heat enough. Or absorb the heat enough, I should say. So, long story short, a mission to Mars is extraordinarily complicated. It's a really complicated thing to do. If it was me, I would go the route of Apollo. I wouldn't try to do a landing. Just once. I wouldn't try to do a landing on the first try. Just once. By just once, I mean on the first try. I wouldn't try to do that. Flyby. A flyby would be better. Put yourself into a cycler style orbit where you do a flyby and your ejection angle shoots you right back to Earth. Use Martian gravity to be able to make a 3-month transfer out, 3-month transfer back. That might be a little bit weird. It's probably not going to be 3 months back. It'd probably be a 3-month transfer and then maybe like 6 months back, right? But do a flyby. First, do it uncrewed. And then do it with people on board. And then maybe a circularization around Mars, right? Basically do an Apollo 8 equivalent. But see, here's the thing. The moon is always there. It's always right there. We can always go to it. Mars is not. The transfer window only comes around every 26 months. So that first uncrewed mission, right? It'll get back, I don't know. It'll get back, I don't know, like let's say a year, right? Now that thing is back, you have to analyze, if it does come back, right? You have to analyze all the data from the mission, all the telemetry, the flyby, the boil off. You have to take all that data from the entire mission. There'll be mountains of telemetry. You have to analyze the whole thing, and you have to get ready to launch in like basically 8 to 12 months from when it comes back. That is extraordinarily difficult. Even for SpaceX, that is insane pace, right? So, say SpaceX is able to do it, and then, you get people flying by, right? What if something goes wrong with some of these missions, right? Like, not like something crazy, like Apollo 13, something where, you could get the crew back, but you need to solve a big problem. Now you got to figure out why that happened. And infrequency of missions, because Mars is not always in the proper phasing, gets to be a little bit difficult. You're hampered by a 26-month transfer window. That's why getting to Mars is going to take an extremely long time. Because there's not really much room, even for SpaceX rapid pace, there's not much room for iterative testing doing stuff like that. Even if you just plan a flyby, there's not much room for iterative testing. There just isn't. This is part of the reason why I think, just on a side note, this is part of the reason why I think Artemis needs to be accelerated. We need more SLSs. 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 of them. And we need to really get good at living off the land on the moon, right? The moon's always there. If something goes wrong, we have a bug out. We can get, Earth is 3 days away. Not 26 months away. See what I'm talking about? We need to master living on the moon or living in deep space at the gateway. Even NASA's plans call for the gateway to be habited maybe 2 to 3 months out of the year, and I get it, that does inadvertently kind of do some testing for, the long-term viability of a Mars transfer vehicle, right? People are on it for 2 to 3 months, people are off it for like 12 months, and then people are on it back again. That's pretty good testing. That's why I've never had a problem with Gateway. But Gateway does offer some mission risk in terms of supporting a lunar base, right? It does, like, once again, I've said Orion can't go down near low lunar orbit. You can't do that. So now your lander, the end result is that you need a lander that's freaking gigantic to get up to the Gateway's orbit because it's in a higher orbit. Well, higher, it's eccentric, but you get the idea. But we are testing those components, but it needs to be like we need to get out there more and just get down to the surface and learn to live on the moon, like a lot more than 2 to 3 months out of the year. These missions need to be rapid. They need to be iterative, so we really learn how to build base components that don't fail. Now, I know what people say, why the moon? Well, why the moon? Well, one, it's there. To paraphrase Kennedy, it's there, and it's a good place to test how habitats work in deep space. It's also a good place to test, oh, I don't know, spacesuits, landers, rovers. The moon is actually harder to live off the land than Mars. If you can live off the land on the moon, you can absolutely live off the land on Mars. It's not going to be that big of a difference. I mean, the gravity on Mars is a little bit higher and there's a little bit more atmosphere. The moon, I dare say, is more difficult. We can figure out self-sufficiency on the moon. Mars is obtainable. But even then, it's just obtainable for one facet of the entire freaking mission. These missions are complicated. There's a lot of stuff that needs to go right. A crewed Mars mission makes Apollo 11 look like Mercury Redstone 1 in terms of difficulty. Mercury Redstone, Alan Shepard's flight, actually I think that was MR2, but whatever. Alan Shepard's first flight, the first American in space, was a suborbital mission with a Redstone rocket that went up and came right back down, like what New Glenn does, or like what New Shepard does. Hence the New Shepard name, right? John Glenn's flight, Mercury Atlas, went up and stayed on orbit for a little while and then came back down, right? The difficulty from the Alan Shepard's first flight all the way up to Apollo 11, the factor of difficulty there in the difference between going up and coming back down and then sending someone to the surface of the moon is about the same, if not a little bit less, than the difficulty of doing an Apollo-style mission to the surface and then a Martian-style mission. In fact, I would say it's probably 2 to 3 fold more difficult. These are insanely complicated missions, and you have no bug out. With the moon, something happens on the transfer out, you can go into free return, get back within a week. Mars, once you send it, and once that vehicle is out of Earth's grav well, you ain't coming back for 26 months, no matter what. We don't have the systems that are strong enough to be able to basically bang a Yui in space. There's nothing, we don't have a Star Wars drive. It's not how that works. So a Man-Titan mission would be the next step. Tomast, no. I think self-sufficiency on Mars would be a big one. You figure out how to do that. You figure out how to have a human colony on Mars just operating completely, not autonomously like from a regulatory aspect, but autonomously in terms of like living off the land. From there, what I would do is I would work on transportation systems to and from the Martian surface. That's really where I would be going towards. A reusable landing infrastructure on Mars. Now, like I said, Starship, there's a reason why Starship is the way that it is, because it solves all these problems, or at least it's trying to, right? Starship is your transfer vehicle and your ascent and descent vehicle all at once, right? Which is fine. If that's how we want to do it, I don't have a problem with that. But working on ascent and descent and then going out to Phobos and Deimos would probably be an interim goal from there, and then probably Ceres after that. The other thing that we should do simultaneously is go check out Venus for a crewed flyby. That's where Apollo was going. Apollo's, not a lot of people know this. Apollo's next target after self-sufficiency on the moon was not Mars, it was Venus. No, they're not going to land somebody on it. No. The reason why they chose Venus is because the difference between like Venus's orbit and Earth's orbit is not as much as between Earth and Mars. Long story short, you can do a flyby mission in a shorter period of time because the Venusian transfer windows come up a lot more than Mars windows. It's going faster than us, relatively around the sun, right? But anyway, yeah. They wanted to steal it from the Russians. Oh, for Pete's sake. What Mars has the moon doesn't for habitation. I think the moon is easier and simpler. The moon has... What does Mars have? It has an atmosphere, Ray. That's a really, really big... So Mars's atmosphere is about 1% Earth's. 0.01 0.01 bar. That's nothing. That's like maybe 2 to 5 kilopascals. It's not a lot, but there's CO2. There's CO2 in the atmosphere. I think that's a really important thing. There's oxygen on Mars in the atmosphere. It's not a lot, but it's more than you'll ever need to supply a small moon base, or a small Martian base, excuse me. The moon has nothing. It has water ice in some craters. Other than that, it's just a big rock that's floating around Earth. Yeah, having even CO2, a little bit of CO2 in the atmosphere means you have access to carbon and oxygen if you have some way to separate them, right? There's enough atmosphere for a little drone to fly around. Yeah, exactly. Do you think we should target that before a Mars flyby mission? Genesis, that, like I said, if you're, remember, you're limited by transfer windows out to Mars. You're very limited, right? You can only do it once every 26 months, unless you figure out some crazy trajectory or whatever. Like, maybe we could do that. But because of this, right, and because Venusian transfer windows are a lot more frequent, more or less, I would do 2 of those things at once. Uncrewed flyby to Mars, and then in the interim, uncrewed flyby around Venus. And then, you know, in the time that Mars mission is coming back and your Venus mission is going to come back quicker, right? Then maybe do a crewed flyby of Venus, and then move to a crew flyby of Mars. And now you have a transfer vehicle that you know can survive these long duration missions. Guys, just on a quick side note, you know, even I'm critical of like the Orion capsule, for instance. I'm very critical of the Orion capsule. I don't think the way they're testing is sufficient enough for the type of mission that you're trying to do, but I'm not, you know, who am I to argue with Lockheed and NASA? I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. However, people look at Orion and they see the crazy price tag compared to Dragon, right? Or Starliner even, right? And they're like, why is the Orion capsule so damn expensive? Well, the Orion capsule is supposed to do all this. Remember that. The Orion capsule is supposed to attach to a larger transfer vehicle. It's like, and it needs to be able to be towed along on these missions so you have a way to get back down when you come back from Earth, right? That's why Orion's so frigging expensive. Because it needs to do everything. It needs to be able to hitch a ride on a vehicle that does everything that I just said. That is extraordinarily complicated. Right? And that's the reason why I don't really agree with the way that they're testing it. Like, actually, you know what? I won't even say that. I think the way they're testing it is very iterative and very good. I just don't think the frequency is good enough on the timelines. NASA says that they're going to go back to the moon in the 2020s so they can go to Mars in the 2030s. So by the time 2030 rolls around, Orion will have flown a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times. 4 of those times with crew. 5 of those, 6 times total if you count EFT-1. Does that seem like even 6 flights, dude? Does that, I mean, keep in mind, EFT-1 is just an Orion weight with a heat shield attached to it, right? Artemis 1 was a pretty dang fully working Orion capsule. It didn't have life support in it. Artemis 2, life support in people on the first test of your life support systems. That's why it delayed, because not even the Saturn V put people on its its second flight. And even then, the life support systems were tested plenty of times on the Apollo capsule before the Apollo 8 mission, right? And that was much more comprehensive, right? You need higher frequency. This is too slow. It's too slow. At the rate that they're going at with the rate of iteration and testing, because of low frequency of flights, NASA's going to be screwing around at the end of the 2030s still on the moon. Remember, transfer vehicle. You need a transfer vehicle. You need a Mars ascent vehicle. You need Mars descent vehicle, right? You need in situ resource utilization. Like, this is all stuff that needs to be solved by the 2030s. So, I know some of you aren't going to like this. Okay, 2030 is 6 years away. 6 years. Where were we 6 years prior? 2018, the beginning of 2018? We don't iterate fast enough. Not nearly fast enough. Heck, not even SpaceX iterates that fast. This is the reason why Elon is calling for insane scaling of production lines. Because he sees the writing on the wall. We have to go faster than what we're doing right now. That's part of the reason why SpaceX is pushing for 144 flights. Elon understands the urgency. If we want to go to Mars in his lifetime, or any of our lifetimes, that's the rate that we have to go at. 144 flights. We have to make flying something into space as mundane as a jet plane. Mundane as a jet plane. I like that. But that's the reason. Because we're very limited. We're very limited in transfer windows with our current technology to Mars. Even with some near future tech, that doesn't make the mission less complicated. Right? Even if we have some kind of like expanse style drive where you can fly on a Brachistochrone trajectory out to Mars and get there really, really fast and be able to transfer back really, really fast. Great. Still doesn't... Dude, it's still a complicated mission. At the very most, with some kind of crazy sci-fi drive, we've probably reduced mission complexity to that of the Apollo missions. Maybe. And that's using like a sci-fi drive. Like something that doesn't exist. That's why I like SpaceX so much. Not because I'm some crazy vehement like Starship or SpaceX or Elon fanboy. It's because Elon understands the urgency in the matter here. This is yeah. If we want to get to Mars in the 2030s, you need to be able to fly something 144 times. And you need to be able to launch a rocket 144 times, not have it be an issue. That's the rate of iteration that we're going to need to really try and tackle Mars in the 2030s. Page 241 has this stuff. I'm actually happy that you guys brought this up because, yeah, I have the Moon to Mars packet here. This is what you linked, isn't it? It's a 434-page book that NASA released the other day about how to do this. We'll get into it in a second if you want. I do want to play Workers and Resources tonight, but yeah, this is important to talk about. Show them the Kraken drive, Jordis. Nice. Yeah, this is a complicated mission, guys. Complicated mission. And this is what I mean about we think we're ready to do it. We aren't ready to do this. I'm not trying to be a cynic. I'm saying that Elon has the insane resources that he has. An aerospace company that's 11,000 strong, hell-bent on getting to Mars. And he doesn't even think the rate of iteration is enough. 144 flights, not enough. I mean, SpaceX flew 96 times last year. 96. No one's ever done that. I've always said we're in uncharted territory here. We are in uncharted territory. This isn't like, oh, SpaceX is getting at rates of Apollo iteration. Not even close. Apollo at peak funding flew maybe 2 to 3 times a year. No one has ever been able to hit that iterative flight rate. And dude, even the higher ups, even Gwen and Elon have both agreed that that's not enough. You need to be able to launch 150 times. And then after that, we need to be able to make Starship do that. That's the only way we're going to get to Mars. That frequency is the only way that we're going to get to Mars in our lifetime. And I'm a huge NASA fanboy, guys. I'm saying that as a NASA nutcase. I've always been critical of the Artemis program in that they need to expand the program 2 to 3-fold. Right? Look at the dichotomy there of missions. And I get it. Flying Falcon 9 144 times doesn't have really any bearing on lunar exploration, per se. Give it some time and it will. Because once Starship gets to that flight rate, I mean, NASA's looking at we're looking at sub 1 launch a year for the next 5 years for SLS. SLS is manifested for Artemis 2 in 2025, Artemis 3 in 2026, maybe Artemis 4 in 2028. and then recursive missions after that, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. NASA has started doing long lead items out to Apollo 12, not Apollo 12, out to Artemis 12. Taking into account that maybe sometime in 2028 we get a 1 mission a year flight rate, that means, once again, after 12 missions, that means we're well into the mid-2030s and we barely have a moon base running. Barely. And then Gateway's there. See what I'm talking about? I don't have a problem with NASA's architecture. Heck, I don't even have a problem with SLS. Even the problems that I had with the Orion capsule the other day, my problems are merely out of urgency, right? I don't like being critical of NASA because I don't know better because I'm some dumb Twitch streamer, right? But also at the freaking same time, I don't want to be 90, 100 years old when I see people freaking land on Mars. We can do this faster. I mean, but then again, I suppose if we see it in our lifetime, that would be pretty sweet. Well, Elon has they're hell-bent on it, right? What's the current restraint for Falcon 9? Pad turnaround? No, second stage production, Katra. Can you believe that? Weird, huh? Do you think SLS will become redundant earlier than expected if Starship goes to plan? No, I don't think SLS will ever be redundant, Popol. I don't think so. I don't believe that SLS will be redundant in terms of performance. Yeah, if Starship does everything that Elon is promising, SLS will quickly look like a sailboat compared to a speedboat, right? Oh, absolutely, right? But just because speedboats were invented, does that mean we don't have sailing ships anymore? Why not? Well, I mean, for leisure, obviously, right? But SLS is inherently a rocket that's designed to do a different thing. It's a scientific research rocket. It's not a logistics and transport system. One's a Saturn V. SLS is like the Saturn V in that regard. Starship is like the space shuttle in that regard. Now, did they have plans to use the space shuttle to go back to the moon? Yes. Did they ever do it because NASA had their head up their culo? Not NASA, because we had our head up our culo? Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what happened. But the space shuttle with an unrestricted architecture could get people to the moon and to Mars a lot faster than we might have thought if we had the stones to actually go and fly that every week, right? And don't get confused. Just because I say we should fly the shuttle more doesn't mean I don't care about astronauts' lives. That's the dumbest thing, and frankly, probably like a 40 IQ take on the matter. So don't even think that. I know someone's like, BJ wants to fly the shuttle more. Wouldn't that kill more people? No, I don't think so. But it doesn't really matter in the long run. Not that Challenger and Columbia didn't matter. Starship can fly autonomously, so whatever. Not a problem. It's basically learning from the space shuttle. But with something like that, a highly reusable low Earth orbit access vehicle that, like Starship, that can move 150 tons or 100 tons into space every time it launches, it can launch over 100 times a year. That's just a matter of building the payloads at that point, right? Night, Adam. I'll see you. I think SLS has its own missions, and I think that Starship has its own missions. I think those two should work together, if you really want my honest opinion. How about this? In the future, we have a moon base up and running, and Starship HLS works, right? Starship HLS works amazing. It can land on the moon, and if it can land on the moon, it can absolutely land on Mars. How about we have NASA design a service module for the lunar lander? A service module that could keep it powered on with extra life support systems that you attach to the back of it that's launched on SLS, like a Cygnus capsule for Starship. How about we do something like that? Give Starship extra propulsion. Give it a service module so it can do what the Apollo service module should have done, or what the Apollo service module did. You attach this magical SLS delivered transfer vehicle to the back of a Starship, to the back of Starship HLS, the Human Landing System Starship, right? Starship's already been refueled a bunch of times. NASA comes up with their service module. You attach the service module to the back of Starship so Starship doesn't use any of its propellant. Have that service module initiate the transfer burn. have it provide excess life support systems, have it provide electrical power, right? And have that do the transfer with an Orion capsule on the front. How about that? Why would that? I mean, that requires NASA to launch their service module on top of SLS, I don't know, like twice. See what I mean about different things? Meanwhile, Starship could go and do its thing. And now you have your Starship is in tow as your HAB module and your lander. A locomotive B unit, if you will. Sure. And if you make all that attached to the front of a Starship, so you have service module with a docking hub, Orion, and a docking hub out the front that's attached to HLS, and HLS flies engines first into the transfer, right? Now you can separate HLS from this gigantic service module with an Orion attached to it. That can loiter up on orbit, and then you land with the HAB module. See what I mean? That would require a 10-meter fairing and super heavy launch capability. That's perfect for something like SLS. Perfect for it. See what I mean? This is the type of stuff we need to be thinking about. This is the type of stuff we need to be thinking about now. Not tomorrow, not after breakfast. Now. Shawshank? Shawshank? See what I'm talking about? Anyway. The Moon to Mars stuff you said on page 241, chat. Let's see what we got. After a safety meeting. They've thought about it and talked about it numerous times after 60 years. By thinking about it and solving those problems, Hellfish, I don't mean sit there around a table and circle jerk on when we're going to get to Mars in 2032. I mean start. I don't mean to be candid. Start building shit. I've seen tons of plans. Here's more plans right here from NASA themselves. Great. These are great plans. Oh, look. Huh. That looks a lot like what I just said. So, SAC 2022 in-space transportation analysis, trade space. Oh, dear. Hybrid nuclear, electric, and chemical. Okay. That's NEP right there. NTP, nuclear thermal. Hybrid solar, electric, chemical. Rectilinear halo orbit, Woody. NRHO. Short duration, light footprint, short stay. Hey, Joe. Where's my diesel option? That would be over here. Tuning, that would be over here. These are the references. See, reference mission 0, 1, and 2. Those are those missions that I'm talking about, like a flyby or a short duration stay on Mars with some type of gravity assist trajectory coming back. Or 2, you just come back when Mars is back in phase with Earth. That's the longer duration missions. And TBD, they don't even have that figured out yet. Tanker plus depot, integrated surface payload, low Earth orbit assembly, low Earth orbit refueling, hybrid solar electric. They want to. Okay. This essentially is Gateway with a gigantic high-energy upper stage behind it, launching from the moon, which is... That only really makes sense if you can make methane and liquid oxygen on the back, like on the moon, and send an empty stage out there. That's the only way that really makes sense. Nuclear thermal straight is MEO assembly. Now we're talking. That's a much better idea. Hybrid nuclear electric chemical. Rectilinear. Why do you want this? This transportation analysis somehow takes into the account that we'll be able to make liquid methane and liquid oxygen out at the moon. If not, that means we're sending a fully fueled LCH-LO2 upper stage out to the moon to attach to a transfer vehicle that we built around the moon to send to Mars, which... That just sounds like going to Mars with extra steps. Oh. I love how there's no concept of operations for a short duration, light footprint, short surface stay, all chemical solution. I know. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not too big of a fan of any of these concepts. Maybe except nuclear thermal. That's pretty good. I'd say that one is probably the simplest. Over here you have NEP with chemical, and then you have hybrid solar electric and chemical. Like, I think a trade study for solar electric nuclear thermal would probably be a better solution here. Just, what do I know? Just a Twitch streamer. I don't know. What's this? This is Moon to Mars Concepts. It's basically a trade analysis on in-space transportation, Rocket Guy. I'll admit, I'm not really a fan of any of these. Like, I'd say the one I would like the most is nuclear thermal. These ones strike me as just complicated for the sake of complication. Like, I don't think that putting a hybrid nuclear electric drive unit into your analysis for going to Mars on the first try to be very smart. That would be like trying to go back to the moon when previously we've done it with all hypergulls and then choosing a very large methalox lander as your avenue of transportation for going back down to the moon. It's really overcomplicating it for what you're trying to do. Wait. Mars Transportation System functions in example concept. Transport crew from Earth vicinity to Mars vicinity and return. Transit habitat. Yeah, where's its propulsion system? Reference conceptual design of an independent transit habitat informed by previous Next Space technologies for exploration partnership. Next. Next Step. HLS is part of the Next Step program. It's technically Next Step 2, but whatever. If it's a trade study, you should be looking at all options, even the bad ones. If done correctly, your trade analysis should reflect that it's a worse option based off your constraints and desires. Yeah, what if all of them suck? I can't even say, like, if I had to choose one here, like, the hybrid nuclear electric chemical and hybrid solar electric chemical aren't doing us any favors. That's insanely high vehicle complexity. Like, to the point where I think refueling Starship a bunch of times would probably end up being simpler than trying to figure that one out. All of these are the worst option. The one that I figure the most would be a low Earth orbit assembly nuclear thermal vehicle. That would probably be better for at least flybys. Or rebase and expand operations. Yep. Let's see what these other ones are. Piloted crewed hybrid NEP chemical propulsion system. Power generation linked to terrestrial power systems. Electric propulsion system potentially extensible from gateway. Piloted crewed nuclear thermal propulsion system, heritage to the Nerva program. I like that one the best. Well, at least, Rocket Guy, let me rephrase that. And everybody else who, I know it's a trade study. Let me rephrase that for everyone else. That one looks the best out of all these options. Piloted crew, hybrid solar electric propulsion, chemical propulsion. Reference concepts derived from the gateway power and propulsion element with extensibility to Mars nuclear electric propulsion chemical hybrid. Yeah. Piloted crewed chemical propulsion system. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, look. Those transfer things that I was telling you about. That's weird. Concept development ongoing. Technology is relatively mature, but challenges remain. That looks a lot like a service module for something like Starship, in these renders, guys, that's a flyby option right there. Actually, that could be just stacking EUSs until you have a lander. That's kind of what that looks like, actually. Or you could have this one over here, which is that whole service module thing attached to an ascent and descent vehicle. This is for going out to Mars. That's for circularizing around Mars. That's for landing on Mars and then ascending back up and coming home. Starship service module. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, basically Constellation. See how simple that is compared to the rest of this stuff? Actually, Rocket Guy, I don't think you were here for this. What I should say is I thought of an idea that I think would be really good. Somebody asked me, like, is SLS going to have a place when Starship is flying all the time, if they get to that point, right? And I was thinking, dude, you know what would be a really good idea? Service module for Starship HLS. Use Starship HLS as your ascent and descent vehicle on Mars. So now you need a way to get it there. A nuclear thermal propulsion system on the back. Heck, even an EUS might be good enough for trans-Earth injection or trans-Mars injection, right? Have basically a gigantic service module that you attach to the back of HLS or something, or you could attach it to the front of HLS because there's a docking port. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to take the load in that regard, but you see what I'm saying? Using Starship as your ascent and descent vehicle eliminates a lot of the complexities from a Constellation-style architecture. Personally, I think that's a good idea. That shifts all your mission complexity over to this service module transfer vehicle thingamajigger. Can Starship do a nose docking port with a header tank? Well, the Lunar Landing System, Katra, doesn't have header tanks. Why? Because the header tanks are there to do that. Land back down on Earth. That's what the header tank design is there for. You're not doing that with the lander, though. The lander will just stay up on orbit. Or it lands once and ascends once, and then do with it what you will. There has to be a fuel weight distance limit to current technology, or does distance matter? Distance doesn't matter with space travel, Junkyard. It's acceleration. Spacecraft range isn't measured in distance. It's not measured in distance at all. It's measured in acceleration. The faster you go, the further you can go. Cargo chemical propulsion system, potential utilization of chemical stage hybrid NEP chem or SEPChem system. Cargo nuclear, similar to the piloted variant, potentially with fewer elements. Cargo solar electric propulsion, chemical propulsion. These are, yeah. I get it, it's a trade study, but man, some of these things are superbly complicated compared to even that. And that, you know, that whole Starship service module thing that I'm saying is actually still pretty damn difficult. HLS equals landing and ascending. Land, tip on side, base. I wouldn't do that on the first mission, twitching, but who knows? Crew Earth launch repositioned to DST? Daylight savings time? That graphic is actually from Constellation. That one? What? Yeah, part of it is. Some of those assets are reused. Deep space transportation. Maybe? And Earth entry, descent, and landing. That third image is from KSP. Yep, right. Flight design Orion available for all mission opportunities for use with all transportation variant architecture variants. Earth launch for cargo. Commercial heavy lift systems. Nuglins. Vulcan and Falcon Heavy. I can see we have the Minecraft version of those. Earth launch for cargo. More than 7-meter diameter to be determined, kilogram mass to various aggregation orbits. Super heavy lift systems. Space launch system flight design available. Commercial super heavy lift conceptual designs in development. Aggregation and storage of propellant in space. Tanker systems. Ground systems. Several conceptual designs of each transportation architecture are being developed to allow stakeholders to better assess option performance across range of mission during operations. These figures demonstrate how vehicle size and complexity vary as just one parameter. Total mission duration is varied. Opposition class missions. What is keeping Dragon from taking astronauts to Gateway? The rocket? Falcon 9 can't put it anywhere near the moon. Not even close. In Flip Up, I know what you're going to say. Falcon Heavy? Not crew rated. I know the next question coming. The next question coming is, well, why doesn't SpaceX crew rate Falcon Heavy? By the time they get Falcon Heavy certified to fly a Dragon capsule, Starship will be ready to go. Might as well go get certification on that instead of trying to get Dragon on top of Heavy and having a stopgap technology as opposed to a full solution to one. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is... What does crew rating process involve? There are certain things that you need to do on a vehicle. I mean, one that I can think of off the top of my head, 415, is to make sure that you don't liquefy your crew on the way up. So throttle ability, for instance, so you can limit G-load. Differential ascent trajectories. Flying people into space flies a completely different trajectory than Starlink, for instance, right? Not liquefying the crew is a good start, but there's a bunch of other things that have to do with making sure the people inside don't die. Abort capability, abort contingency, pad aborts, in-flight aborts. there's a bunch of things, dude. It makes it a lot more complicated. Do you work as an engineer? Carmine, no. I play one on Twitch. That's what I like to tell people. Yeah, 415. It's not just as simple as like, okay, let's put it on there and let's see if it works. That's the kind of stuff we were doing during the early parts of the space race when we had no idea what we were doing. But I think that does speak to something like, you know, that whole no idea what we were doing is something that we would need to do, you know. Multiple trusts to support additional drop tanks to increase propellant capacity for high energy missions. You know what, man? I get it. I played KSP, right? So I don't know how good I am to talk about doing something like this, but building that would be really difficult. Building that anywhere, low Earth orbit, arguably the easiest place, building a vehicle like that would be really, really difficult. Do you ever work on the old truck anymore on stream? It was fun to watch. Carmine, the red one is finished. I've been working on the white one lately. Well, it was red, but now it's white. I got all the spray paint off of it, except on the roof. Yeah, I actually worked on that this morning. If you look at the lower valance, I cleaned most of it off. Half of the lower valance is red over there, and half of it is white. Yeah, I also cleaned up the headlights and stuff. You can't really see because it's kind of dark, but I cleaned up the headlights and polished everything, and then I'll do the same with the grill and the other headlights once I work my way around the front of the truck. Progress on this hasn't been it's been not very steady because I had COVID. That's a massive garage? Yeah, Ray, that's, it's attached to my office. That's where I stream from. Here, look. I will show you. And you thought that was just a picture. You thought it was just a picture of the trucks, huh? Yeah, I have the white one in there because I'm trying to get all the spray paint off. The spray paint was taking some of the factory paint off. In fact, it's taken a lot of it off, but it's just in spots that you can't see. There might be some pieces in there that need to be repainted a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, she does look good though. It looks real nice. Look at that thing. That paint is the factory paint that was underneath 4 layers of spray paint. I'd say it's pretty damn good for, I mean, most car paint, when you spray paint it, you spray paint over it, that's pretty much it. You know? Rocket Lab pushed due to weather. Got it. Mars crew support. See, here's what I'm getting at, man. This is all the stuff you need to do. We haven't even gotten communications could be figured out. Functions, system concepts, ConOps, IVA suits. See, there's a, oh man. Your wife's truck is going to look nice. Brimo does need a truck, doesn't she? Yeah, see, microgravity, EVA suit, Mars EVA suit. This is all the stuff you're going to have to take with you. What if something goes wrong on the spacecraft that you have to go outside to fix? You're not using the surface suits. I mean, you could in a pinch, but that means you got to take some EVA suits with you. I've seen the slim photos, Zay. We looked over that. The Kerbal, it looks like a Kerbal start screen. Starting on 272, there's something like 100 pages of objectives for the moon. 272. Full decomposition of lunar objectives. Oh, wow. Yeah, see? This is all the stuff that we're supposedly going to get finished by 2030. Bum. Ba-dum. Ba-da-dum. Bum. Ba-dum. Ba-da-dum. Blum. Ba-dum. Ba-da-dum. Madam. Da-da-dum. Colonel Sanders, what is it, Sergeant Rico? You said to let you know the moment Planet Uridia gets in sight, sir. So, Planet Uridia is in sight, sir. You're really a spaceball. Thanks, sir. I already called him, sir. He knows everything. What? You went over my helmet? No, not over, sir. Just more to the side. It'll never happen again. Never, ever. Oh, shoot. No, please, no, not that. Yes, that. Oh! Yes, switching. When does it happen in the movie? Now. You're looking at now, sir. Everything that's happening now is happening now. Oh, there we go. It's finished. Yeah. They're trying to get all that done by 2030. Okay. Do you see why I think we might need to fly a little more than 5 times? Just a little more. Like, I think urgency, we should probably, you know, do all that with 5 missions. LM, did you watch Destin from Smarter Every Day? Did you watch his video about how, you know, we really need to talk about missions and how they're going to get done? There's way more objectives here than the Apollo program. All right? There's way more objectives. And these missions are way more complicated than those missions. That's what Destin was talking about. We'll get there eventually, EJ. Maybe not during the stream. Not this stream, but soon. But safety. Do you see why, when they said that, it kind of, like, really pissed me off? That's a slap in the face to anybody that doesn't know, anybody that knows anything about spaceflight. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. Probably never. There are habitat concepts on page 143. Ooh. A plan without an objective or deadline is a dream. We should rename this the Artemis Dream. Neat. I like that. One thing, how's that getting to the surface? Anyone? How you gonna? That's a great hab module. Hab module with the descent module built in. One-time use. Use the descent module as basically a foundation. Nice hab. How you gonna get that there? Litho braking. Ah, yes, the slim solution. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Nice rover. I like it. How are you going to get that there? No problem. I'll jump in my Cessna 182 and fly to Mars. Yeah, I got you. It's a great rover. I like it. I really hope you do that. How are you going to get that there? The HLS crane? There you go, Bear. That's a viable solution. Okay, sweet. That's a viable solution for the rover. That, though, how would Starship get that down to the surface? You know what I mean? Starship could tow it to low lunar, and it could do its own descent. That could work. Cool. Ah, yeah, baby. Guitars, your cousin has a sweet F-350. Nice. Oh, look, outdated Starship. Yeah, right. Functions fulfilled by LCRNS during the FE segment. Yes. Oh. More lists. Surface objectives. Provide in-situ training to astronauts for science tasks during missions. Deploy and set up assets to monitor induced environment on the lunar surface. Deploy and set up assets to monitor natural environments on the surface. HLS is going to do all of this, huh? Oh, we hit the end. Thank you. There we go. Hey, pictures. Yeah. Yeah, here. This is the stuff that I'm talking about. Key Martian architectural decisions. How are you going to get there? How are you going to land? How does EDL work? How does descent work? Transfer vehicle, loitering time. There's a lot to take into account, dudes. Like, this is what I mean. I know that all this stuff needs to be done, and I'm not saying that the stuff that we see there is wrong. I'm saying it needs to be done faster. That's what I'm saying. This is the first orbiter you helped name. All right. Nice, Sea Kraken. Though I do agree that with you that we're not going anywhere near as fast enough, the granularity of these lists means that one successful mission will clear a lot more of these points than you'd expect. That, Alex, I'm not trying to be a jerk. You're right. You're absolutely right. But honestly, that's great. Good. You did it once. Lovely. Great. It's not about doing it once. It's about doing it a bunch of times to know that something isn't going to go wrong. Safety through reliability. Like the airline industry, for instance. Right? You're great. You did it once. Apollo 11 and 12. Great. Great missions. What about Apollo 13? See what I mean? I don't give a frick if you can do it once. That's fine. That's great. That's great. You need 3 points to make a data set at the very least. 3 points to make a data set. If we want to do it in any comprehensive manner, anything, this one and done architecture for NASA's missions, not comprehensive enough. It's not. It's not. It's not. Like, I know enough about spaceflight to know confidently that that is not a good way to do things. That's not good enough. You need 3 samples to make a data set. That means you do every one of these missions 3 times. Right now, every Artemis mission is different. Every single one. Artemis 1 is not 2. 2 is not 3. 3 is not 4. 4 is not 5. 5 is not 6. 6 is not 7. Not even close. NASA did say, Catherine Corner in that House of Representatives testimony meeting that we watched 2 weeks ago, she did say that they have flexibility in the missions. That's all fine and dandy, but the landing system between Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 is different. You're changing the lander. Now, they did do different things on each Apollo mission. Some Apollo missions had rovers attached to the side, for instance. Some of them had different ALSEP experiments, Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments package. They had different ALSEP experiments. The architecture, the avenue of transportation never changed. CSM, every Apollo mission had the CSM and the LEM. Okay? And even with serialization and mass production of those articles, we still had something like Apollo 13 happen. It's not good enough, dude. It's not comprehensive enough. Like, I know enough about this, and I've been reading and learning about the space program for a long enough time to know that this is not comprehensive enough. This will get us somewhere, but if safety was their priority, you'd be doing this on a much higher frequency, so you can learn and understand the systems that you made, not just fly it once and then figure out the life support system doesn't work and then delay yourselves for a year. You need more SLS, we need more Orion, we need more Starship, we need more New Glenns. If we're going to do this on any reasonable time scale, this stuff takes time. It takes time. The only hedge against like that is flying it more. No. The thing about all this, Mars in the 2030s, means we have 15 years and 11 months to successfully land a rocket that can transport a human, and we aren't even close to landing on the moon again soon. That's what I'm trying to say, Geek. All those objectives need to be done in 6 years. Where were we 6 years prior? 1 mission deep. Now, I know that space programs don't work on a linear scale like that, right? At the start of development, you're not going to launch any more than... You're not going to launch a lot. You have to build the dang thing, and you have to build up your industrial base. You have to build up everything, right? Like, I get it. You're not going to see a lot of launches at the beginning of the program. But we've seen 1 launch since 2014. 2014 is really when SLS came on the books, okay? So, even a conservative estimate, we've seen 1 launch in 10 years. And you know what, dude? Like, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. It's not the money. We have the money. It's not the money. It's the way the money is allocated. The yearly budget system is not going to get us very far. But yeah. Anyway, I don't mean to get super cynical, right? But yeah, maybe you know, Need Back if you said it. Maybe ingenuity is pissing me off, but I'm not really. Whatever, dude. We got 70 flights of they did helicopter on Mars, all right? 70 plus. I think it was 72 flights, right? You got 72 flights. It was supposed to fly 5 times. I can't ask for more. Like, it's fine. It's fine. You got 72 they did helicopters on Mars, okay? We're good. We're good. Send up another one. You should have been planning to send up another one the second Ingenuity touched the ground. They did helicopter crash on Mars? No, it didn't crash. It looks like a blade ripped off predominant from stress. I mean, the thing was designed to fly 5 times. It flew 72 times. You know, even aircraft, certain components just wear out. I think the blades wore out. I missed all the news. Thanks. Yeah, it fractured a blade, and then but it still landed. It's still upright with a broken blade. Can you believe that? Yeah, hellfish, it is what it is, man. You know, if NASA's just going to sit there and bureaucratically get their hands bureaucratically tied, well, I don't want that to happen. I think that sets a terrible precedent, but SpaceX will get us there. Like I said, man, Elon's the only one that understands the urgency, dude. That's why I like SpaceX so much. He understands that SpaceX isn't going to get us there. They're not going to get us there. Like what I was about to say, and this isn't the right way to say it. They're not going to get us there faster. They're going to get us there. Right? I think that's the right way to say that. Like I said, but in Elon's own words, SpaceX takes the impossible and makes it late. They're not going to get us there faster. They'll get us there, though. That's what I'm saying. That's it's the only architecture that I see even remotely viable for getting somebody near the surface of Mars. All right, I got to run to the store. If you're off before I get back, give me a shout out after stream. Okay. I have no idea if this is right, but remember why Bill isn't in the Senate before? He was fired for being a wishy-washy go along to get along. He lost his re-election in 2018, Caveman. Are other countries looking to go to Mars as well? China? Carmine, China has their sights on the moon right now. They have their sights on the moon. With that being said, I think, and China, interestingly enough,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know, as an American, right, like, I can't say that I like this, but I respect the hell out of it. They understand the urgency. Like, China puts a significant amount of their industrial base into rocket manufacturing and flying. You could say whatever you want about their rockets or their safety standards. They understand the urgency, even at the behest of human life, which is why I'm not too big of a fan. But whatever, man. You can't deny what they've been able to do. They'll get to the moon. If they want to, they'll get there. They'll absolutely get there. There's no doubt in my mind. If I had to guess on a time frame for that, they'll get to the moon in the 2030s. Yeah, 2030s. What is the urgency? Chilled, with China, the urgency, so I might be misinterpreting this, and you guys tell me. I don't know. I'm not an expert on oceanic relations and policy, right? But if I had to guess, China has a real nationalistic thing going on. China wants to prove on the world stage that they are a player. They're a player on the world stage. It's not just the U.S.'s ball game anymore. That's what they want to do. They want to show that they can do it. They want to show that they're technically competent. Look, we can put people on the moon too. We're a superpower. We're going to prove that. That's the urgency. The urgency is that they have a national goal, a united industrial base for building and designing rockets pretty dang fast, maybe at the behest of safety, but whatever. They want to prove that they can do it by themselves. China has a space station that they put up by themselves with, well, I mean, copyright infringement might be a thing there with some of the stuff, some of the things on that space station, but whatever. They have their own space station that's a third of the size of the ISS that they built with no help from anyone. They did it by themselves. They have goals to get to the moon to prove that they can do it. At what cost? I don't know. China has been a global player for years. Putting people on the moon proves nothing. What? But I just told you that it does, though. I mean, that's like saying the Apollo program didn't have any national effect on how people perceive the United States. Jill, I'm not entirely sure how you came to that conclusion. Like, what? Are you sure? Not trying to grab on the parade, but the space race is just comparing who has a bigger schlong. Bit of tech, but I think it's a sunk cost fallacy. I'm failing to understand how you don't think that, because their goal is to prove to everybody else it's about perception. I'm really failing. You're not raining on my parade. In fact, I'm not even sure what you're entirely trying to say. I don't understand how you don't think a lunar program and a lunar landing isn't going to change perceptions about what China can do as a nation. Like, I don't understand. Like, I get it. It's a measure. It's a dick measuring contest. Yeah. Okay. So was the space race between the United States and the Soviet Union. And the only other reference we have for a country landing on another planet or celestial body and changing the perception of said country would be the Apollo program with crewed landings, right? I don't understand how you can make the argument that, that didn't change the perception of people. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, to be honest with you. I said they're proving that they're a player on the world stage. I mean, it would be kind of ridiculous to think that the United States wasn't a player on the world stage before the Apollo program, right? So that probably would have been a poor choice of words. That probably was a poor choice of words on my part. But also at the same time, what I'm really getting at is perception. It's perception. They want to prove that they can do it themselves. Just like we want to prove that we can do it ourselves comparatively to the Soviet Union. We wanted to prove that we could do it ourselves comparatively to the Soviet Union 50 years ago, right? Like, I don't understand. Maybe I probably didn't say it right. But yeah, it's absolutely a national priority for them. They want to prove it. Okay, so the space race is just pumping billions into elevating perception of your country? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The USA isn't the center of the world. I'm not saying that it is, Dazed. Man. Raythard, there was no moon landing because their interview was most sad, depressing thing ever, and I hope some country can do moon landing in your lifetime. Okay, I think that's enough space news for the day. Yeah, I think we're good here. I watched that interview. Sorry. Oh, yes, that interview. That interview that disproves everything. Ray, what? Ray, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you... What? Are you suggesting that one interview where an astronaut could have been tired from, I don't know, going to the moon suggests that the entire moon landing didn't happen? Are you serious? What? What? That's it. That's the best hoax, moon hoax argument you could. Oh, I saw one interview one time. That's the best you... He was too sad. I'm good. I'm good. Let's play Workers and Resources. I hope you enjoyed Space News. Oh boy. I hope you guys enjoyed Space News. Here, let me switch us up. I'm going to take 5 here. I'm going to go grit. Oh no, I got some water left. Sweet. Okay. There's an interview in which the Polish astronaut says the Earth is flat. Okay. You never came to get your sub. Oh, yeah! I'm going to get a steak and cheese, son. I want to get a steak and cheese. Let's get Workers and Resources fired up. Yeah, no, Bruno, I was just saving it for later. Let's title this part of the stream, I am $4 million in debt.